Kamala Harris is back at the top of the polls, big lead on the Democratic side.
What?
Yeah, they had a poll come out yesterday, which makes sense. I mean, the campaign hasn't really started yet. And she made the announcement last week that she was thinking about running on the Al Sharpton conference.
Yeah, that's about 2 weeks ago now.
2 weeks ago, yeah. So that makes sense. I think they did the poll.
Why is she doing this to us?
That's it for that.
Because she thinks she can win. That's why. Because she believes she can.
That's
Hey, listen, can I share something? Can I share something with the room?
With Saudi being the leader, do you think this has to do with the possibility that Saudi has something to do with the United States entering this war in Iran?
I don't think so. UAE for a long time didn't want to be an OPEC. They didn't like the limits that they thought they were being strong-armed by the cartel. And so they have used this probably as an excuse to get independence so they can make more money. They'd actually been constrained on what they can export.
So that really is really gonna fuck the price of oil up.
Well,
because they can now, instead of them like not open say, oh, we're gonna pump this much out, and this is what the benchmark is. Now they can be like, I pump what the fuck I want, and I set the
yeah, price. I mean, yeah, it could. I mean, it could. I don't know how oil global arbitrage works for enough to give maybe. I'm sure Brian's here. He's a libertarian economics guru. Maybe he can tell us, or liberal or somebody. I don't know. But they don't fuck with the Saudis, and they want independence anyway. So this gives them an excuse to get out.
Yeah, just because the war, they're both being attacked at the same time by Iran.
Oh, Daniel can come up. Daniel's the expert.
Oh, yeah, Daniel, come up, Daniel.
Yeah, I don't know well enough. I just know the basics.
Doesn't mean that war thing, the proxy beef that they had between two sides has ended. There are still like substantial disagreements between both sides, and they are all kind of colluding against each other with proxy groups, and so they just found an opportunity to get the hell out, and they're taking it.
Oh, that ain't the right Daniel.
All right, go ahead, yo. You can get it out, then we can go back to the news. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So, and I'm being completely, I'm not joking when I say this, and it's gonna sound like I'm joking, but I'm not. So, I handle the affairs of, older people, my family, and my, people older than me and everything like that. And this transgender for everyone thing has confused people to the point where some of the older women that I'm helping, when I call, the insurance or whatever, I got the call, I'm talking like I'm talking to y'all. I say, yes, my name is Mary Smith, woman. And because of the transgender for all situation that's, taking root in this country, I said, I'm not a sir, I'm a man. No, I put myself on mute, I was cracking up. Because the woman she couldn't figure it, like, she was thrown off because I sound like this, yet I'm an 80-year-old woman and she can't question it. So now I can actually handle these people's affairs without having to conference them and do all this other stuff. So that's one benefit to the transgender for all agenda, is that men or women can call on behalf of their, man or woman that they're handling for, and they can represent themselves as the person, which is, fraud. But at the same time, it's making things easier for people to get things done. I just thought
we're not going to stop
so,
here.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
You go ahead. What were you going to say?
The transgender for all things.
I was okay.
Do you think?
I said we'll talk about it later.
No.
You said, you have already spoken. It's okay.
I'm just saying, if you need to handle your father's affairs, you don't have to get him on the line. You can do it yourself now, and they can't question you.
This has nothing. I worked in customer service for years. And we never question a person's voice. I have called people ma'am when it was really a guy. I have called women sir, it's really a woman.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, it doesn't go by those. It's what can be verified.
I know, but
That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. That's the end of the conversation. We're not going to go back and forth on this topic. It's over. It's done. It's finished. Thank you. Ban OPEC.
Oh, I need a few minutes.
see that?
No, you did. I said OPEC 12 times. You're so rude. Anyway, so the Saudis, you said they don't like them. They didn't want to be there. Okay, so pretty much you was wrapping up. Patty, did you want to respond to Ben? Or what Ben was saying?
Yeah, they did. They've always had a problem with it, but yeah, and them actually exit. Yeah, I think it was it. Because I thought it might have been behind Saudis. Well, yeah.
Global corporations that we've had, but it's not necessarily a good move for the UAE because, you know, the global oil price is determined by OPEC and the price that they set, and that then indicates a supply, which once the demand is ascertained, a price can be determined on the global markets. So I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing for global oil. I think it may be even detrimental to the US because the US needs a higher barrel price to make its oil production more profitable, or sort of profitable enough to continue. So it seems to be a strange move, but not unexpected.
I'm trying to go and see if there's any other article about that.
I'm just waiting for somebody to say petrodollar.
Well, apparently there was a report that the UAE looking to join BRICS, but then that would be contrary to the US's interests. So it doesn't really make sense as any kind of brilliant strategic move, that's all.
Question could this be retaliatorial? Because we hear our president saying, oh yeah, come get oil from us, meaning America. And you have people who can't move their things around. I don't know. Leave this for the smarter people in here. Could this be a move to, again, accept other currencies because our leadership can't get their shit together? I'm going on mute.
I don't understand what you just said, Divine. Can you just clear it up a little bit more for me?
It's closed. By who? The blockade. Ships cannot enter and exit. People in that region need to move their product, right? Maybe they got to move their product in some back alley type of way. They left OPEC. That's leaving OPEC says, I'm gonna go get this bag of money with or without you. This is all caused in this country.
being done by the United States of America, right? The blockade and of Iranian ports, right? Is that part right? Iran is blocking the strait, while what I'm understanding the U.S. is blocking Iranian ports. I just want to get those parts clear. Is that right or no?
The U.S. is stationed more in the Arabian Sea, and they are not letting Iranian ships through. The Iranians have their major influence closer to the top of the strait near Kars Island, whatever it's called, and they are not letting many of the other Gulf countries oil through unless they pay a specific tax, the $1 a barrel type thing. So they can still control the UAE's oil, but they do have like this side agreement with Oman because they do recognize that Oman controls half of the strait, but they won't let them control it.
Okay, so does it matter or if they start producing more oil when they can't even get it out? If everything is fucked up. So I'm confused with the conversation. Like, why are we even talking about how we're going to, what currency we're going to use if our product can't even get out? That's where I'm trying to figure out.
And there's other ways to get it out. Everything does not have to go through the Strait of Hormuz. There's other ways to get product out of that region.
Yeah, not really though. Not because remember, each tanker can carry up to 2 million barrels, and that's, you need a pipeline, and there are pipelines. The Saudis have a pipeline, but if the Saudis are an OPEC, so it's just a big old mess.
And the pipeline only holds up to 5 million barrels per day, right?
Yeah. See, tankers are incredibly useful because they can carry so much payload. They're very slow, but 10 tankers is 20 million barrels of oil.
My response to that is slow money is better than no money.
Fair enough.
Would it be logical that we might start finding different ways to not just being so dependent on oil, period? Is that even a thought? No? Never?
It won't happen because it's a structural issue, right? You've got so much of the world depends on petroleum-derived products, fertilizers, all that sort of thing. They're so embedded into the global economy that the march of renewables has not been quick enough or deep enough. But the issue is that this stuff isn't necessary. I mean, there's plenty of supply of oil, but this is affecting the price in an adverse way. This Trump's actions in the Straits.
Wait. So I'm reading here, UAE does have their own pipeline, and it goes through Oman and comes out the Gulf of Oman, so it bypasses them.
But does it come out still in the Straits though?
So it's outside the Strait of Hormuz. I said it's in the Gulf of and they can get
2 million barrels a day.
That's 2 million barrels a day.
Low money better than no money. I hear it. You got to get what you can get.
What if the slow money costs more than no money?
Oh, well then I don't know. Then you're fucked. But they trying to do something. I don't know what they gonna do. They can't move product. They need to do something. They got to do something.
Well, I mean, 380 kilometers sounds like an easy target for a bunch of drones.
Yeah, so it's 1.5 to 1.8 million barrels through the pipeline. But prior to the war starting, they were exporting 3.5 million barrels per day. So they're still only at half capacity at best.
Yeah,
but yeah, money's money.
Yeah. And it says most of it's underground. What they would be able to hit would be the storage tanks and the loading facilities.
It looks like that since the announcement by the UAE a few hours ago, the the Brent barrel price has not come down significantly. I think it's down 10 or 20 cents per barrel. It's still at $109.50, $109.70. It was at 110 a bit earlier. So the fact that they have extra, the ability to supply extra, hasn't necessarily been recognised by the market because of the constraint of the caused by the closing of the straits.
Good morning, Patty.
Good morning.
Good morning to the rest of y'all.
How about the ladies that brought you up?
For real.
That's all I'm going to say. And good morning to you, First Lady Tiandria, Van, Divine, Lisa. I don't know who you are, Butter. Good morning to you, Lord, Cunning, Arthur, Brian. Good morning to the Goo. Let's see if there's any notable names in the Goo.
What do you mean you don't know who I am? What are you talking about?
I wasn't talking about you, Lisa. Of course I know who you are, Lisa. I don't know who Butter is.
Butter's good, girl. She's good. She's a good woman. I'm going to break.
Looking at the Goo, see if it's the same crew. Look at
Check this out, y'all. We're going to war in Iran, and something came up about the Iran proposal. So if they reopen those, they're cool with that without getting a nuclear deal. And that's how they are looking at ending this war.
Isn't this what started the war? Stop playing, Patty.
I'm not playing.
This is what started it. What are we talking about right now?
It says U.S. appears cool on Iran proposal to end war, reopen Hormuz without a nuclear deal.
No deal?
No nuclear deal. But he's going to say, I got it. So Hormuz got stopped. His trade got interrupted because we went to war.
Oh, even now I was reading an article that Netanyahu, since he didn't reach his ultimate goal in Iran, that his party is falling. It might be horrible in the next election.
Okay, this is what it says. The Iranian proposal would focus on reopening the Hormuz, ending the war the U.S. and Israel began 2 months ago, but table the nuclear talks until a later date. So,
hey, Divine, I just went over the White Stone, so I took a picture for you.
Yeah.
Are y'all okay? She's sitting here talking about what's going on.
You know, we're all a little bit hurt.
And no, you need a beat. I promise you. Patty, go ahead.
Sorry,
She was not. She was mid-sentence.
So,
Need a beat.
apologize.
And then you just followed right behind him. I should beat you too. Where's my belt?
You know, I do stop by chillism. I'll never get on stage, but I do listen to the band. To see Concrete in his natural form.
Not his natural form. What was Patty saying, Patty? Get us back, please. Good God.
I mean, this is crazy. We spent all that money on going to war. The goal was to decrease their nuclear enrichment. And now we'll talk to y'all later about that. Just open the strait back up.
It's probably the smartest move at this point, to be honest, because it's the thing that's causing all the problems globally. And it's putting a massive amount of attention onto the United States and the administration.
Oh, it definitely is. And then, you know, the GCC, countries from the GCC had met in Turkey last week. And guess who was indirectly involved? China. So, UAE is also looking to China for additional security measures. Not letting go of the U.S., but also looking to China. So, yeah. Fucking up. See, we could have paid for that public education, y'all. And public universities and state tuition. 732,000 bachelor's degrees. But instead, we're in another country.
Healthcare.
Not fulfilling promises. Where MAGA at with this? He's a great businessman, and that's what we need for the country. Where they at?
Houston, run them off, Patty. Houston, run them off.
Wait a minute, before you, what's the name? Now, where's this
They
next
in the chat. They
Because, you know,
don't come
Trump.
up here with these lies, but go ahead, start first.
No worries. Where are you reading this from? Because, you know, Trump will get mad and flip and switch if people start going against the fact about what he's doing. Where's this information? Because he'll come out and say, I didn't say that. I can't believe that. I can't believe it. That he's backing out without they had some type of nuclear deal. Now you're saying none?
Have you ever,
Like zero?
have you ever heard of, damn it, you said it. Yes, it's called taco. We've seen it before.
No. I just want to make sure I understand. Like zero, nothing like how the the Obama jails, JDOC thing, like nothing.
It's the out of the deal that counts.
Look, you
not
can't
the deal itself.
Can't have the C in taco without doing the C in taco. Can't chicken out without.
I mean, you can chicken out with something, with a little sauce on the side.
Little ranch dipping sauce.
You eat the sauce or something. Nothing? Y'all lying. I ain't buying it. There's got to be something.
True to the game. He said true to the game.
No. Y'all playing it.
The problem with Trump's negotiating his current position is that I think it's described as a zugzwang, which is any move he makes, he's going to be in a worse position than he was when he started this whole thing. It's a complete and utter.
Well, the benefit definitely is that you can be taken on the precipice of war, and the stock market will still rally with just some fancy or flowery words. So that is something that we did learn from this event, because I could have sworn we were all going to be, soiling our pants, but people still kept buying stocks.
The thing is that because there's so much liquidity in the system, and there has been for so long, and wealth is increasing at an increasing rate, and that capital has to find a home somewhere. It usually ends up in stock markets. So there's this massive upward pressure on all global stock markets for economies that are doing okay. So that's why I think you keep seeing this is that the market tends to ignore. I mean, it will react in some ways in a negative way, but as soon as there's a glimmer of hope, you'll see it shoot back up. I don't think it's connected to reality. I think it's a function of the fact that there's so much cash out there, but it just can't help itself but go up.
Well, I think there's a nature of the cash that you're talking about, and I think that nature is called dumb money, and I think that's really where what's driving it.
Well, Concrete, you have 3 companies that are going to go public in the next couple of months or years, and the valuation is $3.6 trillion between OpenAI, Anthropic, and SpaceX. Just think about that.
Makes no sense whatsoever.
They're trading at 1,000 times earnings. Even if for SpaceX, I think it's $8 billion currently.
Yeah,
So this is going to be over by May 15th?
What's the date of the, what's that date that it needs to be sorted by? Is that May 15?
Oh, no. The May 15th has something to do with conversation and, yeah. What you say, that? May 1st. Okay.
May 1st.
It's going to be over by May 1st. Did somebody say that?
That's Saturday, right? That's Saturday. Friday, I think, isn't it? Is it Friday or Saturday?
I believe it's
Saturday.
Yeah, Thursday today.
Well, are you already on Thursday?
Wednesday.
No. It's Friday. Friday is the 1st. Thursday is the 30th.
Oh, right. There's only 30 days this month. Copy that.
Yeah, it is a mess.
Yeah. 2 months. A fumble.
We got the
fumble back.
drop the ball bombs. We had to practice dropping bombs.
But daycare, childcare, medical care, all that stuff is a waste of money. Okay.
This could be the win that Mike Johnson said, y'all see, by the time the midterms come, things will be turned around. Remember he said that last week?
Well, I'm trying to see what else.
Brother, I'm gonna pluck them. See, and y'all did it again. But y'all remember me saying it, now I had to say that.
I'm just ready for the spin. You know, I saved your sons. You know, it would have been a nasty war. You know, we would have lost a lot of lives. I saved the lives of millions and millions, if not billions, of Americans. You know, war is nasty. It's gonna spin it and somehow look like Mighty Mouse. If you don't know the cartoon. Don't insult Mighty Mouse.
Is it Mighty Mouse here to save the day? Was that a thing?
I don't remember the song, but I do remember the show. I was a little dude.
Mighty Mouse will save the day. You don't remember that, Divine? Come on, man.
See, you got me by a couple of years. So.
Whoa. Excuse you. Wow.
I used to be the oldest OG. Now you the OG, triple OG.
Wow. You know, that's not right.
It's serious because first ladies, we got to stay on track. Right? If this is true, well, Americans have the damn memory of a goldfish. I mean, at this point, it's like, okay, it happened, it's over. We're just gonna move on. I mean, no one's holding. Who gonna check them? I'm going on mute.
I mean, the sad reality is our forefathers would have been protesting in the streets by now, but we become so complacent with so many Netflix getting to do what they want to do when they want to do it, how they want to do it. And I blame you, Divine.
Check him. We're going to check him. The United States of America, the people. We're going to check him at the polls. We're going to check them and possibly exert some type of influence. Are you giving up already, Divine?
He grew up listening to revolutionaries, and when it came time for him to pick up
Don't sound like it.
Yeah, exactly. He said, I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got.
Say what you made. You don't know me. You don't know me.
Wait. Are you not going to be public enemy, flavor?
I'll be from wherever you want me to be from.
You don't want to own it now. You don't want to own it.
Warrior.
Me? I'm going on mute.
Computer says they know.
Damn it, I think Van is right. Van said, people went outside for ice, but not war. Americans are pro-killing people in the Middle East. Uh-oh. You might have something.
What do you call it, Conky? There's some chum in the water. There's some chum. I mean, he's probably right. I wasn't outside for either, so I guess it doesn't apply for me.
So he'll be on the street for the Epstein survivors, right?
I'm trying to feed these babies. Y'all, but y'all, again, y'all don't know what I'm doing for the culture. Y'all don't know what I'm doing for the future. And I'm not going to sit up here and tell y'all what I'm doing.
Man, you get on this app and yap your mouth. That's all you do for the culture.
Yep, you're right.
You know the truth.
So y'all did talk about Florida redistricting map, right?
Mind your business.
I don't do my taxes. I don't do my taxes. Shut up. I don't do my taxes somewhere and then they do it for me.
I didn't say your taxes. I said your corporate.
So if I'm from the Chuck D era, you're from the MC Hammer era. You know you had the big pan concrete going from
I'm gonna tell you which era I'm from. I'm from NBA YoungBoy. Yeah, we outside, baby.
You said MC, man. Every era we've been outside. Every era, maybe like we outside. We've been outside.
Do we have another Chuck D acting like?
We've been outside from day one with the parks, putting up the DJ equipment in the park. We've been outside. Train you young boys how to be outside. Now y'all talk about the outside. You always been outside. The only thing worse is you said PM Don.
Hey, not too much in PM Don.
Hey, listen.
Emma, what you know about that?
With memory of you. That's what it is.
I don't know about him. Tell me about him.
KRS-One threw him off the stage.
Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. That's all I know about PM Dawn. He got on stage and KRS-One threw him off the stage.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play this real quick. Because I think y'all talking about rap music right now, right?
Patty hate black men for frolicking.
Thousands of miles of hidden coves.
It's an ad. I can't go past it.
Find your own little slice of heaven in the Florida Keys and Key West.
UAE is a major oil producer, founding member of OPEC. How significant a move is this? This is very significant, Becky. It brings a 59-year relationship to an end, and we just saw this posted on local media, and this is the statement. I want to read you a little bit of this because it gives you some insight into what the UAE government is thinking. They say this decision came after a thorough review of the UAE's production policy and its current and future capacity, and in view of what the national interest requires and the state's commitment to contribute effectively to meeting the urgent needs of the market. Meanwhile, geopolitical fluctuations continue in the near term through the disturbances in the Arabian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, which affects supply dynamics as the basic trends indicate continued growth in global energy demand in the medium and long term. So just to give you a little bit of insight in terms of the UAE's capacity right now in terms of what they want to be producing by 2027. We know they want to take that production up to around 5 million barrels per day by 2027 right now. In terms of what the OPEC rules have been, it's around 3.5 million barrels per day. So clearly there's always been sort of an undercurrent of trying to increase the amount of production from the UAE, but this is absolutely significant. We need to look at the timing of this while we see restrictions in the Strait of Hormuz, which of course has affected the movement of oil and products from specifically in the Gulf states. And also quite important to note in terms of the underlying messaging here, you've got to remember remember that Qatar withdrew from OPEC in 2018, and that was a very symbolic move, moving more into gas. Here we have a significant oil producer, Becky, that is now withdrawing from OPEC and OPEC plus countries. You've also remember that Russia joined the OPEC membership in around 2016. That caused quite a lot of questions in terms of the way that OPEC was looking at the overall production capacity of all nations that were included. But OPEC's premise, Becky, is about controlling supply and demand and, of course, stabilization of the oil market. We're looking at a very different scenario now where we've got Brent crude prices sitting at $111 a barrel in a very new reality where you've got this energy supply shock coming to the fore. And the UAE taking this very interesting stance here. They also say stable global energy system depends on flexible, reliable, and affordable supply. The UAE investing in evolving efficiently and responsibly, prioritizing, they say, stability, affordability, as well as sustainability. They also mention that they joined OPEC in 1967. This was prior to the formation of the UAE. So this is a very long-standing relationship. OPEC members, of course, standing, around 11 now. Once the UAE decides to leave, it's going to happen on the 1st of May.
$110 a barrel. Thank God I got electric. I can't lie. That's okay.
Friday.
The thing is that at this level, the American oil producers are making they're making super profits. So someone's getting really rich.
You remember how Michael Burry was able to predict the collapse of the subprime mortgages? Where is that guy in this financial economic cycle who is able to read the tea leaves in such a way to see where it's going to collapse? I hear a lot of people talking about private credit, but I feel like private credit is not big enough to collapse the system. So I'm wondering what other corners, maybe software, tech, where are the Ponzi scheme charlatans, right? They're all there somewhere doing something. Enron, AIG, WorldCom. There's got to be a batch that are currently doing what they were doing. I'm just wondering, when is it all going to collapse?
Hey, Concrete, you really wanted to know what's happening with Michael Burry?
Yeah, I like Michael, but he's behind the Substack wall now, right? He doesn't release his content for free anymore.
No, he doesn't. I mean, he used to be tweeting all the time.
Yeah,
about what he's doing. But in last year, he liquidated everything. He shut down his hedge fund and everything. So, and it says online that he's shifted heavily into options. So, and he's probably he said he's more bearish on his bets nowadays. He he's been mentioning like a AI bubble bursting, things like that. So he's probably betting on that in the future, but we don't see anything that he's doing right now.
Yeah, the thing about being early is it looks just like being wrong. And it's costly, especially when you're trying to short. People have been trying to short Tesla for a long time and losing their shirts. Because
he's still shorting Tesla. I was like, yeah, he's been shorting Tesla for a while.
Yeah, since last year.
Like when you say shorted, you mean he has a short position, or he just
he has a short position. He has a short position in Tesla. I don't know if he's closed it out since he closed out his fund, but he's been calling that. He's saying Tesla's overvalued, and he just doesn't see, especially with the advancement in Chinese EV technology, he doesn't see the moat that Tesla have, especially for all American EVs coming online. And he thinks that Musk just overpromises and underdeliver. And Tesla is still trading at 100 times earnings, which he says is unrealistic because
Yeah, and Tesla shifted heavily. Like they're not going to be making cars. They're going to be straight up AI. You know what I mean? So AI and robots. So and then
that's Musk. That's Musk trying to fool people.
Yeah, and Bernie's he knows that he's saying that there's going to be AI bubble burst. So if that's the case, and Tesla's shifting to AI. They're betting everything on AI, then and if that bubble is right, then he'll be right.
The crazy part about it is, I think Elon is definitely running a Ponzi scheme.
He is.
But
I agree with you, Congressman.
Oh wow, that's the first person to agree with the thesis. But the thing is, if this SpaceX IPO goes off without a hitch, he would have won. That's it. It's over. I don't think he can get caught.
No, but concrete. Did you hear what I don't know why people are so enamored by Elon Musk. They like under a spell. He agreed to list on the NASDAQ, but first normally you have a period of time where you could be added to the index fund of the NASDAQ, and they agreed to add him in like a short period of time. Normally it takes like almost a year to be added to the index. And he's going to be added in a shorter period of time, and that's unheard of. You're not supposed to be able to negotiate shit like that. But basically, he went to them and told them, "Hey, I could list my company IPO on all the exchanges, but I'm bringing it to Nasdaq. But I want this and that. I want this favor from Nasdaq." And the thing about it, it exposes a lot of people because a lot of people invest in those index funds. And the fact is that now you're exposing them to a company that's going to come. Trading at almost $1,000 valuation. The gross margin on it sucks when SpaceX comes to market. SpaceX is a worse of a Ponzi scheme than Tesla. And if people dip in it, a lot of people who invest in index funds, a lot of retirement accounts is going to lose a lot of money. Because listen, it's going to come to market at a $1.something trillion valuation, and the stock is going to crater after that. People are going to lose their shit.
See, and I think that's a brilliant idea to get immediately a part of these mechanical purchases or investing where they have to invest in it based on their like investment mandates. So that's definitely brilliant. Whether or not I think there's too much excitement around him for it to immediately crater. Like why don't you think it would have any resilience in the same way that fucking Tesla has resilience? Tesla has resilience. As a stock in the face of him doing the how hit, him getting kicked out of Doge, him doing all kind of wild stupid shit, and then these MFers, the CEO here, these MFers keep buying and keep believing. Why don't you think SpaceX will have the same type of resilience?
Yeah, because sooner or later people are going to ask, where is the profit? Where is the revenue? Because even with SpaceX and Starlink, for instance, the valuation of Starlink is based on their subscriber base is going to go to like 10 billion people, which is unrealistic. You don't really have in the world, and that's the thing that where Musk has been able to sell people. And then you also have Amazon coming online, and Amazon has been able to hook up with a bunch of airlines to have them add to their fleet. And Amazon is going to come in with faster with a greater bandwidth, with faster internet than what Musk currently offers. So he's going to have competition. So now he's never going to meet those rosy goals, especially with the Chinese version coming online. Europe also going to be launching their own satellites. The Chinese, Europe. I even heard India's trying to get into play. So there's a lot of companies trying to get into play. But I gotta go.
Anything else? Agree?
Nope.
Okay, cool. I have a topic. So some people may have seen this Disney. I don't know what's going on with the FCC. If I were MAGA, I would be really upset with the FCC. So the FCC is calling on Disney. They're reviewing Disney's broadcast license in the midst of this Jimmy Kimmel thing. Let me read it from this aggregator. The FCC is reportedly prepping a review of Disney's broadcast licenses a day after late night. And I think this is breaking this morning, so people hadn't heard it. A day after late night comic, Jimmy Kimmel refused to apologize for a remark that First Lady Melania Trump had, quote, the glow of an expectant widow, a crack that had reignited a feud with President Donald Trump. The agency's review of the ABC parent company's right to broadcast its programming over public airwaves wound up the pressure on the entertainment powerhouse. Semaphore reported after that's the editorial, I apologize. The Semaphore report, later confirmed by CNN's media chief analyst Brian Stelter, said the move, quote, would be a major escalation by FCC boss Brandon Carr. The 8 ABC licenses are not due for review for another several years, by the report. Kimmel made the joke before the stuff happened, and I don't think Jimmy Kimmel was funny. I know people say, I don't even understand what people look. That's like a basic joke. If you were to go to a roast or like, that's pretty basic. I'm a little thrown off. Brian, you're MAGA or you support Trump. And do any Republicans have an issue with the government literally going after the so-called free press and media because of Jimmy Kimmel's jokes? This is kind of insane. It's kind of insane.
I think there's a lot of people who think it's inappropriate and incendiary and inciting in some ways, but
also,
yeah, I don't.
What was inciting?
Well, just that he's normalizing the thought of Trump being assassinated, just like what's
the man is almost 80.
I got it. So I don't know that. So comedy in the course of a comedy routine, you understand as incitement. I just want to make sure that's what you're suggesting. Because it was, I don't know if you saw it, it was part of like a little skit that he was doing, like roast style. You've seen those roasts, right? Like the roast, like they roasted Donald Trump before he was president. You've seen the roast. You're familiar with roast, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't give it any credence. I certainly wouldn't stick the government on it. I don't think that's appropriate. I would rather see just people, not tune in.
Okay. I'm trying to understand though, why would the FCC look at Disney's licenses over that? That's kind of strange. Anyway, I appreciate your answer. I don't think it's incitement. I mean, I thought y'all were the free speech people. It's kind of weird. Anyway, anybody else? Okay, there goes my topic. You guys could talk about IPOs and other gobbledygook.
Not gobbledygook.
Nobody wants to talk about this stuff I talk about. So they can talk about the Tesla.
Wait.
And pipelines.
Okay.
I think there's a legitimate effort by.
I can go first, and then Brian, if you want to follow, you can. I think it's an intimidation tactic. I don't even know if it would get to court. The court would completely throw it out. I think it may be I think it's an intimidation tactic and maybe red meat for the base. But comics, late night comics, mainstream or not mainstream, do these kinds of jokes all the time. And this is not an incitement for violence, especially in comedy. There are Supreme Court cases on comedy and parody in particular that is protected speech. Like if someone does a parody of your song, you actually can't sue them. The Supreme Court says it's a very protected, it's especially protected. Sorry, all speech is protected, but this is a special category in American law for parodic speech. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think they're just trying to get people on the left. So I think what's happening is a lot of people on the left are question, when does the left go too far? And I think Jordan Peterson kind of popularized this phrasing or questioning several years ago. And he was talking about they went to Canada, a statement or an effort to try to think this is too far. It may not be illegal, it may be legally protected, but at what point do we as a society say we need to start reining in some of the, violence? But
what does left or right have to? What does left or right have to do too far? I mean, if one side, if somebody kills 20 people, everybody thinks that's too far. What does the left part have to do? That was a little confusing.
Well, because there's a lot of philosophy behind, Marcuse's repressive tolerance, where movements on the left are supposed to be tolerated, and any movement or efforts on the right are supposed to be not tolerated. So we've gotten into this, philosophical divide where anything the right does, even in retaliation to being provoked or attacked or whatever, is unacceptable, right? But when the left does it, it's condoned, it's rationalized.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, well, like what we're talking about, Jimmy Kimmel talking about,
he said you have to globalize, right? Okay. So when Fox News made all types of horrible slander against Barack Obama or right-wing comics that had licenses, did his FCC or Biden's FCC or any Democrat FCC move, or Rush Limbaugh used to say the most horrific things about people. Did he lose his license? I'm just wondering, because you said it wasn't condoned on the right. So what were the actions? Or just give me some of the punishments that people on the right suffered. I'm not, it's not a gotcha. I'm literally taking you in good faith. Can you just give me
mostly
Republicans?
Laws restricting praying outside of abortion clinics, right? Just any effort that the right tries to uphold as
No, I wasn't clear. I was saying, I'm talking about the speech. So laws outside of clinics, you have to have safe passage. You're not allowed to block people from coming in. I'm not talking about that. I was saying, you said we were using the Jimmy Kimmel as an example, and so Brandon Carr and his FCC is going after them through licensing. I'm saying, what was an equivalent of that Democrats or the left did around right-wing broadcasters? That's all I was asking.
Well,
since it's not condoned because of Marcuse, nobody knows who about Marcuse is.
A lot of cancel culture.
No, I said at the level of the government. No, I'm talking about the First Amendment. Come on, Brian, stay with me, brother. I'm saying the level of the government.
Specifically, you could say the IRS going after the right-wing organizations. What was it, like 10, 12 years ago? When IRS was targeting right-wing organizations. Even today you have TPUSA chapters that are not allowed to form on universities. So it's just a broader effort to discourage efforts by the right.
One second. That happens on all sides.
Yeah, I agree.
Liberty University. One second. Liberty University doesn't allow, like, right-wing universities. You're kind of changing the argument. I'm just trying to understand at the level of at the level of, you said the Jimmy Kimmel thing. So you said, according to people on the left, whether they know it's Marcuse or not. First of all, I have to say, you people on the right online have made some of these French postmodernists far more popular than they ever were. So nobody here knows anything about Marcuse. Marcuse was a quack on a lot of this stuff, but y'all keep him alive. That's the discussion. So, but you said that it's condoned when the left does the Jimmy Kimmel thing, but not like when the right wing can. So I'm asking you, which right wing comedian on television or radio or told those kinds of jokes about their political antagonists or people on their side did the FCC, that would be the government, go after? If you don't know it, you can just say that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't researched it.
Oh, okay, cool. That's cool. Yeah, that's all I was asking. I don't want to think it's like a quiz. I was just asking. That's fine. You think that universities should be compelled to let TPUSA be on their campuses?
No, I think the example was given because there are places that accept left-leaning organizations like gay rights or those kind of.
No, that's not an organizations. Gay rights is not an organization.
Advocacy groups. Advocacy groups for right-wing causes, but then they're repressive or intolerant of right-wing advocacy.
Do conservative universities do the same?
Yeah, of the handful of, what would you call conservatives? Probably kind of one hand.
I would say a lot of religious. I'll give you examples.
Yeah,
I would say a lot of religious.
Let me give you examples. Right-leaning or conservative.
Can I give you examples? A lot of them. Can I give you examples?
Not in relation to the total number.
Can I give you an example?
Sure.
I'll give you an example. Well, whether it's out of proportion or not, that wasn't your claim. Your claim was one side is condoned and the other side is not.
Yeah,
and I'm telling you that if you belong, like, sir, there are lots of religious universities, Bible colleges, the big ones like Brigham Young, Mormon, Catholic, they don't allow certain groups either. But that's a complete red herring. We were talking about the force of the government. So this is the FCC. They control licensing. So they're reviewing licensing years in advance. So you said you have an example. That's fine. I do have to say this is a jump on my point. Right-wingers always show their thoughts and beliefs when they're in power. The view of right-wingers collectively, not all of them, is all when they're in power. It is not when they're out of power. When they were out of power, they were very pro-free speech. Now they're in power, and they want to use the federal government to shut people down. It's pretty disgusting. By the way, Jordan Peterson, is he alive? Is Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, I think he's struggling.
What's he struggling?
I think he's recovering. He went through some drug addiction. I guess.
Wait, the man who used to castigate people for not having their lives together and being bewildered, and bothered by left-wing ideology and wokeness, became a drug addict himself? That can't be true.
I think he went through some treatment for various health issues, and those treatments ended up leading to an addiction and then some neurological issues.
Did he try the Bible? I know he turned into a cat. The Bible could save him.
Do I think the Bible can save him? Well, I think,
let me not ask.
Psychosomatically, it may contribute to
the week looking to find one. Brian, I appreciate the back and forth. I'm glad that you agree with me that the federal government should not be going after people's licenses because of jokes.
Yeah,
that's kind of insane. Yeah, that's kind of insane. So I'm glad we agree on that. That's kind of silly. Brian, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm surprised you actually voted for Donald Trump. Support Donald Trump. I'm being very honest. I've heard you talk many times. The things that you seem to care about the most at a policy level, Donald Trump is farther away than the Democrats are. Now, the ideological stuff about the left, the way you come into your paragraphs that you think through and sort of nobody responds to in the chat, I understand that. But did you hear about Donald Trump buying Spirit Airlines?
I heard they were trying to bail him out because they thought it would kind of like the automotive industry collapsing many years ago. I think he's trying to. I think they look at it like a bailout that'll prevent widespread economic collapse. He's probably doing it politically, to help his chances in the next election. I think if the economy tanks, he's screwed. I mean, he's going to have to overcome a lot for the economy to turn around in the next several months, and I think he just looks like that is.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about. That's like socialism. He wanted to nationalize an industry. You always talk about like the left and all this stuff. He's already done that with in the chip manufacturing, and now he's thinking about getting a 90% stake of an airline. That's like literal socialism. Not like, the Democrats are raising taxes to pay for child care programs. That's like crude definitional socialism. No Democrat has done that in our lifetime. To take over like a literal mean of production. Y'all just hate black people. I'll be honest with y'all. Y'all are just into the culture war stuff. Y'all are just into the culture war stuff. It's race stuff. It's gay stuff. It's trans stuff. It's all culture war. That matters far more to you than the economics. That's what I understand. That's what I believe. Because that's wild. The way you say you hate leftism and Marxism is evil and slavery, and you have a president who has nationalized part of the chip industry, and now is considering
that one I can see for security, national security interests, given all the weaponry and military technology that's reliant on.
But it's a private company. No, but it's not. But they did it through a private company. It's not like they started the U.S. chip manufacturing and get the Defense Production Act going. I can understand that too. And now they're doing that. They're thinking about using the DPA with General Motors. Did you see that?
I didn't see that.
I don't know, man. I think you're okay with slavery and socialism and Marxism as long as a Republican doesn't. I gotta be honest with you. It's very inconsistent.
I would not be in favor of that.
But Trump is doing it, and you voted for him 3 times.
Well, I'm not in favor of that part of his policy. That's why
I know, but I'm saying
MAGA or even Republican.
I know, but that seems to be your main issue.
Views on stupid shit that he does.
I know, but that seems to be your main issue, and you call it evil and slavery. So I figured those were your first principles, what you hold most dear.
Marxism.
And so let me finish that point. And so that's one of the mysteries that point. And so that's why it seems to me that they're less important than the trans stuff to you. So let me ask you a question. What's more important to you? Not having trans people in women's sports, or keeping socialism and communism away from America? What's more important to you?
The second one.
Okay, cool. I appreciate you. All right, I'm done. I invited Alex, who said I was sick for what I said about Jordan Peterson. So I couldn't care less about Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson went around denigrating people and mocking them, saying all types of things, horrible things about human beings and populations. I don't give a fuck about him or his addiction. Fuck him. He's a public figure. Couldn't care less. He didn't care about other people. He was a disgusting person in many ways. And a liar. And that's why those young boys cooked him on Jubilee. Couldn't care. Oh my God, look how I'm a bad person. Talking bad about Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is up my nuts.
Wishing people dead that you don't know. Horrible person. Dead.
Yeah, I think Mussolini. I think that, since you mentioned Hitler earlier, in 1938, Hitler it started in 1937. He wanted to surround Czechoslovakia. If you remember, Czechoslovakia was formed as a result of World War I. I believe about half the population in Czechoslovakia, clustered on its western side, were German-speaking and of German derivation. about a quarter significant. And remember, Hitler wanted to surround Czechoslovakia. He wanted to consolidate all of Central Europe. So that's why in 1937, you got a fascist regime, that prime minister, I forget his name, in Austria. Hitler says, well, actually, you're going to join under us. And remember, they annex, you all remember, they annex Austria. Several months later, the president, prime minister of Hungary, goes to the Allies and said, even though we had signed the so-called tripartite pact, we actually want to negotiate a way to join the Allies. What does Hitler do? He takes over Hungary, you see. So you've got Hitler here, you got Germany, he's working his way west and south, you got Poland and north, and they're surrounding what used to be Czechoslovakia. You have suffering, death, pestilence, destruction, all the things you talked about, Elder Taha. I've never met Hitler.
Well, I didn't wish.
I'm almost done. Don't interrupt me while I'm speaking. I never met Hitler. But if I could go back in a hot tub time machine and I was alive at the same time, I would also want him dead. It's fine wanting people dead who you've never met if they're going to bring evil and pain to the world.
That's bullshit. That's your interpretation.
Man, let me ask you this question. Do you think the world would be better off if there were no conservative or supporters of conservative ideas?
Man,
of course not.
Man.
My favorite writer is Edmund Burke. What are you talking about?
So then what are the conservative ideals or ideas or positions that are best?
As a Negro in America, I'm very skeptical of an intrusive federal government or government generally because who on protecting the rights of their citizens. So I like the conservative emphasis on liberty. And for me, I believe. Can I answer your question? You asked me which principles I want. I'm 2 sentences in. Go ahead, Brian. Once people interrupt me now, I just stop. You can. I don't care.
Okay, so focusing on government overreach, which party violates that more than the other? Did you say
it depends on the time period? It depends on the time period. I don't think. Today. Republicans for sure.
How so?
That's not even close. Getting rid of bottom.
This guy
getting rid of. What are you doing? Elder, the man. I'm talking to
I'm saying Brian interrupted me. I wanted to ask you a question real quick on Hitler, and Brian just jumped in for a second.
Okay. Go ahead, Elder.
No, I just wanted who was more dangerous in your opinion, Hitler or Joseph Stalin? Who was more dangerous, Hitler or Joseph Stalin?
One half one way, 50% the other way. Go ahead. Anything else?
50%. Oh my God. Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. That kind of question is a question that a very precocious 4th grader would ask. And then by the time they got to 5th grade, they would realize how silly of a question that is.
No, it's not.
All right, Brian, can I answer your question?
No, it's not, man. Stop lowering the question, man. No, it's not. The reason I asked that is that American
Brian,
was so...
Yes, please.
I've answered your question, 50-50. Republicans. Yeah, I would say Republicans. Yeah. Now, did you want me to give examples?
Yes, please.
Yeah, cool. So I think a lot of stuff around book banning. Democrats used to do this. People on the left used to do this around books that had the word nigger in it. I've never supported me, but I think wrong-headed people wanted to get rid of, say, Huck Twain. Oh my God, Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, for example, never made sense to me. You cannot understand American literature, and I would argue American culture in any full way as just studying it without going through someone like Twain and what his work touches on and what touched his work. It's literally impossible. So, for example, if you study history of humor or whatever, I don't need to go through all this stuff. You have to have it as a kid. You don't have to have it as an adult. But I'm saying, I thought Democrats, people on the left, liberals, leftists, I don't think leftists were, but they were wrong. I see that now with the Republicans. I think the Republicans using in the states, Florida, Oklahoma, etc., to outlaw at the state level what could be taught is insane to me. That seems to be an incredible overreach and infringement upon individual liberties. I can give like 50 examples, not 50. I give like 25 examples without thinking. That's one. Would you like me to give another one?
Well, let me ask you this first one.
Sure.
Here.
Okay.
So if would you agree that there is a threshold so far as content in relation to a certain age? Like, you wouldn't want to give porn to a third grader.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So there is a limit. You're just saying the Republicans have gone over what you consider to be an acceptable threshold of banning things.
What was it called? I gotta look it up. What was the thing when we grew up? Was it called the Berenstain Bears? Remember the Berenstain Bears? Is that what it's called? Remember that? The Bernstein or Berenstain Bears?
Yeah, the family bears.
Do you know those got banned in Florida under their new laws? Berenstain Bears books? Do you know there was a you like baseball? You're an old half Negro. You like baseball. Do you remember Roberto Clemente? They got rid of Roberto Clemente biography for young adults because it talked about, he struggled, coming out of the Negro Leagues or whatever. Like, what? So yeah, I can give you more. The fact that the federal government is using the National Park Service. Now, this one they did change because it was outrage. I don't know if you saw this. To change the materials at the Medgar Evers house in Mississippi. Did you hear about this?
Change the materials, like the blurbs and the
brochures, the blurbs, what you would learn. Because they didn't want, because it was too incendiary to talk about racists. He was killed in when was Medgar Evers killed? 63? 61, 63, whenever it was. Eric 60. Oh my God, I'm forgetting Medgar Evers was 63. Somebody had Medgar Evers 63. Yeah, 63. Did you not know that?
Okay, so then we agree. There is.
1 second. Let me give you another one. The federal government also uses National Park Service to get rid of an exhibit in Philadelphia that talked about the founders and slavery. It's literally impossible, regardless of what you think about slavery, to talk about early America without slavery. They ordered the placards to be taken down. I've walked past those placards. They actually need to be updated. Why would they do that? That is clearly a suppression on individuals' ability to learn. Yeah, that's what Republicans do. I can give you more. Those are just small examples. I can give you more. So should I give you more? Let me give you another one. The anti-protesting laws that came as a result of the so-called Summer of Love and George Floyd. The protections for, what some would argue, running over protesters in states like Florida. Give you a whole bunch of stuff. I give you a whole bunch of stuff. Now, you might not like this one. A biggie is Dobbs. I can give you a whole bunch of stuff. The defense secretary comes in and wants to change stuff on the Tuskegee Airmen, because that's DEI. I was talking about the Tuskegee Airmen, DEI, they were war heroes. That's the Republican Party of today. It's an assault on freedom of speech, an assault on freedom of conscience, an assault on bodily autonomy. Women want to get medication, mifepristone, I believe it's called, from doctors who are allowed to prescribe them. The Republicans want to stop their ability to send them into their states. Yeah, I would say the Republican Party today.
Yeah, I fully support Dobbs. I think it should be settled at the local or state level.
Why? Why?
Why?
Yeah.
so that you give people the chance to choose. If they really want to live in a state that protects life and restricts abortion, then they can live there. If they don't, they live somewhere else. So federal one-size-fits-all doesn't, align with that individual.
So how would that be different than any other? Because that involves the individual body. So then do you think they should overturn Loving v. Virginia? Aren't you a product of an interracial coupling?
I'm not familiar with Loving.
How are you not from? Okay, so let me explain it to you. There was a black woman and a white man in the state of Virginia, and they wanted to marry, and there were a set of anti-miscegenation laws. Interracial, not only marriage. I was actually reading some of these statutes 2 weeks ago. I don't know, why was I reading these statutes? I can't remember. Not only do people should know, was interracial marriage illegal, and I do know, you do know what Loving v. Virginia is. I know you do, but I'll explain it for the people who might not remember. But interracial sex was, and other types of intimate relations. Loving v. Virginia rendered those anti-miscegenation statutes, policies, and procedures to be unconstitutional. So my question becomes, why shouldn't that go back to the state level? If people want to live in states that allow for interracial coupling in marriage, they should choose to. If I want to live in a state like Mississippi that says Negars and whites, or Asian people and Latinos, or whites and Latinos to be the other, I think my state should be able to decide that. Go ahead and explain the difference.
Yeah, technically, I would say that should go back to the states as well. And the people who, want to live in a state that elects and supports, racism or segregation can suffer the consequences.
I mean, it's great. And so let's go down to other things with the Constitution. Let's go to the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment outlaws the holding of human bodies, the buying and selling and trafficking. It's called slavery. Why shouldn't certain states be allowed to, for their economies? Let me give you an example. Texas could really use slavery in 2026 in the Rio Grande Valley area to build those houses. I think that you could start a slave trade. You could get Mexicans and others from Central America, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama. I'll come back to the Panama slave trade. I had 2 girls I used to mess with who were Panamanian. Let me just say that I'm not sure why people like going to Colombia more than Panama, but that may be a colorism issue. But let me continue. So, what about slavery? Should we repeal the 13th Amendment and allow certain states to have slavery because it could help their industries?
Well, slavery is different because it violates, I think, one of the basic libertarian or basic human rights, which is live and let live. So if you violate, my 2 basic premises that I use foundationally are live and let live and the freedom to swing your fist and to enhance my face. So that includes the non-aggression principle, that includes individual liberty, that includes private property. Almost all of my philosophy flows from those 2 statements, and slavery violates the live and let live premise or maxim, if you will.
So how does a prescription on marriage?
Slavery is different.
How do proscriptions against marriage not violate that?
I have a right to marriage. Marriage is not a human right, but life is a human right.
Oh, okay. So then what about abortion? So if I have something I'm carrying in my body and I want it out, why should others tell me what to do, what's in my body?
Because that life is its own independent, has its own independent set of rights.
According to what?
According to biology.
But how does it? According to biology. So see, this is a little bit strange to me. So that means that I, as the carrier, don't actually have control over my body, which would violate your principles.
You have control over your body, but not the separate body that lives inside you.
Okay, so I want it out of me, though. So I'm 3 months pregnant, and I want control of my body. I don't want it. Libertarians are very clear on this, by the way. I don't want it in my body. I no longer want it taking my blood. I no longer taking my nutriments. I keep nutrients. My nutrients. I drink all this green juice and I'm not getting enough vitamin D, the baby's getting all of it. I want it out of me. I want it flushed out of me. Why do I have to keep it in me to grow? If my hair's falling out, my skin is messed up, it's rearranged. I mean, Brian, have you been pregnant before?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You may transition or something. It rearranges your organs. Does all kinds of things. It could implant in the wrong place. All types of stuff. I want it out of me. It's strange that for you that doesn't violate the principle. I think you're a little inconsistent on that. But I want to keep going to the other thing.
Well,
what about women voting?
You're accusing me of something. Let me at least explain. The issue is you took on the responsibility of getting pregnant. So once you committed, well, because with that decision comes the obligation to protect that life that you volitionally created.
According
you have to have sex. You didn't have to have unprotected sex. You created a life volitionally, and now you have the obligation and responsibility to protect that life if you want to give it up for adoption. That's fine. But where are you getting that right from? According to the right to life.
No, but where? So you said you believe in that sort of thing. So now you're laying responsibility for something that you did. So that means because I did a thing, this is what your logic is. Because I did a thing and there was a consequence of that thing, I now no longer get your original first principle, which is to live and let live. So you don't believe in the inviolability of your first principle. If you have sex and get pregnant, you lose it. Okay, I mean, it's a little bit strange, but
I'll tell you, if you mentally contort yourself, but it's consistent from the standpoint that you chose to take on the responsibility of having unprotected sex, or you had sex and you were not in a position, for whatever reason, to carry forth that baby and deliver that baby. So then you bear the responsibility. So the life now, once created, didn't have to exist. It didn't have to be created. You didn't have to have sex. You didn't have to get pregnant.
I understand
But once you create that life, that entails the responsibility and the obligation to protect that life.
I understand what you're saying. And what I'm saying is this. That means that life is more important and has higher value than my life. And so you don't believe in living.
That's not what I'm saying. That's too different.
You literally just said you have a responsibility to do something. So if I have a responsibility to X, my responsibility to X trumps or supersedes my responsibility to myself.
False. No,
that's what you just said.
No, it isn't. Let me explain. So it's different if you go out and have sex and you have an unwanted pregnancy, and you choose to have an abortion because you don't like the father or economics or whatever.
Maybe for any reason.
Volitionally. Then that's what I'm talking about. It's different. It's fundamentally and philosophically different from the exception rare cases where if you deliver the baby, you're going to die. That hardly ever happens because all they would do is conduct a C-section, and the pregnancy that puts the mother's life in danger. And in that case, I would support abortion.
Right. So your principle of live and let live is conditional, not absolute.
Yeah, I don't think there is a subjective. It is not conditional.
There you go. So I don't understand why marriage would extend to that.
Well, because right to life is fundamentally different than a right to marriage.
Why? Most people think that a right to marriage is part and parcel for the right to life. Well, if not right to life, it's part of liberty, I guess. Why? Because you'd be infringing upon people's liberty to do something, which is a foundational right of human organization and human society, at least in recorded history. But we can move on from that. I appreciate it. What about voting? Do you think that states should be allowed to restrict voting based off of immutable characteristics?
You mean like if you're black, you can't vote, or if you're a woman?
Let's do a woman. Let's do the 19th Amendment. A woman.
Do I think that if you're a woman, you should?
Do you think states? I'll say it again. Do you think states should be able to restrict the franchise based off of immutable characteristics? The immutable characteristics could be having a third nipple and a sixth toe. It doesn't matter what it is. Talking at the level of abstraction.
No.
Why?
Because I think if you're a participant in that society, you're subject to the laws, then you should have a voice. Now, there's an argument to be made that originally, landowners or certainly certain men got to vote because they were the ones who were suffering the most consequences of the laws, right?
Depends on the area and state, but that's good enough.
Yeah, okay. But basically, that was the argument, right? You're a woman, you can't own property, you can't run businesses, whatever, or you're a male, non-landowning, person.
They got rid of that. Yeah, they got rid of that pretty early. That was pretty much gone for white men by 1840. But I know what you're talking about.
But there's I think an argument to be made that our voting system, by allowing any and all residents or citizens in the country, has diluted the voting process, because we have people, myself included, who aren't fully educated on every single issue.
Nobody was.
Right. So then that's what I'm saying. The argument can be made that only certain people who are most impacted by the laws and
what does that mean? How do you measure impact?
Well, probably I think the previous, what would you say, classification was landowners, right?
Okay. Well, so they were in 26.
Well, I think that
this is not an agricultural society.
Yeah, I think that'd be the counter argument, is that everybody has some say in the economy of the consumer.
You've moved on from the abstracted level to applied. Let's stay at the normative level. Let's go back to it. So you don't think that? All right, cool. All right, okay, cool. Yeah, so then, what do you do with slaves in that society? Should they be able to vote?
What you mean, like in 1865 after?
No, in your society, we're constructing your society. You said in your society, slavery should be allowed in the state. That's what you said, which is fine. Oh, I thought you said slavery should be allowed because that would be people with.
I said slavery should not be allowed.
Oh, not slavery. Oh, I apologize. Yeah, you did say not slavery. It was yeah, my bad. Not slavery.
You asked me then about marriage.
Oh, marriage. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, you did say slavery. That was your main one. I apologize. Yeah, I misremembered. My bad. Yeah, he didn't say that for people who are recording. He did not say slavery. So nobody come back later and say Brian said that. I completely misspoke. That's my bad, brother. Yeah, I appreciate it. So you don't think, so you think there should be no, but okay, let's get away from immutable characteristics. What about like education level? Do you think people with certain education levels should be allowed to vote only? And like, do you think, for example, high school dropouts should not be allowed to vote? Would you be okay with that?
I don't think they should be prevented from voting.
Okay, good. So in your society, just to wrap up, you would be against slavery, against restricting the franchise based on immutable characteristics. Excuse me, but you're fine with states that have abortion proscriptions, except for exceptions. Although some states don't have those exceptions that you were talking about. That's a different discussion.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
I said that's an extreme view.
I know, that's Republicans. That's what I'm telling you. They're more against liberty. That's the Republican states. That's what I'm saying. And then the other one was you're fine with states outlawing it. Let me ask you a question. If my state, banned state, doesn't allow for mixed race, but your state does allow for it, and you're the product of mixed race coupling. Let's say your parents live in the state that does, but your dad gets a job in my state. Should my state have to recognize the marriage of your state? Because we are in a union. So what would you do with interstate comedy?
I think that if you are going to live in that state, pay taxes, vote, and participate in that smaller economy, you should adhere to the laws that are present, that you're subject to. If you choose not to, then don't take the job. Don't live in that state.
Oh, okay, so you don't agree with interstate comedy on marriage?
Well, in this hypothetical, that after a certain amount of time, those laws would all be eliminated because of
Brian, you were in a PhD program. You know how to have normative questions. Stop trying to weasel out. I'm not a dummy. We're talking at the normative level. We're not talking about what you would hope could happen over time. Stop. Now you're doing something that you know you're not supposed to do. You actually know how to think. That's kind of, and it's a little disrespectful because you know I'm not dumb. So don't do that. Well, I would hope. Just stay at the normative level. So you disagree with interstate comedy under marriage then?
Sure. Yeah, because you don't have a right to marriage.
Well, in the nation, you do have a right to marriage.
Well, I'm saying you don't have a human right. You can have a legal right. You have a legal authorization to get married or not married in this case. But if you don't want to live there, then don't live there.
No, but I'm paying taxes that are benefiting. I'm sorry, your parents pay taxes benefited people in those other states. So they're allowed to take my mixed race tax dollars. Just so you know, this is quintessential Jim Crow, which is what you are effectively defending. So they're allowed to take my tax dollars. So I pay taxes in my mixed race state. And then, somebody wants to come up. Dizzy, you can come up, brother or sister. They pay taxes, and you benefit from those taxes. If you're in the military, like you're an officer in the military, high ranking, you may command a battalion. You go and fight for the liberty of the people in that state. But then if I were to go and get called, and you were to go as a mixed race person to that state, because that's where your base is, Fort Bragg, he's a Confederate, you then cannot enjoy the fruits of the state that you just defended with your life and continue to defend. That's fascinating. My second question related, and then I'll follow up. There you go. Is, and I appreciate the conversation. I enjoyed it. You can ask me any these questions too. If you want, I'll tell you. What do you do with mixed race people? So you're a mixed race person. In your state where people are allowed to miscegenation or race mixing is illegal, what about you? Who could you marry in that state? What would you do with a mixed race person? They just can't go to that state, even though they pay taxes to help that state?
Well, I think on the rare occasion that would happen, maybe an exception could be made.
An exception?
I would work to, don't ask, don't tell, right? Like Clinton's don't ask, don't tell policy. Just find some way to work around it until their stupid policy can be completely eliminated.
Okay, so you no longer know. Okay. So in your world, a black person and a white person can't marry in that state. But if you're the product of a black person, a white person, people will look away, even though you look like the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter and everybody knows you're mixed race. You know, mixed race people stand out. It's very clear it's mixed race. Don't ask, don't tell. That's kind of weird. But I appreciate you. Did you have any questions for me on any of these normative claims? I'm happy to answer anything. People never ask me questions. That's fine. I always ask people questions. I'm fascinated. I learn how people think.
I ask you questions.
I ask a question. That's in the back channel. That's different. Go ahead. Do you have any?
You gotta stop these lies, sir. You have to stop.
Okay, that's fair. It's in the front channel. You're a front door kind of
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
And this is a legitimate question. It's a little different. It's quite a bit different, but it is.
Is it political? It's not personal, is it?
No, it's not personal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
What I see, and I think it's pretty apparent in data, is that there's an exodus from blue states. What is towards red states? What is the long-term thinking or the strategy behind doing this? There seems to be a consistent, concerted effort to chase out, high earners, companies, people, millionaires, billionaires, whatever you want to call it, from blue states. They're getting punitively taxed, and they're fleeing to low or no tax, no income tax states, Texas, Tennessee, etc. Why is that? What's the long-term benefit or strategy of that? I can't figure it out.
I don't know. I disagree with the premise in some ways, because what we see is a lot of people who left California for Texas are going back. I don't know if you've been following that. Blue states want to have a robust social safety net and provide services on liberalism. And they think the way to do that is through a progressive tax system that gets us of people like you and Trump voters. Trump is you oftentimes want to go back to America. Excuse me. You just want to go back to America that was great again, but don't want to go back to the tax rates. You ever looked at the tax rates of America in the 1950s? Not the marginal rates, but the effective rates, much higher. Many of you praise Saint Ronald. Victime Pasqualis Laudi, Eleison, Libera Vene Domine, et Lux Internum, in die Illa Tremenda, in die Illa, Amen. Many of you praise. Al, I've invited you up several times, brother. Please come up. It's a very open room. Many of you love Saint Reagan. Et Filus et Spiritus et Patris et Spiritus Sanctus. But if I bring up those tax rates, I'm called a Marxist, communist, fascist, leftist, etc. We just go back to Ronald Reagan's tax rates, right? So that's at the core of their political philosophy. What I don't understand is why red states getting this great infusion of wealth and freedom are at the bottom of every major metric: education, healthcare, environment, access to health care, hospital systems, sewage, etc. If, as you suggest, the markets work in such a way where you have open competition, less taxes, less regulation, that sort of capitalistic engine will power the great human flourishing. Why is Oklahoma such a shithole? Why is Arkansas such a shithole? Why is Alabama such a shithole? Why is Mississippi such a shithole?
I just don't think economically, I mean, if what you're saying is true, that it's all in an effort to improve the quality of life, then why chase away your largest tax contributors? I mean, it doesn't make sense on any level.
It does, because they're not trying to chase them away. What the idea is, and a lot of rich people actually leave. You guys say this like all the rich people leave. Y'all told me that, not you, but people saying after Mamdani became, remember everybody was going to turn Muslim. Remember everybody was going to turn Muslim. They was going to be doing the call to prayer on the subway, and you couldn't eat pork anymore, and the bacon was going to be gone, and all the ladies was going to be covered. Guess what? More luxury real estate has been bought up since he's been there in the last 6 months, Spirit has said, than over the last several years. Y'all always do this. You're running people away. We see high-profile people go away, but guess what? They go away, they come back. All right, let's see what you put from the Wall Street Journal. Between doing the high tax, they lost a massive amount of taxable income to low tax. They become expensive. Now, I agree with you that people leave. One reason why people leave is because blue states are so successful in education, in industry, in innovation, in healthcare, etc. It becomes expensive. So a lot of immigrants want to move in there. A lot of highly educated people and big money makers want to move in there. And some people leave because it's too expensive. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
I just don't understand the philosophy. I mean, it seems deliberate. It seems consistent for, like the article says, over a decade. So, I mean, I just don't know what the goal state is. I mean, trying to think strategically. I'm trying to put a set of reasons or justifications in, let's say, 5-10 years. You're going to have. I just don't know what the end state is.
One second. This is not an article. This is not an article.
No, it's an opinion piece.
It's a letter to the editor by Stephen Moore. It's a little bit more complex than what Mr. Moore, who I believe was kind of the same I did it for, but it's always on TV, and it's frequently wrong. I know who Stephen Moore is. He's frequently wrong, says about it. But I do want to continue. So you say it's deliberate. Can you tell me the tax policy? Do you have any of them, since it's something you follow, of the tax hikes in blue states that have people moving out?
Well, I've been listening to Kathy Hochul.
No, that's happened. That's happened. Not that could happen. That's happened in the period from 2012 to 2023. Do you have any? If not, just say you don't know it. And it's not quibbling. I'm just literally trying to find out.
I would have to look at it specifically. I just look at the way Kathy Hochul and others have.
A lot of stuff doesn't get passed, Brian. You know that. A lot of stuff doesn't get passed. So you disagree with a peditaire. So let's do a specific proposal. So New York is thinking about taxing peditaires. Let me give you the specifics because you might not know. Do you know about the peditaire tax? New York. This is a good example.
I don't think so. I've heard of it.
All right, cool. Okay. So this is a peditaire tax. It is. Tell me why this is a bad thing. So it will bring in. How much would it bring in? I forget which billion to help pay for all types of government service. I can't remember exactly what, but I can give the specifics on that. So they're thinking about taxing pied-à-terres, which everybody knows is not your primary residence. So it is a tax on pied-à-terres worth $5 million or more. Okay. The tax they haven't released yet. It'll be a one-time tax for 0.5% to 4%. So let's just go in the middle and say they're 2%. I have a $100 million home. It's not my primary home. I'm who's a rich person? Bill Gates. Okay. And I got a condo in Tribeca. I spent $100 million from. I got it from Mimi, Mariah Carey. And it's just like honey in love. All I need. You remember her? She's a mixed race person like yourself, Brian. So
you gotta stop spreading these stuff. When you just stop, stay focused. Is Brian really a mixed race person?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I don't lie.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. No, I thought it was a joke at first. Okay, my bad. I just
half the time I'm right.
So,
no, that's not right.
$100 million property or some billionaire. That's what's chasing them out of New York City. So you would disagree with this tax? Break it down. Why?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'd have to get into the boring economics or philosophy of it, but fundamentally,
get into it.
Okay, fundamentally, I think I'm more of an Austrian economics dude, where I look at it like I want as small a government as possible. But what happens is when you have government agencies, or government actors who move to get elected and reelected, they have to promise handouts and benefits and reparations and freebies.
No one's promising reparations. That was a nasty swipe, but keep going.
It sure is. So then they've already implemented
reparations.
People in Chicago, Illinois, right? There's one city, one small city. That's
the Evanston thing. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, the $25,000 if you would. Yeah, but that was from Jim Crow. But keep going. That was for living victims. But keep going. That was a silly example. But keep going.
Okay, but it's still factually accurate. So you have government actors promising these things in order to get elected and reelected. So then what happens is, as we become more prosperous, you have smaller needs. You have lower needs with these broad sweeping policies and promises and freebies. That entails creeping into the private sector. That entails increasing taxes. So like if if somebody wants to get elected and they say, I'm going to provide you free education, I'm going to provide you free healthcare or daycare or whatever. And so then now they have to dip into the pockets of people who don't have children, people who don't own homes, people who don't own businesses in order to fund those promises and those policy initiatives. So now what you're doing is you're obligating, and part of that is legitimate, right? I want the people of a country and citizenry to be invested and have skin in the game when it comes to the basic function of the government. My complaint is when you cross that threshold to say, I'm going to give you free this, free that, then you have to start expanding. It's like mission creep. So now we're down to the point where we've incurred so much prosperity as a nation, and in various cities, some states more than others, but generally speaking, we have more food, than we know what to do with. So we have to pay, folks to not farm. We have to do all these things, and the government getting involved. Bottom line is the government getting involved to promise these freebies ends up causing more harm than good.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cool. I actually, so you're against public education too?
No.
You just listed public education as a freebie that you work in. Do you hear yourself?
No, I'm talking about higher education. I'm talking about higher education.
No, but this stuff would be like public education, universal pre-K. That's what, this is not going to higher. This is a city tax.
Yeah, well, I would be against that.
You're against universal pre-K?
Correct.
Okay. So that's
Who gives a funny fuck, man? Who gives a funny fuck how you feel, nigga? Who gives a shit how you feel, nigga? What you about anyway? We trying to make money, trying to live life. Bitch ass nigga.
Oh my God. I got a lot to do. I'm providing you all look into the Austrian MAGA mixed race mind. I got it. Put your little fingers, just like when you had that Asian lady doing your nails, putting claws on, just rest your hands. I got it. I don't know how y'all get work done, let alone stroking the Johnson. I got it. Let me continue. With American prosperity, without recognizing seriously the investments that go into it. There's a reason why the United States was able to achieve what it was able to achieve technologically post-World War II. It's because there was a massive amount of public investment. There was a massive commitment to an educated populace from the K through higher education level. And Brian and people like him, they don't want to invest in that. They think these things happen magically through markets. And I'm going to tell you, and I'll be done here, and Brian will appreciate it, so we'll end here. The reason why someone like Brian has this mindset, these Austrian, Wagnesian, libertarian, free marketeers, they have this mindset because they know it'll never happen. So you're allowed to have these outlandish economic ideas and ideals and stand strong and proud of them, just like Lena Horne just sang to you at the end of The Wiz. I'm standing strong. Shout out to the Cowardly Lion. You can have these ideals. It's never going to happen. And it happens on all sides. These young anarchists running around, they know it's never going to happen. So what do? They're allowed to be anarchists for their young lives. They have their interracial relationships. They decide not to take showers. The girls got armpit hair longer than the boys. What do? They go to law school in their late 20s, early 30s, and then work at Perkins Coie. Yeah, I was an addict 25 years ago, girl. It was crazy. What you doing now? Oh, girl, I'm hanging out with Ina Garden in the East Hamptons. Of course you are. Because you know it's not going to happen. It's the same thing with these von Mises boys, with this Austrian school, the economics that they esteem at places like George Mason. They know we're never going to go to that. And so they can stand on their principles to the degree that it's principle, like they're standing outside of it. It's like a dumb nigga when they come here and say they don't vote. I don't have any responsibility. And then 10 minutes later, you find out he's a union man, and the only reason why he's getting the health care and job is because he's a union. But he says the government doesn't matter. It's literally the same thing with people like Brian. And they get Neo's not paying attention. I know who this Neo person is. I've met that many times. I'm starting to buy people who always have something to say, and they'll say, I'm just blocking for a week at a time. Can't come on. Just block Neo for a week. You need to be punished. People that talk all the time in chat, they don't come up one time and even say hello. Need to be punished. You'll be punished. And so Brian knows that getting rid of public education, getting rid of public funding to the degree he wants it gone is never going to happen. But he can have these ideals because what we're doing, the rest of society, what he's contributing to, will always uphold them. It's like the MAGAs who come in here who live in blue states. They hate blue states, but live in them and enjoy the blue state protections. It's all like Monica. I at least give her respect who came in here because she lives in a red state. You can tell by her accent. That's speaking. All right, anyway, that's my segment. The black women can have it, and you all can tell us why you, as a regular black woman with a master's degree in human resources, deserve somebody like Klay Thompson, even though you're 6 at best. That's me.
I had a question. I heard something about the edited reparations. Did I hear somebody say it was lip service?
No, he didn't say that.
It's just, I misunderstood.
Breaking news, James Comey just got indicted again. According to CNN, so far the charges were not immediately clear. So James Comey was indicted again. As I've always said, James Comey should go to jail for meddling in the 2016 election and helping Donald Trump win. So if he goes to jail, I couldn't care less. Another Republican in jail.
That was his lawyer, right?
No, he was in the FBI.
No, it was the FBI. Yes.
Remember when
he went to jail already. Huh?
Maxine Waters crashed out? She was like, the FBI director has no credibility. That shit went viral. I definitely agree with Ben. But speaking about the universal pre-K, 3K, hell yeah. I don't know how anyone could be against that. It allows people to go out and get employment. It gives the kids a head start. We used to call it a head start. Y'all know I'm old as whatever y'all want to compare me to being old as. But it was head start and, get these kids started early on learning things that they need to learn instead of sitting at home doing nothing and allowing parents to go out and get jobs. And another thing I love about my state, you make less than a certain amount. We have the Empire college thing where you make below a certain amount, you can go to any state university for free. I mean, this is what it's about. I don't see how anyone could be against any of that.
I'm against all of that for the simple reason of basic economics. Because what happens is when you take a 5-year-old elementary school, that's the beginning of the formation of long-term memory. So if you put kids into school at a mass level, what you're doing in schools showing meaningful and lasting benefit. The data mixed at best.
Okay,
so
that's not true. Let me respond then. What about the part of allowing parents who might not be able to afford childcare to go out and get a job, sir? Like that's one of the main things that I'm talking about. And that other stuff you're saying, that's a problem. Because if a child's not reading by 3rd grade, guess what? There's a jail cell waiting for them. But maybe you don't believe in that statistic. So the sooner that child learns how to read and can build upon some type of literal foundation, numeracy and literacy, they're gonna have issues later in life. I'm done.
Yeah, I agree with that part, but that's different from the argument you made previously. So they're two separate arguments.
Well, to be fair, it's not, because your counter to the was it's basic economics, and your explanation using quote unquote basic economics was that it's a waste of resources because children who attend what we would call pre-K or pre-3 have no difference in outcomes, which is also not true. You just made that up. And then again, you can just say basic economics for everything. So then what would be against you, what Divine said is more economics like, which is talking about what we would call a tax burden, Social Security net or safety net burden of people who would need childcare and not be able to afford it. There will be other things that happen to people who do not work because they're taking care of young children, and the burden that would place in the tax system. I don't call it a burden, but people like you would call that a burden. So like he's actually thinking of this in a more holistic way of how we use our resources as a nation. You're just saying basic economics.
I think he's kind of caught up, and I believe you are too, in this notion that, you know, the sooner the wife can leave the home to go get a job should trump everything. So we need pre-K, we need free daycare, we need to get the woman out of the home and into the workforce. And I think statistics show that, you know, that's not necessarily better for society. I would rather have my wife at home reading to my children and teaching them how to deal with bullies and society and whatever other issues that they supposedly get from pre-K, learning how to figure paint, learning how to use crayons, whatever. I would rather my wife stay at home and do that than have her go out and work some 9 to 5 or some, you know, job that's going to subject her to the, you know, workforce unnecessarily. And she's much more valuable in the home.
Okay, you seem to be a stats guy. Do you know the stats? And I'll look it up. I'm driving on homeschool kids, the social development of students that actually are amongst their peers. So you're saying you're doing the child a disservice by putting them amongst other children, learning how to deal with other children, developing with other children, learning to speak. Don't you know when little babies go to daycare, they start to talk sooner than children that do not? Did you know that?
Yeah,
I don't know what planet you're living on, bro. You wild.
But I can work around that. I can meet with other moms. I can meet with other kids. I can socialize my child with neighbors or family. It doesn't necessarily have to be in school, which obligates the mother to go out into the workforce. So like I said, it's just different values. I'd much rather value my wife being at home with my kids and teaching my children the values that we want them to learn, how to deal with bullies, how to interact with others, how to make decisions, how to respect yourself, all those things, then offloading that or outsourcing that to some random daycare minimum wage worker or some teacher.
Well, that's amazing. So what I hear you saying is that we should increase wages so that people who depend on multiple streams of income, right, which is why a lot of people go to work because they need money. So we need to pay people more so that families have the option of having a parent stay at home. And then for single parent households, what I'm hearing you say is that we need to actually invest in those families so that parents can stay home, which means that we might need to go back to a welfare system that actually incentivizes people to be with their family. We should actually have pro-family, invest more in wages, invest people have the option to do the things you're talking about, right? That's what you're promoting, right?
No.
Wait, why not? Why not?
Because
that would actually get at all the things you just said. So why would
that have the opposite effect? That have the opposite effect, because now what you're doing is you're outbidding the government.
Wait, hold on. It has the opposite effect. So
Explain.
Mothers wouldn't be able to stay at home with children the way that you want.
So what you doing?
And two-parent households would have the option for a parent to stay at home because there's an increase in wages and people could support their family. What's going on?
It's actually anti-American.
Let me explain.
Well, if you can explain as soon as I'm completing thought. Is that okay with you? Okay. So it's very, like I said, it's very much anti-American. Think about the state of our country when you don't want people to come from strong families or be educated. That is a very scary thing, huh? Like let's follow me down this yellow brick road. When you want dumb people around you, or when you want group thinkers around you, or when you only want a herd mindset, or people around you who have a herd mindset, that's because you want it to be very easy for you to manipulate those people. Hello? It is anti-American to want to dumb down people. That was the whole point, my understanding, right, of why we people have the right to a free education in a public library, right? Why would you want to withhold knowledge, information, rigor? Why wouldn't you want people to be able to have metacognitive processes and think about their thinking and what's happening and reflect so that they could be better? Why would you want families to struggle? Just to be running on that hamster wheel, running to try to make ends meet, only for the ends to always consistently be moving. What happened to that American dream? It is anti-American. It is inhumane. Imagine a trajectory of a person's life if they had 2 school years of poor reading instruction, poor math. Do you know how much you've handicapped a person? It's very sad. I don't even understand what the debate about. We're going back and forth. Just say you want dumb fucks around you, bro. Just say, hey, I want to be surrounded by struggle. That's literally what you say when we say, I don't think we should invest into things that are going to make families stronger or, smarter. And now you can tell me what it is that you have to fucking say.
I also want to push back on what you said was not true. Pre-K provides significant benefits by boosting academic readiness, fostering essential social emotional skills, and improving long-term educational outcomes. And I just did a quick Google search. High-quality programs enhance early literacy, math skills, cognitive development through play-based learning, while also reducing achievement gaps and increasing high school graduation rates. Key benefits include children learn foundational skills, including letter sound matching, vocabulary development, counting, and early literacy. Pre-K helps children develop critical social skills like sharing, taking turns, following instructions, and interacting with peers. It also fosters emotional regulation, such as learning to manage behavior and express feelings. Participants are in high school, attend college, and have higher earnings as adults. Research shows high-quality pre-K improves cognitive abilities, providing a strong foundation for elementary school. Activities such as drawing, building with blocks, and running help develop both fine and gross motor skills, and I could go on and on. In addition, quality early education programs specifically help mitigate developmental gaps for children from low-income families. So I'm not sure where you're getting your information that pre-K, no, it makes a distinction with high-quality pre-K, but pre-K is still pre-K. I went to pre-K. In Southern Louisiana, every child went to pre-K. They called it the neighborhood school. because in the country, everybody was considered low income, even though they own their own property in their own house, just because the wages were very low. So, do you have small children is what I wanted to ask you? Because I was a stay-at-home mom whose children still attended pre-K. So you seem to have this idea of stay-at-home moms like Leave It to Beaver's mom, where she just, put on a little apron and tidied up the house. I was a full-on stay-at-home mom, and my children attended pre-K. So I'm just asking you, because the comments that you're making make it seem to me as if you don't understand.
Idea. He says he has 5 children.
Well, I'm saying he has no idea, and I have children as well, so I'm saying that. Because you're assuming, number one, that your wife can do the job of a teacher with a quality education who has literally learned how to instruct children in early education, and I'm submitting that you don't, and that your wife doesn't.
Is Neo willing to speak on the stage?
So I'm challenging that.
I think the bigger mix. So if you look at some of the ideal outcomes, like you're describing from top tier or top pre-K programs, sure, there are some, here and there results where children benefit, but just biologically from a developmental psychological perspective, kids don't start developing long-term memory until they're on average about 5 years old. So when you put them in an academic or rigorous structured environment, it comes at the cost of them perhaps burning out. Maybe they're not old enough emotionally,
that's not true, Brian. Brian, you don't have any evidence of that.
Guys, why are you interrupting me? Let me finish what I'm saying, then you can respond. I'm saying that there are trade-offs, and so not only are you if you take Brother's statement or claims into account, what he's saying is that we should expand the social safety net. We should increase government taxation in order to create this benefit, this freebie for people who may not have children, may not be married, may not want to participate in those things. So again, it's just an encroachment, an overreach of a large government, and too many people, especially on the left, look at these freebies like they're rights. Like I have the right to force someone else to pay for my higher education or my kids' preschool or my free lunches or my whatever freebies they think they have a right to. They also entail or enjoin that expectation with the requirement that government grows in a way that forces other people to pay taxes to cover those things. So I'm just saying the data are mixed at best. While there are some benefits, you could say, to those number of kids who do benefit from it, there are plenty of other negative outcomes where I could easily make the argument, just this last second, make the argument that a kid would be much better off just playing, just creatively playing in a yard, in a playground area, learning how to connect cause and effect relationships instead of being forced to learn this, that, and the other. So, I mean, there's a number of negative drawbacks to this argument.
There are not. And all I'm going to say is
we just have to break the news real quick. There's an active shooter in Norfolk at a Granby High.
Oh, God.
So, yeah, keep them in prayer. Sorry, go ahead. Thank you, Sha, for the information.
What is going on in Virginia? It's always Virginia.
Yeah,
I'm looking more into it now. It just came up on my next door. I'm getting ready to check some other local apps and mom groups and see.
Okay.
So I'm not sure for sure if it was a high school or next door to the high school, but
is Johnny's here? Yeah.
Michael, Brian, that was a bunch of hogwash.
A bunch of bullshit.
Because you're basically saying that kids. So first of all, just because children go to pre-K, you're acting as if it's a full day program. A lot of times pre-K is literally from like 9 to 2. It's a half day program. You're basically submitting that children cannot play outside and do all of those things, and then it actually does not enhance their home experience as well, right? So children are socialized in pre-K. So I have an anecdotal example. My son is considered a high-functioning autistic young person. And literally, when he was 2 to 3 years old, I had him in a home-based daycare, which is what I preferred for my kids. And I was literally told by a psychologist that he needed to be in more of an integrated pre-K program because he would learn socializing skills much, much better. So literally, professionals will also tell parents and individuals, the same for my middle child, who was a little super smart little somebody, that basically staying in a home environment is actually not the best for them, even a home-based daycare, because they would get more interaction. And with my middle child, that would give him a chance to basically have more enhanced learning capabilities. So again, I'm not sure where you're getting this data, where you're getting this information, but it's really, really, really dangerous to have these suppositions is all I'm telling you. Have you ever been a stay-at-home mother, Brian? Just 1 second. Have you ever been a stay-at-home mom? Because I was a stay-at-home mom for a number of years. Have you ever been a stay-at-home parent?
I've been in the military when my kids were small.
Okay, so you're saying that a stay-at-home mother taking full care and responsibility of a home in the military, paying bills, taking care of everything else, literally has the time, effort to sit there and educate a number of children in the manner that they would be educated at a pre-K. So that means taking them for extracurricular activities, taking them to the zoo. And I don't know which pre-K or daycare, but my sister's daycare is like $1,200 a month. I'm sorry, a week. Now I know that's not the standard, but that's that so-called quality level. I can assure you that whatever you and your wife are doing at home, it did not match a quote-unquote quality pre-K. I can assure you of that. So I just wanted to address that. You literally made me come up from the goo to address this foolishness. That's fine. I just wanted to address the foolishness.
I'm just saying.
Brother Brian, I'm not trying to jump you. I don't want to jump you. You know, it's not my style. But I do want to contribute to the conversation with you. Now, while I see that you seem to be the only person up here with an opposing view, especially with something as grave and dangerous as what you're saying, right? I don't feel like you're qualified to have that opinion. Though it's your right to have such, you have not done enough research to make a well-informed decision, right? Based off what you're saying. Now, it is really sad because much like building a home, you don't start at the roof. You don't begin putting in the hard work when that child is in their senior year of high school. What if I told you, especially in education, you get the best results at the foundational level, right? At the primary level, at the early childhood development level. I know I'm just a daycare worker on Clubhouse. You know, I know I'm just a professional babysitter on Clubhouse. But what if I told you when it comes to pedagogy and educational psychology and cognitive development and learning about communities and creating and contributing to communities, you learn those foundational skills in the classroom, right? So I know that parents should be talking to their kids every day and should be reading to their kids every day and should be going over letter recognition and alphabetic principle. This letter has a name and this letter name has a sound. And when you put this letter together and that letter together, it makes another sound. And I know you think that that's happening, but I'm here to tell you that it is not. And I don't think that we can afford to live in a world with any more dumbasses. I like to think that I log on every single day and I say, wow, I have to have a sense of urgency about my work because we cannot afford another one of him. You know? I don't want you to just receive this as, these people won't argue with me. These people just want to be wrong. They don't know the research. Some of us have researched for 15 years. Okay? And I think us starting later in the way we do things and the lack of high quality instruction and the lack of high quality instruction materials is the reason why kids are getting weaker. Supposed to be weaker and wiser, but just academically poor as the fuck. Kids cannot write. Kids cannot formulate thought. Kids cannot make a claim, make a thesis statement, elaborate in the body, Yeah, and then restate that thesis in the conclusion and talk about the overall benefits or the overall harm that whatever it is they talked about could occur or could induce. They don't have that ability. You know why? Because written language is related to oral language. And do you know, I know I went all the way around the road, but I was going somewhere with this. Do you know where kids develop oral language skills? Or we know where they should be developed. But when, let's say that there's that gap of it not happening, which is the truth that we're in, do you know where those things are developed? Brother, Brother Brian, do you know? Is it just yes or no? Yes, where scholars get to practice oral language development skills. Yes, that's what I said. Yes. Do you know? Come on. Know it. Are you playing dumb? Are you playing dumb? Or are you being intentionally obtuse? What was the topic of the conversation? So then why would I not be talking about pre-K, Brian? Brian, what is wrong with y'all in this room? Do y'all not know that scholars and students are used like synonymous in education?
Yes, right.
Oh, okay. You just being dumb on purpose. I'm sorry. How the fuck did you not know that, dummy? No, yes, wow. No, I'm serious. How did you not know that? Because you're limited in your thinking. You're thinking scholar as in scholarship, as in higher education. And even in grade school, we will call kids, we don't call kids. Nobody wants to just be limited to the word students. We'll call them scholars. Scholars and students can be interchangeable. So is it you learning a new meaning of a word, or are you being... You probably never went to pre-K, Janet. That's why. If your ass had gone to pre-K, you would know. So I'm gonna go all the way back. I feel like he's doing this dumb shit all the way. I'm gonna go all the way back to the starting line and hold his hand. I'm gonna do the educator that you probably wasn't, that you should have had growing up, and you probably would have turned out with. Yes.
I'm glad I'm sitting down. This just took my breath away.
Oh.
They can't take my breath away. Like that song. Over the 86-47 picture that he posted on the beach. They're indicting him violation of 20. Hold on. They're saying, wait, is this right? Sorry. A threat to the president.
Oh my gosh.
A federal grand jury in North Carolina has indicted former FBI Director James Comey over a controversial Instagram post from last year that President Donald Trump and members of his cabinet claimed was a threat against. There you go, Brian. There's your thing. Come on, then. You'll keep voting for him and think the Democrats. That's insane. I'm just gonna last point. I mean, you go back to work and that y'all have. But this is the most insane indictment.
Not whatever y'all think y'all doing.
I did want to offer a slight perspective on what may be influencing Brian's concepts and perceptions of universal pre-K.
James from HR, he never answered the question where young scholars, I use the word scholars, would practice skills like what I've mentioned before. Y'all just gonna let him y'all just gonna let him not answer?
I think they learn it from their parents or their caregivers in early childhood. Language skills.
You slow as the fuck.
Am I wrong?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. Where did they learn it?
What?
You said I'm wrong. What's the answer?
So let me ask you this, because I want you to do the cognitive lifting. Where do kids or scholars or students spend the most time of their active hours? Do they spend that with their parents, or would they spend that at school?
Well, before they go to school, it's with their parents. After they go to school, it's at school.
Okay, sweetie. So you want to talk about 2-year-olds, and I'm talking about I thought we were talking about pre-K. Because we know after pre-K comes, what grade comes after pre-K? Trying to see. You've been acting slow all day. I don't know where you at. Kindergarten. And then after kindergarten comes first grade. Right. So where do you think when you look at the primary the primary levels, that's going to be pre-K through about first grade. The bulk of their active hours is not going to be with their parents, beloved. It's going to be in community. Do you spend most of your time with your parents? No, you spend most of your time independently as a contributor to society. Doing a fucked up job. What I'm saying to you is you have to set the foundation for them to learn that. And the problem with it is, unfortunately, we have a generation of parents that don't understand, right, the urgency of what they should be doing with their kids at home, and they are not qualified, which is what Reform was trying to get you to understand. You are now equating pedagogical and instructional practice and equating that with a parent because y'all got pregnant. Are you fucking for real right now?
My wife didn't get pregnant until after we were married.
Doesn't matter. Why did you say that?
I would just say that.
Let me ask you, was that relevant to what I was saying? Like, why did he say that? Do y'all know? I'm genuinely asking, does anybody know?
I thought you were implying I got pregnant.
Well, you thought wrong. You guys still got pregnant. Like, what the fuck? I don't care. That was irrelevant to bring up. All right. Okay, I can't, y'all.
Let me just saying, I'm not opposed to pre-K.
You say slow as the fuck, and shut the fuck up. I can't do it. Sorry.
Well, you know what?
Him all this goddamn time.
I just wanted to read his article. I'm sorry. You look.
Yeah, real quick. I just wanted to offer. I heard him say that he had a military background, and it sticks out to me because of where I grew up, and it comes with inherent challenges when you have military kids and you may move around a lot. So I feel like some perspective is informed by the challenges of not just the challenges, but the experiences and the level of support that when you're in the military, they support some of the very same things that people may think that we don't need as a society. Also, military kids tend to struggle and have socialization skills if they've been moved around a lot. So from that lens, he may not see the value or see that it's more important to have one consistent person, i.e. the parent in the home, that delivers the education, because at least that would be somebody consistent as they move. That's all. I just wanted to offer that perspective. That may have some influence in why.
I think y'all aren't hearing me. What I'm saying is I'm okay if people want to pay to send their kids to pre-K. I just don't want the government paying for it.
And that's what I'm saying. But it's a government's problem. It's a government's problem.
We're not going to convince him of anything.
Like, what the fuck?
It's just giving me a headache. I mean, that's just
my God today. It's like saying, I don't think the government should intervene on an opioid crisis. Well, it's gonna get messy for everybody if we don't do something.
This is a very goofy libertarian take. I don't
Are
think the
y'all
government
okay?
should pay for it, but you're in the military. The government literally will pay for your children to get a free education. So what if I don't want the government to pay for that?
Oh my God! No, I feel like somebody left him behind, and he has this mindset.
Well, I turned out all right. I went to the military.
Yeah, Neo, he worked for the government. He did, not his children. That's what I'm saying. Is that not the same thing as a free government benefit?
Jesus.
He doesn't want the government to pay for universal pre-K, but he wants the government to pay for his children's education.
I think I had the parents I did.
We're goofy for engaging with them at this point, so whatever.
Brian, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, I want you to be very honest. I want you to be 100% honest. Did you read the study? Because I'm reading it. I've been reading it as you guys were doing whatever y'all were doing. Did you read the study that you put in the chat?
Not fully.
Be honest.
No, not fully.
Of course you
I
did.
read a few parts
Okay.
that supported.
So you put that in the chat because your original claim was that evidence shows that pre-K education, as a general matter, does not have the benefits that it purports to have. That's not what the article is saying.
I said it's mixed at best.
That's not what the article is talking about. The article is particularly that's not what it's talking about. The article is specifically talking about the kinds of programs that would be funded under the Sanders-Biden plans. It was not talking about pre-K as such. You Googled it, and then the highlighted portion of the AI drew the thing out that you thought you saw. It's not saying that about pre-K. It's not saying the results are mixed. In fact, it says that pre-K, when done correctly as such, has not only positive effects for the child, but positive, I'll quote it, intergenerational effects, end quote. This is actually a very, very fascinating. Hold on a second, bro. Come on, 1 second. Read it. As someone who's reading it, can I talk about it? Okay. So, it's not talking in my book, not me. I'll give you an example. A Republican. From Mark Robinson and his wife, who ran scam pre-Ks, and they were stealing government money, and they probably would have gotten it under Biden wants to give people money, I understand, or Sanders for sure, or Biden for sure, whatever. We can agree on that. That wasn't the claim you made. The claim you made was that pre-K as such has mixed effects. That's not what this says. You should read it. It's actually a good study. It's also a little disingenuous because at the core of their argument, and you just aped it, was compulsory pre-K. People funding pre-K does not mean it's compulsory. So if you feel like you don't want your kid to go to the pre-K and you want your wife or your baby moms or whatever woman to stay home, which, by the way, in 2026, that would be like 10% of Americans. That's a different discussion. You can choose to do that. That's not what this is saying. I'm done. I'm literally reading it. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are numerous articles. This is one of them that says that the results and outcomes of pre-K are mixed. There are some near-term benefits where kids may outperform kids in first and maybe second grade, but then it levels out after a period of time, so that the effects or the benefits of this whole infrastructure, this whole freebie, this whole taxpayer-funded benefit is negligible. So
Brian, that's a different argument.
No, that's my whole argument, that the results are mixed and I don't want the government paying
that's
for it.
That's a different argument from
that's
the
my
article. One second. This is actually kind of silly, and I'm going to be honest with you. You could have just said you didn't read it. We could have moved on. Obviously, if you go to pre-K and you had a good pre-K, and then you go to a crummy school, and schools after, those things fade away. You still have to be educated. And everybody knows that. No one thinks, oh, well, if you go to pre-K, you end up at MIT or Caltech. Well, you can't go to Caltech anymore. You might try to assassinate the government. That's a different discussion. Shout out to MIT overtaking Caltech as the top 2 schools in the country. That's a different discussion. Anyway, that's kind of silly. talking about a funding structure. They're not talking about pre-K as such. I'm going to be honest with you. Literally everything in life, the results will be mixed. That's not an argument. So if you're saying you disagree with just throwing money at a thing, that's cool. This is actually arguing for targeted This actually is in favor of pre-K, including a universal one has to be targeted. So I ask you again. You said you didn't read it. Can you give me the other studies that you had that say pre-K as such? The other thing you kept saying, and I looked it up because I know it wasn't true. You said that kids don't start developing long-term memory until after 5. That's not true. I'm seeing a much wider range that starts as early. Oh no, you can't do that now. You can't do that because I looked it up. I looked it up. So that is true. But on that, because it's right in between. But that means a lot of them do before. So the long-term memory. Let me just finish. Long-term is not the only reason to go to pre-K. I didn't even understand that argument.
How much do you remember memory?
I did not finish.
What type of skill development do you have?
You didn't hear what I was saying.
If you're teaching something to someone who doesn't have the capacity to recall.
Growth and fine motor skills.
What's going on? Okay, but that's not exclusive to pre-K.
So again, you are, and neither is long-term memory. You cut me off. I was gonna say I don't remember anything past like a month ago. My earliest memory, I have to think about it. I don't know. But what does that have to do with pre-K?
And he's also wrong because most children are potty trained by the age of 2. So is your stupid ass literally saying, well, they're not potty trained at 5, man?
But I don't. Okay, y'all got it. I'm just trying to get what the evidence that he gave and he's giving. Do you have any other articles that question high quality pre-K?
Oh yeah, sure. Talking about how the results of pre-K.
No, do you have any?
And how they're
I know. Just put it in the chat for us. Sure. This is actually quite long, so I'm gonna read it because you misrepresented what it said.
No, I didn't. The results are mixed. It doesn't matter about the funding. It doesn't matter if Sanders or Biden are proposing funding. What matters is that the results are mixed. They're saying it doesn't matter where the funding.
Child care is not pre-K. Child care is not pre-K. So the article is breaking down a variety of programs.
Which includes non-pre-K. It includes me setting up a thing in my basement. You should actually read it. It's not saying what you think it's saying. It's literally talking about where the Biden and Sanders, the last 3 sections of it are about where the money would go. I just want you to show me a study that says good pre-K has mixed benefits. The second thing that's in the article, they talk about the toxic effects, like the things from, cortisol spikes and stuff for kids. And, so it's better to be at home. The problem is that a lot of kids also get that at home. And so it is true that some kids go to pre-K and bad things, something bad can happen. But a lot of kids need to be away from home, too. That's not telling me anything. I'm talking about it at a normative level. Can you just give me an article where they talk about good pre-K has mixed and what the negative effects are of a good pre-K? That's all I'm asking. And we can't use an outlier that in 2026, you're an officer in the military. You are an officer in the military. You made money. You had all kinds of benefits. Your wife could stay home. Most people can't do that. Can you just give me the study where you have the negative thing? That's all I want. Just give me the other study with the negative effects of quality pre-K. That's all I need. Because that's not what this article says.
Sure. Yeah,
thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'm done. You got it.
And Brian, I also need you to look up what the expectation is for children entering kindergarten, using the Louisiana pronunciation since I'm home. Can you please look up what children are expected to be able to do when they enter kindergarten? Just FYI. And then, let us know how parents are supposed to understand that, implement that, right? Because you realize that children that do not attend pre-K programs are literally not prepared. It sets them behind. because they're not getting that education and reinforcement at home, and then they already start at age 5 and they are already behind, and then can you also make sure you look at those outcomes for those children? Just FYI.
Yeah, people can read the report. It's well known, but people have written responses to it. They've also challenged it. So, definitely read the original report. I posted another report that was evaluating what the Manhattan Institute did and sort of the selection bias that they had with regard to their samples. So the actual types of preschools, how they selected their sort of methodology process, and how that sort of yielded the results that the Manhattan Institute had, not the ones Brian made up.
Well, one of the ones that this is towards the end. This is another study examined the interaction between children's family backgrounds and hours spent in childcare, concluding that, quote, children from low-risk contexts, greater weekly hours in childcare were predictive of higher cortisol levels. In contrast, for children facing several cumulative risk factors, greater hours in childcare were predictive of a lower cortisol level. Exactly. So I'm blessed to make a lot of money on that. I make $112,000 a year. You never hear people yelling in the back. It's low risk. I would not send my kid to the free, respectfully, to the free one that people, because this is a low risk environment. That's different than what we were talking about. We're not talking about having universal pre-K for people from low risk. They already have money. They're low risk. So they don't need to send their kids to the pre-K. Y'all got to start reading and comprehending the stuff that you cite. Shout out to Braun Boothia, who was the patron saint of giving articles that went against his argument.
That's insane. And, this, not that it matters, but in one study at this point, when you have a topic as interesting and well sort of researched as this one, specifically pre-K and universal pre-K and all those sort of early childhood studies, what you might want to do is look for meta-studies, ones that compile the research and then try to analyze to see what if there are sort of overall takeaways, if the findings sort of across a multitude of studies have sort of a general consensus and evaluated as a meta-study, rather than picking one or two articles. Anything with regard to early childhood, pre-K, where you're citing just, even if it's one that you find interesting or it aligns with you, at this point, there's too much research exists within the larger sort of topic to only cite sort of, or only use sort of one particular research, one particular article, right? Unless they're doing a meta study. So you get a feel of what the actual conversation and what the sort of general consensus of findings are with regard to that topic.
And I want to be a bit of an asshole.
Studies like the Manhattan.
Oh, go ahead.
No, a final or a complete sort of review of this. If they're trying to settle, right, a debate, you would expect them to cite, use, refer, do their own to some degree, right? They have academics, they have scholars to do their own sort of meta study, looking at the totality of the research on the issue.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be an asshole. So you have 5 kids, unless you make about $500,000 a year, Motherfucker, I'm paying tax for your kids to be educated. How about that? You don't even make enough contributing tax to pay for your own goddamn kids to get a free education. So what the fuck is that? Because you're not sending all of them 5 kids to private school. So you have a problem with pre-K. Let's wake that up. You can't even afford a free education. Did your kids go to public school, Brian? Elementary school, middle school, or high school?
Yeah, I don't have 5 kids.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. All you MAGA crackheads sounded like to me. My bad. I'm just making that point. Well, you're a perfectly good stand-in. I don't give a shit. You still don't make enough.
Yeah, that's accurate. I tried to send my youngest daughter to private school. We ended up taking her out for, let's say, policy reasons, not financial reasons. But
so you had a badass kid because they weren't pre-socialized in pre-K. I know what that means. The kid was bad.
it was a Christian school.
And your kid was at the beginning.
Started.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
The school, our daughter came, we picked her up about a month or two into the school year. And she was one of those kids who was born at a time of the year where she was either a year behind or, had to wait a whole other year to get in with their age group. So we got her into a public Christian school because they would take her at that young age. And she came into the car, after we picked her up, and she started talking about some of the stuff they were pushing about, God doesn't appreciate you if you don't try your best, and just, other things like that were really just, to me, inappropriate, unacceptable. So we went in, we talked to them, and got to talk with the teacher who, just backed up and doubled down on some of the tactics and the teaching methods they used. And we were like, okay, that's fine. We're just not going to go there. So we ended up waiting to get our child into regular kindergarten.
Wait, this is a different Brian? Oh my goodness gracious. I also just wanted to point out that some of the European countries that tend to have better outcomes, they also have universal pre-K. I believe that France almost has 100% of their little people in a paid pre-K program, just FYI. So the fact that pre-K is not universal in the sense that it's offered everywhere in the States, it's just another way that we lack, quote unquote, as the number one economy. So, and do we want to compare educational outcomes with the United States to other countries? Because I believe we've all seen that data. I wish we did have universal Head Start or pre-K regardless of income. Because just to point out that, so for example, with my kids in Texas, it's actually income-based. You even qualify for pre-K. So a lot of middle-income families who do well enough but not well enough to pay out of pocket for pre-K programs, if you're basically not impoverished, you literally you're expected to pay for those programs, which can be very expensive, especially just depending on where you're located in the city, which I think is terrible, actually. So anyway, it was a good conversation because I don't think a lot of people really think about pre-K programs. A lot of churches locally in Houston are actually offering their own programs because they know that there's such a disparity in the things, and a lot of families simply don't qualify. So just pointing that.
Yeah, my wife grew up in a really Southern Baptist home, and it just for her brought back a lot of I guess bad memories about the experiences she had going through church and the fire and brimstone and all the guilt, all the shame, all the negative aspects of being raised like that. We just decided that we would teach her better at home about religion and what we wanted her to know.
Well, I went to Catholic school, as do a lot of kids who have an extra $5 in the South. So, I mean, religion is religion. And I don't really have a dog in that fight, but some people need to hear hellfire and brimstone. People need to hear that they're going to go to hell because they're horrible people. That's all I'm saying.
But not at 4 years old. Right? Not at 4 or 5 years old.
I guess you start in the womb for some people.
Thank you, Butterbean, because you know some people sure got some demons, child. You know you got some badass kids that's going to grow up to, you know what, that's a totally different conversation. Louisiana is really getting to me. Jesus Christ, must be something in the boot. I need to run back to Texas. A lot of secular people actually send their children to religious schools. There's one in Houston that is the Wiener School. I believe it's a Jewish school that's actually pretty popular. You'd be surprised at how many people that are not super religious or affiliated with one particular religion will send their children to a religious school.
Yeah, I encourage my kids to get involved in religion if that's what they chose. I had a daughter who just got baptized at my brother's church a few years ago. I fully supported it, and he was gracious enough, and the pastor was gracious enough to baptize her. So I'm not anti-religion. It just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, we actually used to march to Mass every Friday. I don't know if they do that anymore, but we would literally attend Mass as part of our regular instructional periods. But anywho,
I don't know if the gentleman realizes it, but he's already paying for compulsory education in Israel and higher education, as well as some other special educational programs as part of the, I don't know if this is directly related to the funding we give them, but you know, they're funded by us. So it's weird that you would have a pushback for taxes, your taxes going to your own, but you support someone who, and I'm not saying it was his administrator that started it, but it sure hasn't stopped that we are sending money for a place where you don't have to pay for education, period. Just interesting.
I find it interesting when people come up with these counter arguments and insults, you know, things like that. They sit on the presumption that the government is somehow superior, and you know, forcing people to be moral, forcing people to be educated, forcing people to be, you know, participating in these compulsory activities is somehow a sign of their moral or legal superiority. When I look at it, when my wife and I first got married, we were very young. first child a few years later, we afforded what we could. I was enlisted, so I started out with no stripes. So I was making the bare minimum. I was making less than minimum wage. And when we had a child, we just reduced our expenses. We just compensated. My wife stayed home, and we just didn't spend. We didn't charge. We didn't, get access to luxuries and amenities. We just scaled back until, we both got degrees. I could afford it. Then, by that time, our other children were born, and, I could afford a little bit more luxuries. But to just write it off, I think it's just fundamentally a difference between, let's say, right and left is, I want to be in control of my taxes, my earnings, my productivity. I don't want a third to come in and say, Brian, you make more than you could or should, and so therefore I'm going to take more of what you have earned and give it to the have-nots. I just think fundamentally that's not the best way to our society, and it's immoral.
Well, I appreciate that. The thing that
don't live in a society.
The thing that troubles me is that a lot of your tax dollars don't necessarily go to people who are poor. It actually goes to people who are not poor. Matter of fact, they're not even close to being poor. But you don't have a problem with that?
Yeah, of course I do. I don't want, government bailouts, government cronyism. I don't want, these sweetheart deals that are given to large corporations. I don't want bailouts. Fuck them, let them fail. If they don't make good decisions, then they should. Then that tells me that they're not economically efficiently using the resources they have access to, and they should go under, because what will happen is those resources will then be taken by more productive, more efficient, better decision makers in the economy. That's how it should work. So I oppose government welfare for the poor. To the extent that we get involved in their lives at the expense of my earnings and income. So I oppose it principally for people across the economic spectrum.
So to Brother's point, why don't you move out of the society? The society that has, accepts that as what the society wants to do. Why don't you move?
Where's the society that does that?
Excuse me?
Where is a society that does what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like earlier in the conversation when you were talking about, well, if you believe in states' rights to certain extents, people shouldn't live in places where interracial marriage is banned. People shouldn't live in places where books are banned or African American studies are banned. So why don't you just leave the society that funds public school if you don't accept that? Why don't you just...
I would pick a state that has the best combination of all those factors.
You live in a state that doesn't have public education?
No, what I'm saying is I've chosen the state to live in that has the best overall trade-off that I find acceptable.
Here's what I struggle with a little bit.
So you said you were in the military.
I'm not.
Here's what I struggle with a little bit, because it seems like a contradiction in logic. It's like on the one hand, you wouldn't support, or you don't think it would be right for the country to give a child a foundation for which to learn, over a period of time, starting at kindergarten, because you don't feel like kindergarten is effective, which I disagree. But there are other things. Okay, so Can you just restate it? Because I'm confused right now. What are you saying?
Yeah, what I've said is that if people want to send their children to pre-K programs, that's fine. Knock yourself out. If you want to save money on those things instead, that's fine. Knock yourself out. I just don't want the government getting involved in that.
So, I don't know why you thought that what I said was really much different in context.
Because you're talking about kindergarten not being effective. That's a totally different issue.
So you go ahead.
No,
Go ahead. Because there's a delay, we're noticing that kids are just level. Even when they've received really good grades in grade school, we're seeing like assessments, summative assessments that show that scholars are just not performing well. And so we're realizing that kindergartners are not, first grade, second grade, third grade, so forth and so on. They seem to be a year behind. And then what happens is that gap just continues to grow. And so the logic is, the reasoning for early childhood education is what kids get to do is they get like a year zero before their year one. And so in your year zero, if you're developing skills such as, let's say, holding a pencil correctly, right? Like just writing your name, writing simple sentences, writing the letters that you recognize. Is that my baby Gemini? It is. That's my big bro. Okay, sorry. ADHD, I apologize. Right? Or just regular communication, asking questions, being read to, right? Is another way that we know scholars absorb new language, new vocabulary, understanding all the things. And what happens is, after about pre-K 3, then you do pre-K 4, then you do kindergarten, certain things as far as school expectations start to become repetitive. And they become repetitive to the scholar because they've been doing it a while. So now when they are in first grade, they're not behind. They know how to walk down the hallway quietly. They know how to be seated and be prepared for learning because they know that they are about to expect a lesson. You see what I'm saying? So like sometimes when you, I'm giving poor examples because I'm doing so many things. I just can't believe that this is today's argument. I promise you, as somebody that works with homeschool children, I think in a perfect world, if parents had access to the resources, the financial stability needed to be able to raise and teach their kids, I think it'd be great, y'all. That's probably preferred. I don't live in a world like, no, send your kids to school and let the indoctrination begin. Like, no, let a new teacher just come in and tear your kid down. Like, absolutely not. What I am saying is that we cannot afford to not invest in kids' access to early childhood education. If parents choose to homeschool, let that be for them. I get it, right? However, there are some parents that want the best for their kids, and they may not be in a position to provide such, right? I'm not speaking from a monetary perspective. I'm speaking from a sit down with that child, talk to that child, develop with that child, cook with that child, let them see how mathematics is everywhere in their world. They're just not able to. And so to rob kids of that, it's just really kind of just hurting, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I agree with that. And to me, the best situation is when you have a single parent working outside the home and the other parent at home to provide those lessons or opportunities. Otherwise, you're outsourcing it. I'd support that if we wanted to follow that curriculum. That'd be maybe a different story. But
Montessori is an approach. It's not a curriculum, but I understand. You're the expert in the room today, and I'm going to submit to you, Key. I appreciate the conversation, as Van would say. It's not Van. I just let him talk.
It's a weird statement, Brian. I don't know if you know, but there are Montessori schools that one can pay for, but there's also ones that are paid for by the government. You're actually kind of making the argument. I'm sorry. You're actually kind of making the argument I was making, which is it depends on the investment. That's what your article was saying. You just throw money and somebody has a child care in their basement, like Mark Robinson, his wife, they were probably stealing money. If you read about it, I believe they probably were just stealing money. But you Republicans nominated him to be governor. Then we found out African Soldier was watching all that trans porn online, which is a family values party. That's a different discussion. That's one thing. But there are Montessori schools that are, in fact, part of public school systems. You're kind of all over the place. To be fair to you,
They're very rare, though, right?
I'm sorry?
I said they're very rare.
But they don't have to be. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to be rare.
Well, yeah, because then that defeats the rule. You're using the exception to create the rule. I'm saying that if that was an across-the-board curriculum or approach or methodology, then that might be a different discussion. But the resources entailed with a Montessori approach would just be overwhelming. And then
it may be cheaper.
No,
so you don't know anything about Montessori. You don't.
Yeah,
did your kids go to Montessori school?
Individualized curriculum, individualized pacing.
Individualized curriculum at Montessori?
Yeah, individualized, specific to that person's motivation and pace and development and all that. It's the whole counter approach to one-size-fits-all public school education. That's the difficulty with public school education.
You don't know anything about Montessori school. It's a holistic approach.
Yeah, it's a student-centered approach, but they're not creating.
What do you mean by student-centered?
What do you mean? What do I mean, student-centered?
I'm asking you to define student-centered.
It's a self-directed, hands-on learning, project-based learning.
There you go. So it's individualized. So
you're going to ask me a question.
Correct. You're saying exactly what I said.
Yeah, no, that's not exactly what you said. So you asked me a question to talk at Auburn.
So is it not individual? One second, I'll tell you. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. I can give you an example. Let me explain it. So your kid, did your kids go to Montessori school? Did your kids go to Montessori school?
No, I didn't know about it.
Mine did. Mine did.
And mine do. And mine does.
I have some that still do, so I can tell you. It's not they sit down and say, okay, little Brian needs to work on X, Y, and Z. So we'll have an individualized program for X, Y, and Z. No, that's not what it is. They'll do things like a skill, life skill. So the kid, Mommy, I need a placemat and a fork and a spoon. And the kid, then they do a thing. There's a whole big unit that they do with the kids around like table manners. They're really working on fine motor skills. The kids don't know it, but they get excited, right? They work on that as a class, but they do it independently. It's not tailored to the individual kid. So kid 1 is doing this, kid 2 is doing that. That's not it at all. It's a holistic approach. That's what that means. And it's not expensive. It's actually a lot cheaper. Now the gag on Montessori is because the results are so good, they could actually charge a lot of money, and they oftentimes do. And the toys are just actually like you go buy Montessori toys for your kids. They're usually just like scarves and wood blocks that they put blocks at $10. Yeah, it's literally just the marketing. So that's not what it is. That being said, you made the claim about pre-K as such. And so now you're where we are. If it's a high quality, a proven type of curriculum, people can teach it, and they're not making wage like you said and just throwing the money away, it's good. So we all agree, actually. Turns out we agree. Cool. That is what you said. You said that they were throwing money at minimum wage workers. That's what you said.
Why? This is like the second time that I've been like, well, probably I shouldn't say second. Like, you keep saying shit and you don't know what you're talking about, Brian. This is not a pattern of behavior, dude. You posted an article, you didn't fucking read it. You're just up here saying any goddamn thing. Oh, what the hell told you that?
The other thing I like about Montessori that I'll go back on for a while, which I think is great, is they frequently have kids in classes who are different ages. And with their technique and with good teachers, it can work quite well. And if your kid is in a Montessori school, say from like age 3 to 5, somebody can go longer. They might start in that class at 3, 3.5, or 4, but then they go higher and they see people coming behind them, and it's a certain kind of socialization, which is pretty fantastic. But Brian, I'll be honest with you, you actually don't have a view on this. It's just ideological. You just don't want to pay taxes. I respect that. That's fair.
He doesn't have a view, an informed experience. He doesn't have knowledge.
I don't want to pay taxes for
curiosity.
If people want to do these,
I don't either. Paying taxes for your president's whims to go to a war that he said he wasn't going to do, which is costing billions of dollars a day, and people like you have more smoke for pre-K and healthcare than you do for bombs and wasting money in the Middle East again.
Where'd you come up with that?
He's an overspeak a black man.
But I follow politics.
You're saying that's my opinion?
I didn't say I said people like you.
I needed him.
I didn't say such as you. If you went to pre-K, you know the difference between like and such as. Huh?
Yeah, gotcha.
Go ahead, brother.
And, you know, since we're talking about freebies and what people don't appreciate, you paid for your housing. You were making minimum wage and you weren't with your family. You didn't have to pay for that. You don't seem to appreciate that. And then you use that against why you think other people shouldn't have the things that you got. They're undeserving. You got it for free. You think you provided it for yourself. You talk about it as if you did. And then use that as leverage against other people. God bless.
But I was in a very small, selective community that was providing a benefit to the entire nation.
What benefit did you provide? You were cooking.
You got paid.
You were cooking.
I'm confused.
You're equating the military.
Wait,
do you understand what the military, folks in the military do? Do you have any clue about?
You didn't cook on the battlefield.
The military do.
We're talking about you got paid for your service. You got paid for your service.
Why isn't the military privatized? You have better outcomes. It'd be more efficient. Why can't we take the?
Because
y'all got to start talking to these people.
You couldn't have direct oversight.
Y'all got too much
oversight.
Honor. You couldn't have direct oversight. What is that?
You couldn't have independent oversight.
What?
What does that mean?
If somebody, like let's say Elon Musk created a military, he might, let's say, follow an America First agenda. He might pursue or military strategies or outcomes that, let's say, benefit the country. All right, and then he leaves or retires, whatever, and then you get somebody in there who was a far left, anti-military, anti-war activist.
Who get them in there? What does that mean? Get them in there?
Well, this person wins.
What is in there? The owner of the military or the president?
The owner of the military force.
Okay.
All right, get them in there as the owner of the military force to replace Elon Musk, who has retired or left for whatever reason. Now you have somebody in there who is working against the country's interests.
So then the shareholders would just oust them. You could use the same market dynamics that you want to take to education and health care.
Be responsible.
It's amazing.
It's incredible.
It really is.
It's just wild how you guys are so unprincipled. You can literally use the same hand. He would be ousted because the returns would be so poor that the shareholders would oust him. Huh?
No, it wouldn't, because you can make an argument that not getting involved in global affairs, just being a complete isolationist, improves the outcomes. He's not spending money. He's not getting involved in foreign conflicts, and therefore he's making more money for the shareholders. But it would work against.
But it would work against goes against your interests.
It might necessarily work against. Certainly might work against our interests if we need to involve. The American.
Brian, I don't know if you're quibbling or what, but I'm saying, what's wrong with that? America did that for 50 years with the public military. Well, except 1898. We did that for a long time.
Yeah, there were people who were isolationists.
I know. So why would that be a problem with privatizing? That's just the whims of being in the military.
I don't think we were the global superpower at that time, were we?
Buddy. I mean, we had just toppled the Spanish. Let me answer. Why don't you, instead of asking, all right, here's a general rule.
we weren't the global superpower at the time. So it's a
Instead of you guys asking me a question and I'm going to answer it, just say what you want to say, John Mayer style. So you don't think the U.S. was a global superpower, and then make your point. Don't ask me the question. Go ahead.
So then we didn't have all the interests. We weren't required to participate in, say, NATO treaty conflicts or support European theater with numerous bases in the
Middle East.
Not to the extent that we do now, right?
Well, nobody did to the extent that they do now.
Right. So it's a different dynamic. So you can't equate 2026 to 1898 because the dynamics of our role as a lone superpower have changed the entire argument.
That's wrong. My point I'm making is if the guy's a poor leader and the outcomes are poor through a private market-based military, it would take care of itself and it would be more efficient. You'd get rid of, what do y'all call it, waste, fraud, and abuse, and you wouldn't be worried about my tax dollars. Why is that good for healthcare but not for the military? More people die, more Americans die from healthcare poor outcomes than they do from military. I just don't understand why these things are good for education and healthcare but not the military.
Yeah, I don't like freebies.
Freebies are politicians. That
like what?
Like your housing?
Free, no, not for the small, what percentage?
Wait, so
you're allowed to have free.
What percentage of the U.S. citizenry?
So the percentage
what
now
percentage
matters.
of the U.S. citizenry is in the military, right?
Well, what's the percentage of 3-year-old?
They the people in the military perform a unique, agreed upon.
That doesn't matter. We're talking about principles.
Yeah, the principle is that
Medicare is
shit on that.
The principle is that we understand and agree and vote for politicians who support the military because people in this society understand the role.
That's a different argument.
No, it isn't, because it goes
not
down.
A normative claim.
It goes down to the argument that if we all agree with this in this country, that we can disagree whether to go to this conflict or that conflict, but I think universally people agree in America that we need a strong military because otherwise we could be invaded or not be able to protect our interests around the globe. So that changes the nature of the dynamic when you have people who are medically able, cognitively able, psychologically able to fill those roles, and they are a small subset of our society. We reward them, we incentivize them. We want to have those people, the best of the best, if you will, making those decisions on the battlefield because the stakes are so high.
Well, a couple of things. One, the incentives don't get the best of the best. That's so different. Now you're making an argument for raising pay and incentives because you don't get the best of the best. And two, this is fascinating. So the percentage matters for your principles. So I thought we were making normative philosophical arguments, principles, but now the percentage is small enough. So what is the percentage of 3-year-olds in America? 1%?
I'm saying the percentage.
Why can't you
look it up, Brian?
I'm saying the percentage.
Look it up.
I'm saying the
take a moment. Just look up, Google it.
Stop. I'm saying the percentage of people who are eligible physically, psychologically, cognitively to serve in the military is relatively small compared to the larger population.
3-year-olds are still shitting on themselves.
I don't know what that has to do with
So the cognitive
but the role defines the need to be selective and to have
their inability to wipe their ass means that somebody needs to help
and our interests around the globe. So that changes the dynamic, and consistently people have voted to provide those incentives and benefits for that small subset of our population.
It doesn't matter what people vote. You were talking about a percentage.
It doesn't matter what people vote? What does that mean?
Not if you're saying that the reason why we should do it is because it's a small subset of the population.
No, I'm saying it actually will roll in the
nature of making that argument. It doesn't actually matter what people vote. You're saying that it only benefits a small amount, and so that the overall impact is negligible. That's what you are. So it actually doesn't matter. You're making a numerical claim about the group of people that are benefiting. Okay, so I say still that the number doesn't matter to me. I think
then you're ignoring basic economics.
You are getting paid for a service. You, like everyone else, should have to pay for all the other services that are required to live on this to live. Pay for your own housing. I'm fine with that. I don't think we should the 3-year-olds. You said fuck them. So let's continue. That same argument. Enough?
Yeah. Also, I can defeat your gibberish in one sentence. All services are not the same. The service of defending our country is fundamentally different than providing
how about this?
Some other service like you described.
How about this?
Like free child care.
Only people that
it's
are on the
fundamentally different to defend our country than it is to provide free.
Only people who are on the battlefield and shoot, we pay for their housing. Everyone else, pay for your home. Do you qualify?
No, I was not.
I mean, to be honest, I'm giving you the same bullshit you were giving us earlier. I'm just using your logic.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to equate all services, I do.
Fuck the kids and fuck the service that you provided. I didn't benefit from it. Peeling fucking onions, I didn't benefit from that shit. Here's a cook in the military. Go to work. Here's a cook. So let's use the fucking logic.
Engineer and behavioral science.
So behavioral scientist, fuck that.
I was a clinical engineer, and I was enlisted, and then when I got commissioned, I was a behavioral scientist.
Are you from the Midwest?
You was a fucking nerd is what you were. You was a motherfucker who stayed away from my guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm very much a nerd. But I am athletic too. I'm pretty athletic.
But were you from the Midwest? Huh?
No, ma'am.
Where? Do you mind telling me what region you're from if you feel comfortable?
Bible Belt.
Okay. Like that's where you grew up, or that's where you live now, or both?
No.
Okay. He's not from my state. He's not from.
I think he's from Tennessee because he randomly mentioned that the other day. It sounds like a Tennessee accent.
Okay, what?
Yeah, we gotta start beating. We gotta start matching energy. If people can say, fuck children. I asked him earlier. He said that he wanted. He said that he wanted. I said, okay, great. You willing to pay for folks? Willing to invest in that? No. Okay. So, not investing in the children, but making policy. You said it. I asked you.
I did, and I said it.
Now they moved on from that.
I wouldn't make anyone do anything. The fundamental premise of libertarian is that people get to choose. If a husband wants to go out and work, then more power to them.
You're crashing.
Good luck with that.
You're crashing.
If a husband wants to work,
so now he's not listening,
and ask his wife, and she agrees to work inside.
So now who's not listening?
I'm not going to force anyone to
speak over me.
Well, you're mischaracterizing the position.
I didn't. I said, are you willing to invest? You said,
you literally
so creating policies or not creating policies to help people who need the help. Okay, fuck the kids. So now let's turn it back to your story. You talked about freebies. You talked about freebies when discussing 3-year-olds. That they will be that they will somehow believe about something about the expansion of government when you give them freebies and handouts. That's really odd, right? Like 3-year-olds conceptualize that and somehow then demand something from the state at 3 and 5. Okay, fine. You're old. You were old enough. The story that you told talked about how you could afford very little. You didn't talk about your housing because you didn't have to worry about that because that was free. the benefit that it had. Well, then you talked about the numerical side.
I'm flabbergasted because
the numerical side, you cut off after
for these programs for other people, right? So, for instance, I only have one kid myself, but I see this as being beneficial for the good of the group. I don't understand the logic of people that feel like I don't want to have to pay taxes for these programs when it is, in fact, good for the group. There's too much research that has been shown. We could drop all the links. You're not going to read them. You don't read your own links. And it just saddens me. And I think that this is a lot of demonstration of why we need education reform. It is a very scary and dangerous place to want to live in a society with uneducated people. And why would you not want to jumpstart that journey as best as possible? And yes, I do believe that should come from the American dollar. We fund and pay for all kinds of dumb shit, you know? But all of a sudden, when it comes to little JoJo, and little Ashley learning her vowels, and understanding that we have so many rules when it comes to reading, right? Like E and A can say E like peace, or like teach. Or it can say A, E and A can say A, like steak, right? Still E and A. And those things take practice. Now I realize that's still advanced for the primary level we're talking about. That's more like second grade, in first, second grade type material. However, if you have scholars that are being dropped off at school, at kindergarten, and they're not ready for shit, well, then that's going to delay their progress and push them back a year. And that is the point of these early childhood education programs, to give kids access who probably wouldn't be able to have access to these things before. And therefore, it's going to cut that delay, right? We're not going to start out with gaps. We're going to go ahead and start out, ready for grade level instruction. Yikes. And seeing that majority of people send their kids to public school and they do not have the skill set of pedagogy to teach their kids, I don't understand why we would be pushing back on that. It's almost like you're saying, I want more dumbasses in the world. And I'm telling you, we just can't afford it. We keep saying it, we just can't afford it. We see it every day on Clubhouse. Okay, now
here's a better solution. I'm not against social safety nets. I'm not against people getting help. I'm not against people seeking help. I'm just saying I don't want the government because it's inefficient.
Right, and that's I've said that.
It used to be.
Yes, the government needs to pay for it. But Brian.
Gotcha. Much rather than charities.
But Brian.
Social safety net.
But Brian.
Churches, donate to United Way, donate to.
He's whispering. I don't know why y'all used to overtalk them. He's fucking whispering. Seems like this is his level 8.
Social safety net programs in our society.
Yeah, this whole conversation around that's fine.
Because what will happen is you'll get people donating to.
Yes, sir. We'd love to hear from you.
If these pre-K programs are that,
we're listening. Go ahead, Mr. Alice.
Difference making, then you would
I'm just saying that
then you would have people funding those entities.
The system that we live in.
That's much more efficient use of our resources.
That we all living in, and we all gotta pay our taxes, and the dollar trickle down to 1%, and it's a system that's created by colonizers to shoot
colonizing
the 1%. It's harmful families.
Giving to churches is inefficient.
Hold on, Brian. So you're saying basically, like, you disagree with the idea that having more competent 4-year-olds is a benefit to the entire community. You think that's just that family kind of leeching off the government?
No,
because, Alex, hold on. I'm talking to Brian for a second. Because, really, that is a public good, just like the water supply being clean. Our children, whether you have children of your own in your home or not, our children across our community having better competence. That's better for everyone. So yeah, we should invest in that. It's not a leech of the people who have children off of the rest of the community. Those children are going to, help to take care of those of us who don't have children when we're older. Like, that is a public good. That's what the government is for.
That's not what the government is for. Here's my claim. The claim is that if we want to have those Head Start type programs in our society, that's fine. Fully support that. If you want to send your kid to that, then lower taxes, give the individual family members a increase in their take-home pay and pay for those programs and create incentives. If you are going to get the government involved, then use some type of, small tax incentive to say, we're going to eliminate the government-run aspect and we're going to kick it back to the private sector. Then what will happen is you will get agencies and educational institutions competing for your dollars, and they will provide the best service possible for the lowest possible price. That's the way it should work. Instead of just saying we're going to raise your taxes and have this generic approach where we're going to use tax dollars to fund the bureaucracy necessary to instantiate and enforce and oversee those institutions. It's not going to be as efficient. It's not going to be as direct oversight. It's not going to be as responsive. If you kick that to the private sector and you say we really value 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds getting started, getting a head start on their education, that's fine. I 100% support that. Just don't have the fucking government do it. Kick it into the private sector. Donate to those private entities or fund with your own dollars those organizations that do that. That's the better solution. That's a better use of resources.
Wait, you said who has direct oversight over private entities? I'm confused.
Excuse me.
Who has direct oversight?
You said give it to the private
You have shareholders, you have customers.
And that is somehow more oversight for the people who are than the federal government.
100%. Because then what you do is you say this school, let's say a Montessori school started up, or just a run-of-the-mill pre-K, and the outcomes for that school, the way they treated their children, the outcomes, let's say kindergarten readiness, it's whatever metric you want to define, wasn't as good as this one across the street. The first one is not going to be funded. They're going to go out of business. Why? Because they're ineffective, they're inefficient. You're going to go to the one that gives you the best bang for your buck, that gets your child, let's say, kindergarten ready. And that is as responsive as you can get. Going through bureaucracy and government officials and all kinds of elections and policies and voting and all that stuff is incredibly inefficient.
So democracy is inefficient. Voting,
when it comes to the scenario just described,
having direct power to elect the people who are going to oversee what's going on is less efficient than giving private institutions a board of directors that are beholden to the best of the institution, right? Making sure that it maximizes its revenue. That's somehow better than government accountability.
So the fundamental difference. What is the fundamental?
So okay. So wait. Okay. So I have a more
the government does not create.
This is my last question. So if that's all inefficient, then all the more reason why I'm going to be honest with you. You need to pay us back some money.
I don't think you understand the whole.
You need to pay us back because I thought you were fighting for the liberties and our right to all this other shit. So this shit is ineffective. This shit is ineffective. It's not worthy of the amount of money that we gave you. My family struggled, but you got to peel onions. You got housing. You got a paycheck, and this shit is inefficient.
I don't think you understand.
The shit that you said that you fought for was inefficient. I don't know. You seem a little entitled.
You're not that good at this, are you?
You're right.
You have to understand. Like I was saying before I got cut off.
The two of us, I sound like the
Like I was saying before I got cut off, because there was a lot of voices talking after I got cut off. Like I was saying, we in a system. You know what I'm saying? And for one, the system is unnatural. We colonized, curated, because it suits them. And that's what y'all are going back and forth about right now. And for
what's unnatural?
The system. The system they have, which we all are part of. If you want to eat, what you gotta do? You gotta get money. So you got to go work, the system, the government, as you working, trying to take care of your family. You know what I'm saying? You being charged for things that's natural resources like water, electricity. Hell, they even charge you for going fishing. Like, that's natural resource. Supposed to be able to go. I should better go fishing if I can. We don't have to give you some money. This is my planet. What you talking about? Then when you talk about my people, we are the original. No nationality system.
Talk about it.
You know what I'm saying?
Does electricity generate itself? Does water get provided to houses without some type of effort?
Listen, you don't get what you don't understand or get what I'm saying.
I don't understand. I don't think you do.
Before these colonizers, I'm talking about just my people. My people, kings and queens,
free
was wealthy.
White man.
I'm just telling you, hold on. My people wealthy. You understand? Nothing poor, nothing. You know what I'm saying? The colonizers came. You know what I'm saying? And when they came, they took everything brute force. Wherever the colonizers lay, they took that. They are not indigenous to nowhere on this planet. You know what I'm saying? Like literally. You know what I'm saying? So, therefore, you know what I'm saying, the corruption comes from them. Then you got these fake Jews that run everything who stole the whole identity.
Come on, man.
You know what I'm saying? And they got these entertainers doing strange things for some change. Yeah. Why you think they don't never say nothing bad about the fake Jews? They own the media. They own everything. Like, what are they talking about? They got all the money.
Look, sober up and then try again tomorrow. How's that?
No, this is facts. All you gotta do is take heed and listen, man. Them not real Jews over there. They never been. They stole the whole identity. True Jews are dark, man. Do your homework.
Is your last name Kugler?
Man?
Yeah.
No. Say cool. Just do your homework. Because all nationalities come from the Asiatic original black man and woman. The Aboriginals. Everybody. Do your homework. Even Chinese thought they were different. They thought they was like, I ain't part of none of them. They did their scientific genetic makeup and all that shit. Guess what it came back to? My people. So just do your homework before you jump on me.
Who are your people? Who would you say are your people?
The originals. I am the descendant from the originals.
I mean,
the people who were here before your nationality and everybody else's nationality. See, the Creator made my people in His image. You understand what I'm saying? Hold on. There's no nationality on this planet that birthed my people into existence. My people come straight from the Creator Himself in the earth and dirt. The earth birthed my people. You know what I'm saying? The earth is a female. All she do is birth life. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever seen that? Does that still happen? Have you ever seen that happen yourself? Does that still happen?
I can tell by your response. I can tell by your response that it's pointless talking to you. It's all I do is be going back and forth until we go. No, I'm not doing all this shit.
Ironic.
I'm grown. Play with your kids. Don't play with grown folks.
All right, back to what you were saying, brother man.
Brad is probably doing his homework as instructed.
No, I just think it's interesting. People want a society. Even folks who claim to be libertarian, they want society for themselves. They talk about freebies for other people, how it makes them overindulgent. It makes them somehow not realize that other people are paying on their behalf. We saw it play out here. Certain things he just sort of took for granted. Education, it's clear to me as someone who has spent a significant time at home with his children at very young ages. He doesn't know about development, spending very little time educating children, seeing how that education sort of tracks over time. I mean, he literally said that there was no benefit to education at 3 and 5. From 3 to 5, there was no benefit. There was no, imagine saying with your full fucking chest that there is no educational benefit, no lasting benefit.
It's not mixed.
Fuck up. You don't even know. For you to even say that, you would have to read the literature on what might be mixed. You don't know.
Yeah,
there is nothing that you can say that convinces me that you have had any sort of real involvement with your own child in terms of their own growth and development, that you have read the literature. You didn't even read the shit that you posted. Imagine talking about not wanting compulsory education when you post things you don't even read and then try to cite them as fact for the argument you're making. Absolutely unbelievable. But it is believable because the shit that you argued didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense, not just sort of rhetorically, but philosophically. You're all over the place. You are all over the place. And you have to be, because you have a position that you want to hold. You don't have evidence for that position. You have a feeling. What is that feeling based on? Whatever the fuck you want. You want society for yourself. You don't want it for others. Here's the trick. You don't have to engage or take any of the things you don't want. You don't have to. They're not forcing you. I understand, listen, you want to get into, maybe it's, informed by your experiences.
Didn't Obamacare?
Okay, that's fine.
Healthcare?
It did.
Didn't Obamacare mandate?
No, there was a healthcare mandate.
No.
Yes, there was.
Wasn't there a healthcare mandate?
No.
And if you didn't have, you had to pay a small fine. Yes, it did.
Yeah.
And
it's
factually inaccurate.
And it messed it up. It messed it up when they took it away.
So what you're saying is factually inaccurate.
Oh, wait, there was a mandate. Wait, hold on. What years? What years were people paying fines?
2011 through 2010, 2011 through 2017.
Right, but didn't they not actually pay them? Then, wasn't it?
I was taking out that.
Yeah, they did, but it was a very small amount because most people were covered. It was very small.
So I apologize. 6 years in the course of the span of the country's 250 years living. For 6 years, people paid. How much did you pay, Brian? Did you pay anything?
Military healthcare exempted me from having to participate.
Healthcare exempted you.
Yeah, anytime you had healthcare, So if you had TRICARE, then you wouldn't have had to pay.
Yeah, the average was, I looked it up, it was about $800. In 2015, the average was $450.
For what? Huh?
What about, it has nothing to do with the military. What are you saying?
Well,
He's saying he got free insurance.
Yeah, so use me as an example. My brother asked me how much did I pay, and so I was exempting myself because of my military status. And then I added to that the vast majority of American citizens are not in the military.
The vast majority don't have Obamacare.
No. Even if you had private health insurance, you didn't pay. It was just you had to be covered by any program, private, military, VA, Medicare, Medicaid, anything. You just had to be covered by anything. It didn't have to be a government
program. I'm not
program.
saying that. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that he tried to use me as an example, and I was not included in his example.
Sir, I know.
He's rambling just a bunch of ridiculous gibberish, so I'm just waiting for him.
He's not. Like, sometimes I can take you because at least you're a fairly, you're fairly reasonable actor.
You see how he's injecting his own characterization and his own opinion to my position. So he's mischaracterizing.
What were you doing
He's
earlier?
adding his own interpretation and slanderous.
Sir, no, he said he's adding. He doesn't say that.
He's adding, things to the comments.
I'm adding my own perspective.
Yeah.
I'm adding my own interpretation.
Yeah, you were mischaracterizing something.
But okay, so that's a problem now. But when you were mischaracterizing
the characterize my statements,
that was okay.
And disparaging
Listen,
so
why do you call yourself?
Wait. Why do I have to be accurate? Why do you get to say whatever the fuck you want, and I have to be accurate? I have to provide sources. You get to provide sources.
A mischaracterization.
Sources.
I'm just saying what I believe. You're taking a misinterpreted characterization of what my statement is.
Wait, so
you're slandering. I'm not doing that. You're the one here doing that.
Not a soft-hearted fucking libertarian. You just told people to suck it up. You told 3 and 5-year-olds to get fucking bent. And now you're over here, you're going to make an emotional fucking claim about somebody fucking hurt your feelings. That's fucking ridiculous. Grow up. So you don't want to have a conversation. You want to bitch. Fine. Okay, fine. You're a victim. How about this? You are a victim. I mischaracterized you. You have been victimized. You have been hurt. I am sorry that I hurt you. I'm sorry that I victimized you. I'm sorry that you are now a victim. Are you okay? I'll mute up. You tell us how hurtful I was to you, how emotional it made you feel.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you? So now you don't want to be censored,
brother? Did he provide the evidence to ban?
You mean the evidence of him butt breaking? We just heard you. I have an audio recording of it.
It's amazing. It's amazing what you call butt broken. It's amazing what you call butt broken. But that's fine.
But I'm wondering, I have a question.
And now I'm back up.
I have a question for Brian.
For the pet. I have a timer. 30 and 28.
Whatever.
This is fantastic.
His commute, he has a long commute. So
he was trying to find a parking space.
He used the F word. This holy man.
Not the most wholesome.
Every third word for Peter.
Even Peter cursed before the Lord.
How many times did he say?
He was rewarded with what? The whole church.
All right, well, let me cut your ear off.
Well, let me ask Brian. Can I ask Brian a question real quick? Can I ask Brian real quick?
Didn't he cut the?
Can I ask Brian a question real quick?
Yeah.
Dan. Okay. Brian, I have a question just about like how you characterize yourself as a libertarian versus just being a straight conservative Republican. Like, where do you see the differences between kind of your positions and theirs?
Primarily theology. I don't ground my ethics or economic decisions in theology. I'm not a theist. So, like, I oppose abortion because people have a right to life, not because God said so.
So your beliefs are the same as theirs, just the reasoning behind it is different.
In most situations, that's why I vote Republican.
I've never seen you have a position that was different than theirs, even when they're like dead ass.
Gay rights. I support gay rights. I support trans rights. I just don't want the government again getting involved in dictating, how schools should be run, how language.
But you said you didn't believe in gay marriage.
I didn't say that.
You didn't? Okay, I misunderstood that.
I support gay marriage. It's an individualistic perspective. You should be able to do what you want to do.
But in some states, they should be able to keep people from being married that are in different. That doesn't go together.
You care. You're banned. Ban care.
Oh, that's what you said. I was listening very carefully. You'd be fine. You said you would be okay if states wanted to make that decision about whether their citizenry could be married if they were in different, racial groups. You just said that. I heard you.
Yeah, well, ban put me into this hypothetical situation.
It's not hypothetical.
Yeah.
No, he was taking you down the logic that
using hypotheticals as what if a state did this and another state did that.
No, that's not what I said. No, I said, do you think they should get rid of loving? No, that's not what I was saying. No. But earlier I said, should they get rid of loving? And you didn't know what loving was, and I explained it. You said, yes, they should get rid of loving, and the state should decide.
Yeah, so what personally my belief is, people should be able to live how they want to live, as long as it doesn't infringe on the rights of others. The freedom to swing your fist ends when it hits my face.
No, but you don't believe marriage is a right.
Yeah, I don't think marriage is a right. I don't think the government should.
I know, but you just said you believe in gay rights.
Marriage is an institution of religion.
I got you. So what's a gay right that's not an institution of the state? Break it down.
Well, gays should be able to serve in the military.
Well, that's not a gay right. That would just be a right. Because that has nothing to do with it being gay.
Gays were excluded from certain activities in our society.
That's a different thing.
I oppose that.
No, that's a different thing.
It's the point.
Listen,
it's an example of my principle.
I'm saying, what is a right that they should get by virtue of being gay?
They should be able to participate in society as full.
But not marriage.
Well, marriage is an institution of the church.
No,
if you want to have a civil union, like a legal
that's what I mean by marriage. Everybody's not a Christian. Come on, man, don't insult me. I'm not talking about at the church. Many people, Jewish people get married. Hold on a second, Brian. Muslims, assalamu alaikum, they get married. It's not just of the church. Atheists get married. I'm talking about it vis-a-vis the state. Hence, Loving v. Virginia. Loving v. Virginia is a Supreme Court decision, not a book of the Bible. Come on. Stop trying to weasel your way. So,
are you ready for me to explain?
No, because I have the question.
Okay, go ahead.
So you'd be fine with a state not allowing marriage?
No, I don't want a state to not allow gays to be married.
Oh, so you think states should be forced to allow gays to be married, but that same state should allow for people of different races not to marry?
It doesn't go together.
Oh, no, I'm done.
Yeah, you created these goofy hypotheticals and given me like a dichotomy
literally said
this and that, and I'm trying to play along in a
I asked you earlier
sincere way. So I'm playing along with your silly hypotheticals, but I'm also saying
now you're lying.
When I'm saying it,
I gotta meet you.
In my society, I would not allow gays or.
I gotta meet you. Earlier in the conversation, you said that gay people, that mixed race people, you'd be fine with a state outlawing interracial marriage.
False.
Huh?
False.
Not the state, like the country, like Alabama or Maryland or whatever. That's what you said.
That's false.
You did say that. Now, if you want to change that, then change it. But you say that.
You gave me a hypo where one state allowed it and one state didn't.
No, that was
after.
That's after. Hold on 1 second, Sonny. I gave you the hypothetical because I was trying to understand. Brian, hold on a second. Brian, please. You're not talking to the others now. You're talking to me. So please don't treat me like you were treating. Don't treat me like you were treating brother. Don't treat me like you were treating brother. The reason why I asked you, or as half of your people would say, asked you that hako, was because you had said you'd be fine for parental state treatment across the states. I even used the term interstate comity. And interstate comity. And you said, well, if the state doesn't allow, don't take a job in that state. You were fine with it. Let's move on. I have breaking news. Y'all got something.
You gave me that hypothetical and forced me into that box. I'm telling you.
I asked you about Loving versus Virginia because it came out of. Hold on a second, Brian. Because I can tell you the whole thing.
This is your option.
Brian, I have a recording. You want to have a recording? John could have,
this state doing it and that state not doing it. So in that hypothetical, I said, you don't move there. Don't move to a state that has laws that you don't support.
You said you were fine with that state.
And then I followed up with, I would not want those states over a period of time. Within some period of time, I would all of those silly laws repealed. And you said, well, that's a hypothetical. You can't.
Yeah, you did say you hoped. Yeah, you did say
hypothetical. I said that's not normal.
I did say
so
that.
Again, we started asking you a set of questions. Come on, Brian, chill out. We started by asking you a set of questions. And I said, oh, that's kind of interesting. Went through abortion and all that. The reason how we got to let states decide is because that's what you said about abortion. And I said, oh, okay, well, what do you think about Loving versus Virginia? And then you said, at the time, I thought you were lying or playing around. You didn't know what it was. But after talking to you, I realized you didn't know what it was. So then I explained what Loving versus Virginia was. And you said you'd be fine if the people in a state didn't want to allow people of different races to marry. And I said, oh, interesting. How would you deal with these various things? We then moved to slavery, and then we moved to people of certain not voting or having a franchise because of immutable characteristics. My memory it's arguably the best thing about me besides my feet. Lovely feet. Okay? I know what happened. You quite literally said, with the state, because I kept saying, well, what will we do with you in that state? Because you're the product of an interracial coupling. Please, don't play like I'm done. Let's move on from the lies. The lie, y'all gotta start with the lies.
Yeah, see, don't do this. Come on, don't make all these slanderous accusations. And then
I didn't make any slanders.
You're accusing me of being dishonest.
No. Maybe you just are mistaken. Maybe you just don't remember what you said, Brian. He really is not mischaracterizing the way it went. And I think that it just does point out the fact that you're unable to be consistent in your arguments about why. That's not
False. I'm one of the most consistent people anywhere philosophically because I've thought this through for decades.
But okay, well, I don't think your actual
for decades.
I don't think that your actual
old man with an Ayn Rand thing in my PTR because I thought it through and I put up that.
I don't think that.
Shrugged. Wait, hold on. I read this book for the first time when I was 16. I thought, wow, this is fascinating. I reread it when I was 17 and was embarrassed. I thought that woman was smart. This is a woman who was against government programs and was taking Social Security and Medicare. She was on government welfare. Please, she should have saved the money. No one's serious about this. Brian, that's exactly what you said. I asked you about Loving versus Virginia. You said you didn't know it. And I said, you said fine. You said, I'd be fine with states not doing that. And I'm going to tell you why you said it. Because I said, what about slavery? You said slavery's different. Because slavery is about life. And marriage is not a right, and it's not about life. You're not entitled to it. That was the distinction for why you supported the found Loving versus Virginia. This will be a dumb thing for me to not only but make up these kinds of details. I may be evil, but I'm not an evil genius.
As you worked on your fine fucking motor skills when you were 3 and 5,
still crashing. There you go.
Ability.
Start the clock.
To remember.
Start the clock.
56.
Start the clock. This man has been. Brian, one thing. As much as frustrating as Brian can be, although I think
no, don't do that. Don't do that. I can be passionate just like you.
No, it's not. This isn't. Yeah, I know. I know. Passion is born of buck breaking. Yes.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah, you've been buck breaking.
So you're strong.
You should go walk around. You should go walk around Costco for a little while.
Unless you took the Social Security.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
You're strong. Is that what's your strongest argument against Ayn Rand and her philosophy?
Oh, I think the philosophy. Yeah. Oh, I think the philosophy. I think objectivism is, as I said earlier, maybe you forgot, is a kind of philosophy that only works in an idea, as what political philosophers call ideal theory. Two, I don't think it upholds the public good, although it purports to uphold the public good. And 3, I think it's full of inconsistencies. And it relies on a rendering of the political economy that would be not only inefficient, but would get us to the apocryphal state, get us closer to the apocryphal state. I find the ideas to be fascinating when I'm around a fire, like the boys in Lord of the Flies. Quiet, piggy. You got it. I could go on specifics, but I have stuff to do back at work. Do I need to go deeper? Pause. I ran out of PP. I got to meet up.
As envisioned on her, I mean, she agreed with some libertarians, Hayek, Bungesis, but I think there are difficulties in operationalizing a lot of her philosophies. My favorite part of her philosophy is just grounding ethics and economics in the value of human life, holding the value of reason and existence as your primary value.
I don't think that I don't think that her philosophy, while it purports to uphold the value of human life, it does not provide a structure, especially in an advanced economy and a modern world, that actually contributes the material basis upon which a valued human life not only can subsist, but also thrive. So let me give you an example. You guys don't believe in a lot of public goods. And what that does do, and you have articulated this a bunch today, is if you are born into resources, you are able to get certain things that someone else was not born into similar resources. And by not being born into those resources through no fault of their own, they don't get the thing. So just by her system, the baby in category A is prized over the category B. What liberals argue, and by liberals I mean small L, which is Democrats and generally Republicans, just liberalism as a general matter, is that while you cannot make them equal, you can at least create or strive to create a floor for child B so that child B can thrive. You don't believe in that. So you said earlier that you don't want to fund universal pre-K, even though you admit that if I can afford to send my kids to Montessori's Harp method or the one where they break bread, bake bread, etc., those things work. You don't want to fund a thing that takes more tax dollars from rich people to create a system where those kids also get it because you're, quote, punishing Bill Elon Musk. So the way you see the world, because those people are and have more resources and money, they actually are higher value. That's the difference.
Here's the important distinction that I think you guys are missing, you and a few others. I didn't say I don't want those programs to be funded. I've said at least half a dozen times, if you want to start a company that provides those safety net services or those pre-K services or free lunches or whatever you want to call it, then do it through the private sector, because government is by definition inefficient. Government cannot do as efficiently with the same resources the same level, quality, and scope as the private sector. So I want safety nets in society, and Iran also advocated for having those things in our society, just not through the government, because it's a terrible, inefficient use of resources. We would be much wealthier as a nation and as a globe if we shifted away from that exact mindset you're talking about, where we use the government as the instrument of equalizing outcomes.
So you misrepresented my position. So I didn't say anything about equalizing outcomes. What I said was to create a floor whereby y'all don't either listen. So it's either three things: you don't listen, you don't comprehend, or you're conscious, or you're intentionally misrepresenting what I'm saying. I never mentioned outcomes, not one time. I literally talked about child A and child B, and giving the child B a floor, even though I know that floor will never be as good as child A. The fact that you got to equalizing outcomes is online brain rot, claptrap, etc. Oh, you're trying to call me a Marxist, communist, all that stuff. I never mentioned outcomes. That's the first thing. So this is a general matter. Two, what you just said is not true. There are actually places in the world where the government is efficient with very high outcomes. That's actually not true. So you guys had this sort of inherent belief about government, and you never produce any data. You just made a claim. It's a counterfactual of sorts, but let's entertain it. I have I'm actually 3 minutes late, so I'll think about it and come back to you. You said the United States would be much richer if the government was less involved. Show me the economist, show me the political philosopher, show me the think tank, show me 3 papers that say that.
Yeah, the Nordic countries.
I can say, yeah, police. Well, I'm almost done. I'm almost
the Nordic
done.
country.
What about the Nordic countries? With what? They experiment with what? Sociology? That wasn't the claim? No. Wait, no, your claim was the Wait, what's going on? You said we, but I'm about the United States. Wait, are you Danish? I said, you made the claim that you're an American from the Bible Belt. I'm an American from the shores of Turtle Island. That we would be much richer if X, Y, and Z. What the fuck does the Norwegians have to do with it? I asked you to give me evidence that America would be richer if the government was less involved. How the fuck did you get to the Norwegian countries?
Example of the government getting overly involved in the economy, the citizenry realizing what a fucking disaster it was, and then voting to undo those exact same policies.
Which policies are you talking? Wait a second, hold on. I can come to the Nordic countries in a second, but because you're actually wrong about that. But you said America would be much richer. That's what I'm asking for the evidence for. Okay, what policies did the Nordic countries have? Because
hang on. So back to the Nordic countries. So if you take
which policies are you talking about? Yeah, that's also
just as a philosophical economic understanding, if you have a certain pie of a country's GDP, and you have the government owning or controlling or overly regulating some percentage of that economy, let's say 25%, just arbitrarily, then what you're doing is you're leaving 75% of that country's GDP to the private sector. Now, what happens is as countries increase that 25%, that government-owned or controlled or overly regulated portion, what you're doing is you're
what does that mean? Once after we keep going, I don't know what that means. What do you mean overly regulated?
So where you have burdensome regulations, like a lot of climate stuff, a lot of EPI stuff, APA
let me
stuff.
give you an example. Hold on, I need to understand. So somebody came to my house today to check my, I got a,
just government regulations, just say government regulations.
Hold on.
You're interrupting me.
Somebody
finish my
statement.
I
can't follow you. I'm just asking for clarity.
You don't understand the notion of government regulations?
I don't know the quality of the quantitative amount. You use the qualifier. I know what government regulations is, but you said burdensome. So I'm trying to understand where the line is. Hold on a second. So, and then I'm trying to understand how that has anything to do with GDP.
Okay, I'm going to tell you. So when you have, let's say, 25% of an economy that is controlled by the government and 75% controlled by the private sector, the more that 25% increases and impinges into the private sector, you become, by definition, inefficient, because the whole reason the Soviet socialist, the USSR failed is because of one word: prices. They were not able to. They were not able to understand the role that prices played in resources. So they kept continually trying to funnel all of their economic decisions through this central planning committee, and you can't do that with all the stores, all the countries, all the individual consumers, all the people operating in that society. Prices are what allow the private sector to be more efficient than government. Government does not have to compete in the notion or in the arena of prices, because they can print money, they can tax, they can borrow, they can do things that defeat or suppress the indications that come from prices. So by definition, government is less efficient. And throughout recent history, let's say the past 150, 200 years, we've seen time and again where governments that go deeper into the private sector limit the effectiveness of the usage of those resources that would better be used by the private sector.
Okay. So based on what you're saying, the Nordic countries today would be bad for business, enterprise, et cetera. Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
Would you say the Nordic countries today are bad for business, bad for entrepreneurship, and then the quality of life that flows from it? 1 second. Let me just finish the question. You know what? It doesn't matter what I was going to say. You're going to answer it the same way either way. Go ahead and answer.
Countries reverse their policies several decades.
So which policies are you talking about? Because the Denmark, for example, which is very good for starting, creating, and maintaining and growing a business, the government has like 50% of GDP. They account for like 50% of GDP. So what policies did Denmark, for example, reverse 20, 30 years ago? They still have nationalized industries, et cetera.
Well, I'd have to get specific. I don't know the name of the bill.
No, just give me what was it around? Was it around healthcare? Like, what was it around? Because this is the crux of your argument, so you should know something about it.
I have looked up. I wasn't prepared to make this specific argument.
And then just tell me the industry. Like, what was it around?
So if I just type in, if I just look it up real quick.
All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you. Sure. Do you think?
Yeah, governments in the Nordic countries have tightened eligibility for welfare benefits and introduced market mechanisms, including private options in healthcare and education. So it's moving away from, by that statement, I would say they're moving away from some of the government-owned aspects of certain industries and introducing more free market mechanisms.
That has nothing to do with the reasons why. A lot of that, when's the article from? You said 30 years ago. Is that recent? When's the article from? 1999?
Let's see.
You said 30 years ago. One from the 90s.
I'm saying that's when it all happened. There's been a lot of...
a lot of that is around immigration. Oh my God. A lot of that is around immigration, and the far right took over a lot of and the center right take over. They don't want to give stuff from immigrants. That's a whole different... to be fair, let's go to Singapore. Let's get out of the
I'm just saying, generally speaking,
I got you. 1%. I got you. Singapore, I got you. Singapore, does the government control too much of its economy?
I'm not an expert on Singapore.
You're not an expert on anything, but you've been talking all day, so just continue. Do you think the government controls too much of its economy?
I can look up Singapore's...
Well, do you think Singapore is a good economy?
I've heard that.
Do you think it's efficient?
To that, I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I'm not an expert on it.
So I love this. So you can make a claim. You can make a summary claim about government. 1 second, sir. Via Ayn Rand, I'll be done here. You can make a summary claim about the inefficiencies of government. It doesn't work. And yet you don't know any of the specifics, the applicability, and the materiality of the actual governments and their respective political economies, to use an old word of art from the 19th century. Singapore, the government, just so you know, probably controls upwards of 30 to 35% of the GDP. It's also seen as like the shining country on the hill for doing business. It's incredibly efficient. Incredibly efficient. It has a better business environment than your beloved United States. Y'all just be saying stuff. You got to read a little more about the world, Brother Brian. But, we've talked a lot today. You and I probably are behind on work. So unless you want to buck break Brother Messi anymore, I'm done.
I learned a lot from y'all today, actually. Y'all should do this more often.
If we could get some conservatives that want to tell their side of it reasonably and not just lie, even though Brian did Brian did end up. No, I said
Brian did.
Yeah, I was actually saying.
Can she finish, Brian?
I actually wasn't. That's why I was saying that it was a reasonable conversation. Because you did
lying, misrepresenting what you said, but that's fine. But my point was that you weren't just up here lying, because I can't even take conversations with those people. That's all. So take the compliment.
Brian, you gotta let people. I cut people off, but I'm like Oda Mae Brown. I know what they're gonna say, Brian. You in danger, girl. You gotta let people talk longer. The woman was actually giving you a compliment, but you're so defensive in your political, philosophical insecurities. You thought she was saying you were lying. Now, I do have to disagree. You did lie about the Loving v. Virginia thing. That's fine. As a MAGA, you're allowed one lie. No, I didn't. So we appreciate the back and forth. And I want you to go MAGA friends that you can come in here and people, except Brother Messi when he's buck broke, you got to speak. You got to make your points. Now, some of the black ladies stated the insults, but we don't expect intellectual exchange from them. They're women. So let's put the women to the side. Well, I mean, y'all was just insulting the man. I mean, you had Reform coming here and was calling them all kinds of names with 5 kids, and there was another Brian in the chat. It wasn't even him. That was insane. So just put that aside. The MAGAs can come in here and have a good conversation. And the old BAN with the dick, balls, and vagina name, formerly MAGA Meese Bro, GOAT, et cetera. You can have a good exchange. We had a wonderful exchange today. Now, because you're mixed race, I can't take you in a state that doesn't allow for mixed race people, because they would arrest you as a product of being of a mixed race coupling. You see, you would be the crime. And what was fascinating about that was you said for people like you could be the exception. But I'm gonna let you know what you did today on the real. And this is very interesting. Just so you know. You made exceptions for your life story every go. You were always the exception. You were always the outlier. You were always the edge case. Pause. But God bless you. Would you like a prayer, Brian? Brian, would you like a prayer?
Sure, if you want to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, but do you want a prayer is what I'm asking.
Well, I've had people pray over me before.
Do you want it? Pause.
Yes.
Brian, do you want the prayer?
Yes.
Or not?
He said, yeah.
No, that wasn't Brian. That was somebody else. Brian, do you want the prayer? I'm asking.
That was me. I said yes.
He said yes several times. It was him. Give it to him.
I will. The sound changed. So I wasn't sure. The sound changed, so I wasn't sure if it was Ave Maria, gratia plena Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Jesus. Santa Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Amen. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. God bless you, Brian.
Thank you.
Yo, my man.
I learned today that Lockheed Martin should pay for the veterans' cop. That's what I learned from Brian Banton.
I'm fine with people doing these things. Just move it to the private sector. You get a better outcome.
You didn't have to respond. I just told you what you taught me. Why are you responding? What's going on?
Because that's not what I taught you.
You can't tell me what to take from you all's conversation. That's what I learned.
Oh, yeah.
That's how Brian got that black woman. He still had black. He can get you on check. Oh, you remember Brian said, he said, that's not what I taught you. Huh? Brian, your wife is black. Isn't she? We know. I'm just joking.
I'm mad that he kind of chuckled at the fact that you asked him.
No, he knew it was a ridiculous question. Exactly. There you go.
That's very
How many did you date? How many have you dated? Did you ever date?
I've only dated my wife and one other person, and the other person was not black.
Wait, stop. One mic only. You know what? I'm done for the day.
Yeah, you should.
That's why I said I have the defeater.
That answer almost broke you. You had to fix yourself.
That's why I said I got the defeater. I don't know why Brian talking about the only difference between me and the conservatives. I'm not a Christian. He married the first woman he had sex with. He believed babies have a soul in vitro. Like, this nigga is a Christian. I don't know what's going on. He's talking about I don't believe in that other shit. Everything they believe.
She was the same.
Oh, you fucked the other lady? And you didn't marry her?
Well, no, I had a one-night stand. Then my wife and I got together. Then we broke up for like a year. And I dated one other girl for about 10 months. And then we got back together and then we got married.
This one night stand, was this somebody trying to cure your virginity and they paid for you to get a hooker?
She was arm's reach of being a hooker.
Wow.
And they scared you into holy matrimony, huh?
Yeah, and then my wife and I dated for a few years, and honestly, I did one of the stupidest things I've ever done. I broke up with her because I said, could we have gotten this lucky? You and I, she'd only dated one other person. She was the second person, well, really the first person I dated seriously. And I said, this can't be this good. So I said, I was an idiot. I said, I think we need to break up and date other people. She dated one guy. I dated the girl I dated. And after about 10 months, I realized I made a huge fucking mistake. And I went back to my wife and I proposed to her.
A Christian love story.
And God was nowhere in the picture.
How long have you been married, if I may ask?
Yeah, I'll say 35 years.
Oh, you're an old man.
Yeah. I'm an old, average, mixed race dude.
Why do you keep saying mixed race? Aren't you you're just a black guy? Like, what is that for? Why do you keep saying that? I feel like people say that when they want to be white.
No, he's mixed because this is important. Brian, were you conceived when mixed race conception was illegal in your state?
No.
Is your mother white?
Neither one of them are white.
Oh, wait. So what's the mixed race? I don't understand. What's the mix?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
My mom was a Catholic, and she was a virgin when she got married. And they've been married, like 60-something years.
Did they vote for Trump?
Oh, yeah. They haven't really been involved in politics, except for like the past, 10, 15 years. In fact, Dad used to rail on Republicans just as hard as Democrats. He was just, my mom's is hardcore. They both are. Way more than me.
After Trump's gone, will they stop voting?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that like disaffected to voter to hardcore Republican is interesting. I think it'll last a little while, but I think it'll eventually go away because Republicans, they're Republicans. So. Do they support the war?
No, I don't think they really support it. I mean, they do a lot of rationalization. So, like, Trump, in many ways, they don't really focus on Trump. They focus on the things that they don't like about Democrats. So they look at it like, the lesser of two evils. Yeah, he's a knucklehead, but he's better than Kamala, kind of shit.
Did they vote for Obama the first time?
No, I don't think either of them have ever voted for a Democrat. I couldn't swear to that, but that would be my guess.
Wait, you have a black dad and he's never voted for a Democrat?
Yeah, I don't think they've ever voted for Democrats. I mean, I could be wrong, like when I was super young, they might have. I haven't asked.
Oh, wait, it's not black-white. It's not black-Mexican mix. It's white-Mexican mix. Yeah, my bad, y'all. Yeah, he's white Mexican. I apologize.
You gotta take all this stuff back you did.
Yeah, so now I'm only a quarter right.
I'm gonna find this Kitover video and then play it so you can find yourself saying that you were fine with states discriminating against mixed race marriages. Are your kids Republicans or no?
My old daughter is, I wouldn't say she's far left wacko, but she's probably arm's reach. She's normalized over the past year or two. I think she finally realized she reached peak influence, if you will. But she's starting to come back. She's starting to realize it's not healthy to live with all that anger and hatred. And I'm not saying all leftists do that, but I think for her, it got to a peak, and she saw it as kind of self-defeating, self-limiting. So she's actually acknowledged that she's trying to come back to this center.
You don't think people on the American right have more hate and complain more than people on the American left?
Oh, absolutely not.
And by right and left, I don't mean fascist versus communist or whatever. I just mean your mainstream common republic. The people that are railing against abortion and going crazy, you think those people are... I mean, Donald Trump's entire campaign was like a bitterness campaign. All he did was complain about America the whole time. Well, you find Donald Trump's campaign he's always complaining about somebody. He's always calling people names and beat it.
I think people look at that as him kind of standing up to being provoked and bullied, and like he's reacting. I don't think he initiated all that. If you look at the way he's been throughout most of his life, he was a Democrat. I think he agreed with a lot of Democrat policies.
So he was reacting to
ideas. So it wasn't until he started to run. If you look at his first term, he was blindsided. Based on his own comments, he says, "I didn't realize, and I underestimated how hard they would go after me." And I think he was caught surprised. He probably looked at it like, just based on his comments, that I've been a Democrat. I've gotten along with Hillary. I've gotten along with Schumer. I've done all these donations and fundraisers for these people.
Yeah, but you're missing like 15 years. You guys always knew this. Donald Trump moved away from the Democratic Party a lot earlier than... I mean, maybe you were in the military and you didn't see it. Donald Trump used to be on Fox News. I'm not even joking you. He was on with Bill O 1 to 3 times a week. He was on with Hannity. It's not like, he just decided to run as a Republican before he came down the escalator. There was a long transition away from that But even away from Donald Trump and people running for president, etc. I mean, you're not a religious guy. Your party is putting the 10 Commandments in classrooms. That's insane from your perspective. You agree with that?
No, I support religion. I support people's choice to make their own religious decisions. And also, I think the vast majority of people are religious. And if we are going to be religious...
No, I didn't ask you that. I said, do you support the 10 Commandments, the state forcing 10 Commandments in classrooms?
Not really. I mean, from a historical perspective, you could say it was, influential. Influential
to do what? To have lynchings after church? What did it influence?
Well, no, the 10 Commandments being a part of the historical foundation of our country, if you look at the Christian principles.
How so? Where's the 10 Commandments in the laws at the beginning? What do you mean? Break it down.
Where's the 10 Commandments in our nation's laws?
Yeah.
Well, I guess.
Like, what's the influence? I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I see some, but most modern nation states, even the non-Christian ones, thou shalt not kill, is like, what's peculiar, what's singular about the 10 Commandments that's just not general morality? Outside of like blue laws. I'll give you blue laws. Blue laws were like stuff you couldn't do stuff on Sunday. So there used to be laws against keeping Sabbath holy. And we actually see remnants of that today on alcohol, which is why it stuns me that you libertarians are more concerned. You know the kind of money and economy that is lost in southern states because Republicans in southern states won't allow private entities to buy or to sell alcohol, for example? You know, like North Carolina has the ABC store. Pennsylvania has or Philadelphia has some. I can't remember, but there are actual moments of like state capture that right wingers and you never rail against those. You come into every room, you make these vague paragraphs about leftism, and then I give you examples of it being in practice from Republicans, and you never say anything. So I'll go to the alcohol. Do you think the state should be able to control who buys alcohol and when, on what days of the week?
I'm okay with an age limit. I don't see
say that.
Well, yeah, you said who? I would say so.
No.
Buyers are not allowed.
No. I'm not who buys. I'm sorry. Who sells? I apologize. Who sells? I'm talking about private enterprise. I apologize. I mean, who sells?
Oh, who sells? No.
Did you know that about North Carolina and Philadelphia and other places?
Yeah, I think there are some states that regulate on Sunday in the Bible Belt.
No. Stores. Did you know that?
Exclusively?
Yes.
There are states that have. No, there are states that have only government-run alcohol.
Well, I guess it depends on the counties and localities, but some of them are only government-run liquor stores.
Yeah, I know there are dry counties, but
they're not dry. No, they're not dry. They're not dry. Here, let me read it to you. They're called ABC stores.
Yeah, I know an ABC store.
In North Carolina, liquors, it's only sold at ABC stores. You're okay with that?
But that's not the only place that sells alcohol. Is that what you're saying?
It is. Liquor. It's the only place that serves liquor at ABC stores. You didn't know that?
No, I was not aware of that.
Gotcha. That's all over the country. That's Republican. How come you don't rail against their communism? That's communism according to you. Or socialism.
Socialism, yeah. I wouldn't vote for that. I think it's silly.
Doesn't have to be a real drinker to know that. I mean, I'm telling you, if we actually took a paper and looked at Democrat-controlled places and Republican-controlled places, or we looked at the various rules in the states and put them down, when you looked up, you would see that Republican-controlled places in this country are far more state-run than Democrat. run places. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, that's why.
We'll have to go. You didn't know about ABC stores? I think ABC stores. What states?
I didn't realize it was exclusive.
Well, of course you didn't realize it because Republicans did it. You don't know anything bad about Republicans.
I think Virginia is Virginia one of them.
Let me see. What states have ABC stores?
I know Virginia has an ABC store, but I don't know if that's the only place that sells liquor in Virginia.
I mean, according to Brian, the state shouldn't be selling at all. ABC stores are state-run retail monopoly stores in 17 states. The only one that's a Democrat state is Pennsylvania, and the Democrats don't control the whole thing. Alabama, listen to these states, are state-run. This is going to be my new talking point. I'm glad I stumbled into this. It's fantastic. ABC stores are state-run retail monopoly stores. Monopoly stores for liquor in 17 control states. Alabama, Idaho, Maine, Michigan, maybe Maine, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio, Oregon. Oh, there's your blue one. Oregon, Pennsylvania, Utah, Virginia. Virginia might change it. There's another blue one. I'll get Virginia blue now. We'll see how long it takes. Vermont, blue, so 3 blue. West Virginia, Wyoming.
And South Carolina has funny rules about it. They're not explicitly a control state, but they...
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Brian, why does your party that you support and vote for all the time and your parents, why do you guys support socialism?
Because of religion. They're trying to legislate morality.
No, I said, why do you support it? And then you said because of religion. I understand.
Oh, they support it. No, I think they do that because they're trying to legislate morality.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, why do you support socialism?
Yeah, I would vote against it. I don't like that.
Okay.
But getting back to the angry thing about my daughter, so I mean, I'm basing this, and this is still, I think, somewhat generalizable as well. During the past 2 or 3 elections, you would have a lot of YouTubers going and other people going into rallies. So you would have people like, let's say, former Democrats or whatever going to Trump rallies, right? And they would participate and attend. And some of them would openly say, hey, I'm a Democrat, or they'd wear a Hillary t-shirt or a Biden t-shirt, whatever Biden had. And then vice versa, you'd have some Republicans.
Biden rallies. Look at going.
Yeah. But
Biden had a bunch of empty chairs.
He had one at
there were no Biden rallies.
He had one at a actually, I remember that. But anyway.
Biden rallies. I'm sorry, y'all be saying stuff. I've never seen a Biden rally except in a nursing home. Everybody got wheeled into the same TV room. They was waiting for Wheel of Fortune to come on. A Biden rally. But keep going, man. Y'all must be saying stuff.
Yeah, but you had people from, let's say, the other side attend, rallies. And if you look at the way that Republicans were greeted and treated at the Democrat rallies, it was much more angry and violent than you had in reverse. So like when a black Democrat or some, Democrat would go to a GOP rally, he'd get hugs, he'd get questions, thanks for coming, all this kind of stuff. That was very open and welcoming. And hey, we disagree, but hey, that's fine. Welcome to the club. Hopefully we change your mind. Whereas when you had the Republicans going to the Democrat rallies, it was, F you, and we're going to kill you, get out of here. What kind of bullshit are you running? Take that t-shirt off. Just all kinds of violence. So that's generating a lot of that.
Gotcha. So, do you know who Rob Smith is?
No. You mean the Minnesota Vikings running back?
Running back?
Yeah, Robert Smith. Robert Smith, the Minnesota Vikings running back.
Yeah, that's Robert Smith, not Rob Smith. He probably beat your ass calling him Rob Smith. So Rob Smith was a gay black conservative who was heckled, called nigger and faggot while attending a MAGA event in 2024. Are you familiar with this?
No.
Isn't it amazing how in your algorithm to confirm your bias, you don't know countervailing stories? It's almost as if you only have the information to agree with what you agree. Let me read to you. Rob Smith, a gay and black conservative, was heckled last year and called racist, homophobic, slurs, nigger, and faggot while attending a MAGA event last year, said he's leaving the Republican Party. Smith, a longtime conservative commentator, announced he now identifies as politically homeless during an episode of his podcast, Cancel Rob Smith. I was betrayed. Rob Smith speaks out. Now, to be fair, he's since gone back to the Republican Party because the checks got bigger instead of amends, but he sold out like they normally do. Smith shared a video on social media December that said in Phoenix, quote, being confronted surrounded by some white supremacists that don't like gays or blacks in the Republican Party. Now, I give you 30 of these, but I have all this stuff. You still will say the same thing next week.
Yeah, because there's way more of the examples that I gave than the one that you could.
I can't. Watch this. I gave you a specific example. Let's spend the next 5 minutes going example for example, since you have way more. Which one do you have?
Okay, yeah, let me do a quick Google search.
Cool. Oh, you don't have any on deck? I have like 20 on deck.
I don't keep these things.
Of course, but of course not. Keep going.
Find the number?
No, Brian said there was a bunch of them, so I'm just waiting for him to give me some.
Oh. I just wanted to know if I was still in the number. I thought maybe I got.
There's so many he can't. So he's just picking which one he wants to get.
Okay. I mean, but to be fair to the young man, he got both his parents, lead him this way. So
No. I want conservatives at Kamala Harris rallies, and then I want somebody with a Joe Biden teddy bear.
He said a rally.
Yeah, with a Joe Biden teddy bear at a rally, kicking out conservatives. That's what I want.
It's so many of them, right?
That's what he said. Now, where I thought he was going to go, and I could agree, would be like young people in 2020. People were on fire in 2020. Not the political rallies. Like, the so-called Summer of Love stuff, they were on fire in some cases. Literally. That's a different discussion. I can rock with that. But at a Kamala Harris rally? Now, if you went in there and said you were trying to disrupt it because you were a watermelon person, she might tell you to shut the fuck up, otherwise she's speaking. But I don't recall this at Kamala Harris. I don't even recall the Joe Biden rally.
That was Keith Joe Biden's rally.
Yeah, I mean, And see, that's how they always. This is why they always put too much dip on their chip, and they get caught in their bullshit. All you have to do is listen to the sound that you hear. Shout out to Beyonce and Jenny Fox in that terrible wig. There were no Biden rallies.
But you don't understand what the connection I was making. I was saying, to be fair to him, Trump has said these things. He has said the left is going, they do this, they do that. And they hear it, they believe it.
I know. I'm just surprised Brian does, because I think he's genuinely an honest person. But one second, let me finish. But he's a stubborn person. He has the white man's dig in. And rather than just saying, oh, you know what, that's right, maybe I went too far, he has to dig in on certain things, because this is one where, like, I'll give you an example. We could be having a conversation about Klay Thompson, Megan Thee Stallion, and how if they had a baby, the baby would come out looking like a Hanna-Barbera hound dog character. Right? We could be a Huckleberry Hound. He would come in and just start talking about the left and Marxism. It's just so strange. It's the most bizarre thing. Now, to be fair to him, he's almost 60, so he is slowly transitioning into his OAN news. Fox News. Brian?
Yeah.
He's been married for 35 years.
Oh, I heard. Okay.
Right.
That's when you was asking about the kids, I was like, they kind of young. But, he's been married for 30-some years. All right.
I mean, Brian has also never been to, like, a conservative event. The people at CPAC are not nice people. It's just dug in ideologically. But I'm just waiting for all the examples. So just give me two.
Well, I think the really great period you gave us those.
Well,
I think that means he just has
a prayer in Latin.
No, that was about.
I just prayed Ave Maria in Latin. Your mom.
That was about 45 minutes ago.
It wasn't 45 minutes ago. It was 15 minutes ago. Your mom missed it.
It was not at 4 o'clock. It was before 4.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Now why is Brian giving me a thumbs down? Victimes Pasqualis Laudi.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I'm so glad Brian accepted us the prayer.
Have you ever heard Mozart's Requiem, First Lady?
No, I can't say that.
Oh, I'm going to send it to you. It's a banger. It's a banger. You know, he wrote the Requiem. Probably, I guess Mozart died. 1791, if I recall. I think Mozart was 1791. He wrote the Requiem, I believe, at the end of his life. And I'm getting that from my memory of the movie Amadeus and not the biography. I think it's correct. But you should watch Amadeus first. It's a great movie. Amadeus? You saw Amadeus?
Yeah, Amadeus. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You saw it, or did you see it, or no?
Yeah.
When did you see it?
You know, I'm 87
Caught you
years
on the
old.
line.
No. What do you mean? I'm 87 years old. I saw it when I was younger.
Anyway, you should go back and watch it. It's a beautiful thing. Brian, do you have any examples?
Not yet. I'm working on it.
All right, cool. It's so many examples you can't find any. You said it's so replete.
Well, you know, honestly,
the field is so rife with examples you can't think of any.
No, honestly, when I type into Google your sentence, what it does is it brings up the opposite.
Dude,
okay.
That's the one Monica says you get less biased results. Drew said he hasn't heard Mozart's, but he's heard Pookie's Requiem. By Pookie, he probably means Verdi. So there are I have three favorite Requiems, and two are great. Pookie's one of them. That's Verdi. Giacomo. just put in Fox News. Surely Fox News covered a bunch of conservatives at a Kamala Harris rally being kicked out for just wearing a Trump hat. Surely.
I'm thinking of this one girl. I've looked this up before, but I'm looking at this one girl who used to, I believe, work for Alex Jones, and I forget her name. This was like, I guess it was 2016. It's not Ben Stuckey. It was Millie. It was that's it. It was Millennial Millie. Let me look that up.
And she was just sitting there, or was she antagonizing people?
No, I'll show you the video. It was her at, I guess there was an event where there was, like a pro-Republican on one side of the street and a pro-Democrat on the other side. They were kind of protesting her or whatever, doing their thing. And then she takes herself and her cameraman and finds, I guess, this black guy who, I can't remember if he had wandered onto their side or if she went and plucked him to talk to him. I think he came over to their side, and he was like, "Hey, I just kind of came over and want to see what all the hubbub's about. How am I going to be treated? What's going on? Et cetera." And this is kind of early on, I guess, in Trump's political career. So maybe things have changed. I don't know. But anyway, he was talking about how well he was received there, and so Millie jumps on that and says, "Hey, do you think we'd be received in the same welcoming way on your side if one of our people went over there?" And he's like, "I don't know." So they test it, and of course they weren't. So that's the specific one I'm thinking of. There are others that I've seen along those lines, but I have a list of violence against conservatives, political violence. Of course, Charlie Kirk, the assassinations against Trump. Steve Scalise, Rand Paul, Scott Walker. Rand Paul? Elon Musk. Yeah, Rand Paul was confronted walking down the street. I forget which city he was in, but a group of people tried to attack him physically and ended up throwing his bodyguard down to the ground. They punched him or swung at him, and he kind of had to run for it.
Who were they?
I don't know. I didn't really get into the specifics of their name or background.
I don't see it. I just Googled that. I don't Rand Paul. When was this?
The senator suffered 6 broken ribs and a pleural effusion, excess fluid around the lungs after being attacked by... Oh, no, that's not it.
That's his neighbor.
No, that was a different one.
So I know. I'm looking for it. Which one are you talking? What are you talking about?
Yeah, let me look it up in the chat. Well, I don't have these things at my fingertips.
No, but if a senator's bodyguard, it should pop right up. I just Googled it. I don't know let me see. Rand Paul's.
Yeah, here it is. Rand Paul, CBS News, YouTube. Rand Paul confronted by protesters after Trump's RNC speech. Okay. So he's a bunch of people. Yeah, this is it. He's escorted by some police, and he gets attacked.
He was attacked. Wait, what happened to him?
Yeah, well, the police isolated him and hurried him out of there. Here, I'll put it in the chat.
No, I see the video. Where was he attacked?
Yeah.
This was 2020.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's being escorted through a crowd of people yelling at an elected official.
Right around, you're looking at the CBS News version?
Well, this was NBC News.
Well, on mine, it's about 30 seconds in. There's a couple of cops, I guess, escorting him, and somebody pushes the cop holding a bicycle into him, and then he gets basically surrounded by his entourage.
You said Rand Paul, the senator, was attacked.
Yeah, somebody's confronting him and trying to get at him through the cop.
Hold on. Oh, I see it. All right, let me see.
And then Rand Paul stops to look at the guy and says, "Are you okay? You okay?" And he's like, "Let's get the hell out of here."
Wait a minute. So in that video, in that part, Rand Paul's got a cop with a bike. The cop with the bike gets, I guess, moved out of the way or whatever. Why didn't the guy keep attacking Rand Paul if they're trying to attack Rand Paul?
I don't know. You can't really see on the video.
Okay. Somebody asked a question. Were they chanting "Hi"? Were they chanting "Hang Rand Paul"?
No, it looks like they're chanting him to acknowledge something about Breonna Taylor.
Okay. When did Rand Paul? Did anybody chant "Hang a public official"? Just wondering.
I don't know.
You never heard of "Hang Mike Pence" chants? You know what, Brian? There's still time. If Mike Pence were to do the right thing, you could tell the truth. There's still time for Mike Pence to do the right thing.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You don't know if there's still time if Mike Pence were to do the right thing?
I'm just asking you to clarify what you're talking about.
Oh, January 6th.
Oh, January 6th.
Oh, January 6th.
You're unfamiliar with Hang Mike Pence?
Yeah, I know a lot of conservatives got pissed at him because he voted to, what do you call it?
He didn't vote for anything.
Well, he didn't try to stop it.
How could he stop it?
He could have. I thought he could have. He was, I think, in a position to raise some objection to.
According to what? Have you read the law before? I have.
No. Is that not accurate?
Yeah, it's purely ceremonial. In fact, what's odd about that law, they've since changed it. It was very bizarre, and it's very 19th century. There was a time where the law mandated a time in which it had to be done. I think it was 72 hours, if I recall correctly, 72 hours, which is why when Ted Cruz said, we should just take it and take our time and go through the thing, that actually would have been illegal. Now, to be fair to Ted Cruz, maybe he didn't know that piece, but there was actually a time where it had to be done. On what grounds, let's say that Mike Pence could have stopped it, on what grounds would he have stopped it?
I think the issue was that there were still some ongoing some lawsuits that were disputing some of the outcomes, like in Atlanta or Georgia, I think in Arizona.
Same thing. Atlanta and Georgia are the same thing.
I'm sorry, in Arizona. And then what they were trying to do was just delay the process so that those lawsuits could unfold, because if one or two or more of those states were overturned, as in fraud was determined, it was a whole complicated thing. I don't think it was reasonable. That's why I didn't go to the January 6th thing. But I think they were under the belief that if they could delay that finalization of the vote, that some of those lawsuits would turn out there.
Okay. Do you know why the people do you realize that based off of, they were already certified. The courts can't overturn certification. You know the electors had already met. The electoral college.
Right. Well,
you know by January 6th, the electoral. Oh my God, you guys are the conservatives, and God will pass out. The electors had already met. They meet in December.
Well, isn't that why?
Y'all don't know the process at all. Y'all hate America.
Isn't that why Trump sent those fake electors, and he got our so-called fake electors, and he got in trouble for trying to, to do that, because it was still, I guess, like I said, in the courts. So if it was revealed or discovered or proved that some states had violated their own rules, like I think Wisconsin or a couple other states were accused of not even following their own laws as far as certifying the votes.
Doesn't matter.
And you can say that, but at the time it was being disputed in court.
It doesn't matter at the time. I can murder somebody and say it was being disputed whether or not the law says I can murder them or not. That was already been certified. Hold on. Do you know what certification means? I'm not certification. Do you know what the electoral college is?
Yeah.
Okay. They'd already met. What court cases are you talking about? There were no court cases. The court cases met, the ones that mattered, before certification, which is sometime, not certification, the electoral college count, which is sometime before middle of December, which is in the middle of December. But I want to move on past that. Let me tell you why what Trump was arguing was stupid. It's very easy why. No vice president and his party would ever lose office. If what Trump was saying was possible, every vice president, they just object. Now, throw these out. There's been other electors. Why would Al Gore, just think about the precedent. I hope nobody here thinks that the 2020 election was more of a shit show than 2000. I mean, 2000 was the ultimate shit show. Based on what you're saying, Al Gore could have just stopped the certification of Florida, thrown it out, and we'll see what the courts do. Doesn't matter what the Supreme Court will do. And boom. He could have stopped certification, regardless of what the Supreme Court had said. Right?
Yeah, I'm not saying I agree with it, or that I fully understand it. I'm just saying that's my understanding of why he was trying and why a lot of the January 6 protesters were trying to delay the proceedings, because they thought there was some legal recourse to overturn some of the state's elections.
Hello?
Are you there, Ben? Is your signal on there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, he gave you his explanation. You done? Okay, got it.
I still haven't seen this overwhelming evidence that people on the left are more angry. Now, the women at some of these rallies might be more shrill, but the Bible thumpers have been very angry in this country. Evangelicals have been very angry in this country. The pro-life movement has been very angry in this country. Westboro Baptist Church, very famously, maybe the most famous, very angry. None of those people are on the right, on the left. None of them. Not one. The biggest domestic terrorist attack in this country of our lifetime was done by a right winger, not a left winger. But y'all just let Brian just say anything.
Duh. Brian, if you couldn't produce any hardcore facts, Ben, he gave you his pretend numbers. Did you give him any other examples? No, you don't. Brian, were your children homeschooled? You don't remember that story? Please don't think of that.
I didn't hear it. Okay, so don't worry about it.
It was something like no. Wait a minute. It was a homeschool and then went to Christian school and then the Christian school didn't work out. And then by the time she was able to take and did it, I don't remember. But I know you discussed it earlier.
We did not homeschool. I tried to send my oldest daughter to a Christian school when I was stationed where we were, and it didn't work out. We didn't like some of the things they were doing, so we took her out and just waited till the next school year.
You did what with her? You kept her out?
We kept her out for that school.
And put her in public school?
Correct, yeah. All my kids were in public school.
Sorry, Sonny, it was the public school, not the homeschool.
So Brian's example of hate on the left is people at rallies saying things like, go fuck yourself, or get the fuck out of here, get out of my face. That happens everywhere. That happens on the right. I can give you examples of people at Trump rallies saying we should bring back slavery. I I wouldn't say that most Trump supporters support slavery. Like, come on, man. That millennial Millie, you're too old for that kind of stuff, right? What's going on with your algorithms?
But if you look at the instance where he goes to the Republican side, it's a completely opposite experience.
Who's he? Give me the timestamp.
The black guy. Let me see.
This is a fucking Alex Jones lady.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not an Alex Jones guy. That's why I couldn't remember her name. So his interaction is around 26 minutes, somewhere in there. And then she goes over to the Democrat side around 32 minutes.
Wait, what? Say that again? He does what?
So this guy, a Democrat, a black Democrat, goes over to the...
How do you know he's a black Democrat?
Well, he's self-admitted, whatever. He talks.
This is InfoWars, right?
Well, I think I don't know if she worked for InfoWars at the time. I think she went independent by this point. She used to, I believe, work for Alex Jones.
So InfoWars alumni, the place that said they're turning frogs gay. All right, keep going.
Yeah, I'm not sure it has to do with anything. But anyway,
it shows the credibility of the journalists and how things could... It's just...
You think she's manipulating the entire crowd, both crowds?
I think she could be manipulating how things are set up. What is said and not said off camera. Come on, Brian, you're a behavioral psychologist.
Maybe he's a paid actor. Maybe they're all paid.
You never know. I'm just trying to get context. I don't usually go by millennial Millie.
Yeah,
but keep going. This is your big example. But
this is the one I mentioned that I thought of, and then there are other examples that I have.
So you say he goes to the Democrat side or the Republican side?
So initially, I'm looking at here, he goes to the Democrat side. No, the black guy goes to the Republican side at about...
they're both on the Republican side from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're both on the Republican side. I think going around 7.5 minutes in, she talks to him, I guess, a little about his views and why he's there and all that stuff. And so he hangs out on the Republican side for quite a while.
And what's the event? Is it a Trump rally?
I don't know. I don't recall. It's just...
So it looks like it's a Trump rally. So they've gone to a Trump rally, and it looks like they're interviewing people there at a Trump rally.
Yeah.
And then there's counter protesters. Yeah. And then there's protesters to the rally.
I think so.
Okay, so that's not what you said. That's people that show up at a rally. People that what you said was that's not what you said. You said was you have evidence of Republicans going to Democrat rallies, Harris rallies, and Biden rallies. People that protest. So I'll use an example. People that protest rallies are usually weird motherfuckers on all sides, right? So I would not use the Westboro people as representative of the entire right. Just like I would think you would not use you would use people, 30, 40 people protesting a Trump rally on the side of the street for the American left, which by the way is, 120 million people are on the left. It's half and half, 120 adults, 120, 120, 120. I don't know how many kids there are. Can you give me the rally at the Democrat rally where the Republican was treated? That's what you said you were providing, brother. Y'all always do this.
Yeah, so that's one example of a political rally.
That's not an example. You said you had
an example of a political rally.
No. You said at a Democrat rally.
Try to find other examples.
All right, that's what I'm asking. Cool.
Okay. There you go. Okay.
And it's very strange. If you think that the Democrats are the ones who I think everybody's angry in America. And one way to get over the anger is for people to just be honest. It is not a one-sided affair. It is a multiple-sided affair. It literally is both sides.
Yeah, but it's mostly on the violence is mostly on that.
That's not true.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if you look at the protests.
No, you just said stop. You said the violence, stop. What you said is not true. Most violence, political violence in the country, from the FBI itself has said, even Trump's FBI said it, comes from the right. Let me ask you, What leftist went and shot up people in grocery stores in the name of leftist ideology? Just give me a name or an example, or a church or a synagogue. Just give me the names and examples in your lifetime.
Just churches?
Just name 3 things. Churches, public spaces, synagogues, churches.
Steve Scalise was shot.
Grocery stores.
Had three.
Okay. I got you. So Steve Scalise, I got you.
Charlie
Kirk. Let's go each one. I got you.
Elon Musk.
I got you. So Steve Scalise. Who shot Steve Scalise?
You mean like the guy's name?
Like, who was it? Tell us about it. Was he aiming for Steve Scalise?
I think it was the, let's see. I have it pulled up here. Steve Scalise was shot in June of 2017 after 66-year-old James Hodgkinson of Bell, Illinois, opened fire as Republican members of the congressional baseball team held practice in Alexandria, Virginia. Scalise and 4 other people were shot. Hodgkinson was shot and killed by police.
That's a good one.
Hodgkinson reportedly hated Republicans and targeted
That's a good one.
over his severe dislike for Republicans.
I got you. That's a good one.
Anger after Trump election.
That's what I just said. I just said that. That's a good one. I give you that one. I remember that one. And I think he was killed. I got you. What else you got? I'm not saying there aren't any. That's what I'm literally saying.
But he was not a leftist, though.
Yes, he was.
He was a leftist?
Sure. Oh, for sure. That guy was he was a left-wing activist. Absolutely. Yeah. Keep going. 100%.
What about the guy last night or the other day?
What about
Cole Allen, right? His manifesto targeting Trump and his cabinet officials.
Okay.
He doesn't want to live in a world with.
I'll give you that one. I mean, this one's going to be a little bit more difficult because we don't know all of the people who get foiled, who wanted to kill presidents. Hold on, bro. Let me go one by one. You just gave me one. Calm down. I can give you that one. But I'm just saying, if I start pulling up all the forward attempts on Obama's life, it's going to be a lot too. So that's why I'm saying the president one is a different thing. But I'll give you that one last night. And the guy that killed Charlie Kirk, I'll give you Charlie Kirk. I don't know if that guy was a leftist, but I'll give it to you. What else you got?
Elon Musk's.
What's the Elon Musk one? Somebody tried to kill Elon Musk?
No, I'm talking about the what do you call it? Tesla dealerships that were
Okay. All right, keep going. Wait, a Tesla dealership was firebombed? I thought somebody drove into it. Tesla dealership?
Molotov cocktails.
Wow, that's crazy. When was that? That was in 2026. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Okay. How do you know they were on the left? Who were the people? I'm just asking. I don't know. I didn't know who the people arrested were.
I'm not sure. I would have to track that down. It is.
Okay, then we can't give you that one.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Let me keep looking.
So that's 3. All right. What about the guy who beat Nancy Pelosi's husband? Does that count?
Was he on the right?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Oh, no, you're right. Yes, I am.
You're sure about that?
What about the guy that... Yes, I am. What about the Minnesota legislators that was murdered?
Gabby Giffords? No, not Gabby Giffords.
It said Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
See how you're able... Do you see how I'm able to give you yours even if I have questions, but you can't give me mine?
No,
see how dishonest you are?
Come on.
Go ahead. Do you think?
Sounds
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. You're right. It was a Democrat killing other. Do you think?
Yeah, I didn't
Ask
think
questions.
I didn't think he was a Republican.
Yeah, you're right. He was a Democrat. He wanted their office. That's a good point. What about the arson at the governor of Pennsylvania's house?
Yeah, Shapiro, April of 25.
You didn't know about that, did you?
Oh, I'm looking at it. Yeah, I do remember it. It didn't stay long in the news cycle.
Well, I mean, because he's a guy. Because we don't live in Pennsylvania. I mean, I don't know. What else would you want it to be? I mean, I don't know. Go ahead, keep going. So you're So you're okay?
So an affidavit from the Pennsylvania State Police detailed that 38-year-old Cody Balmer allegedly committed the arson against Shapiro based on perceived injustices to the people of Palestine.
Oh, so he was a leftist. Okay, so he was a leftist. Okay, so that one doesn't count. I'm asking.
Well, I'm saying it's not committed by. I would have to look more into it, but I, generally speaking, don't consider people who get up in arms about Palestine and the injustices of Palestinians.
I'm just asking. Was he on the right? What do you mean?
I don't know.
Oh, you're right. Tucker Carlson and the people who are now could be anti-Israel because he was a Jew. You're exactly right. You're right. You can't possibly have sided against the Jews and come on, brother. Is he on the right or not?
I would guess no, but I'd have to look into it.
Okay. So we don't know on that.
Correct, yeah.
Cool. Shall we do the killings in the churches, or is that too far back?
The South Carolina church shooter?
Yeah. That's not a right-winger to go kill a bunch of black people.
No, I think he was a right-winger.
That is not a right-wing, or is?
I think he was a right-winger.
Okay. What about the Buffalo shooting?
I don't recall that off the top of my head.
You don't recall the random black people, the multiple black people who were murdered in a grocery store in Buffalo, but you recall Millennial Millie's video?
Well, I do, but not the details.
Remember the people that were just getting groceries on Saturday night, afternoon, evening, or whatever. Oh, God. And he shot them.
I don't keep all these details in my fingertips.
But I'm just saying okay, I apologize. Gotta keep going.
That's my point. I mean, I'm willing to acknowledge that there is violence committed by people on the right.
What about the Pulse Okay, cool. What about the Pulse nightclub shooting? That was a left-winger going after the homos, queers, and steers who like to ride bikes with fixed gears. Hey! He didn't like the house music. They played Frankie Knuckles instead of Larry the Band, so dropped the place. I guess he went after the homos because he was on the left.
I don't know. I think that was a right-wing dude.
Are you sure? What about the mass shooting in the Las Vegas mass shooting?
I think he was right-wing too.
Incredible. Incredible. How many people have died in the ones that you named?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to look.
0. How many people have died in the ones that I've named? Over 20. You want to keep going? I have like a whole. I'm just doing this from the dome. Pause.
Well, Charlie Kirk was assassinated, right?
You're right. 1, Charlie Kirk. Is that guy actually on a left winger?
It's so unclear what was going on there.
That one. I mean, I'm not just saying that because he could be on the left. I actually don't care about it. My larger point is going. I think blaming sides in this environment, even if one side is 55%, 45%, 60-40, it doesn't really matter. It's like being in a relationship with your girl. The man is right 9 times out of 10, but just go ahead and take it so you can get some quiet and ass later in the day.
You love to try to trigger something.
It's actually true.
I'm so unsure.
Okay.
No, I think
you're right.
I think it dates back to.
See, I just did it. You're correct, son. You're right.
Like when I think about the Tea Party, so like the Tea Party came up when Obama, I think, first got in office, and they would hold little protests, and it was a bunch of basically elderly people getting out there holding up signs and.
The Tea Party?
The Tea Party.
That wasn't a bunch of elderly people.
Yeah, mostly.
No, it wasn't.
But weren't those people on the right?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they're on the right. They were protesting.
Tea Party activists.
And then you had the Occupy Wall Street people. You had.
Brian, they were middle-aged.
Okay.
Oh, now to be fair to you, the older people were overrepresented. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. They weren't young. That's true. They were middle-aged enough. I'll give you that. But that wasn't violent. The Tea Party, none of the Tea Party stuff was violent. That was all just regular stuff.
Not to my recollection, I think we'd be hard pressed to find an incident of violence in one of those Tea Party rallies.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, but keep going.
And then that kind of birthed the Occupy Wall Street folks.
Christian Science Monitor, violence at Tea Party rally, bare knuckle politics in the streets. A Tea Party protest against immigration reform in Fort Lauderdale sent into fisticuffs. It goes on and on. Actually, wow. Damn. Bro, there's a bunch of stuff with the Tea Party stuff.
When was that dated?
2009.
Okay. And so if fisticuffs, was it the Tea Party seeking out like counter-protesters, or was it, let's say, Democrats or people on the left getting into their face?
Well, according to Christian Science Monitor, it was the former. But just keep going. What's your larger point? So we both
former. Can I see that quote?
So I can pull it back up. I can pull it back up, but let's just, there was no violence at Tea Party. That was 15, 20 years ago. Let's just stay here.
Say there was no violence.
I know, but let's just stay here. Forget the Tea Party. Let's stay where we are today.
Characterization of what I said.
I know, I'm just saying let's say there was none. That doesn't matter because we're past Tea Party. Let's just stay right here. So you have Charlie Kirk. How do you know that he was on the because I'll take your word for the guy, the Palestine guy. I'll say he was left against Josh Shapiro. I'll take your word. How do we know the Charlie Kirk guy was on the left or the right? I would say that he wasn't either. But how do we know that about the Charlie Kirk guy?
I think there was.
It's a serious question. I don't know. I stopped following it.
No, I think there was some donations and some tweets or chat groups or something like that that they used to imply or infer that he was on the left.
No,
look it up too.
You have to look at the you look at the family for one, and then there's all the theories about him being a goiper. The only reason people are saying that he was on the left is because of the so-called person, and he was in a relationship that was transitioning, which we still don't know if it was true or not. But yeah, I'm not going to believe that that person was on the left at all. He came from a conservative family. He was in Utah for love of God.
So, Brian, I have a quote from somebody in Biden's DHS. Hold on one second. Okay. This was from Biden's. Well, do we agree that white supremacist groups are right-wing or no?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is from Biden's DHS. White supremacist extremists, from a lethality standpoint over the last 2 years, particularly when you look at 2022 and 2021, are certainly the most persistent and lethal threat when we talk about domestic violent extremists, end quote. Do you disagree with Biden's DHS guy? This is the guy that ran DHS.
No, I'd be willing to accept it. I would just try to figure out how much of that was sincere or legitimate. I mean, we just saw the Southern Poverty Law.
So why would he lie and say that? Why would he lie and say that?
Well, I'm not saying that he lied. What I'm saying is, there was some false flag, let's say.
But he works for the DHS. This is not a person. This is not a thing.
That's not true.
No, what I'm saying is the Southern Poverty Law Center was just indicted for funding those groups. So
no, they weren't indicted. That's actually not what they were indicted for. I'll come back to that in a second. But let's just you're saying that the DHS guy could have been misled?
No, I'm saying it was happening, or it's legitimate that it was happening. I'm just questioning the sincerity, the legitimacy.
Okay.
Right?
Matt Cool, one second. And Matt Cool, you disagree with the Biden DHS guy? Let's see or any other MAGAs, do you guys disagree with the Biden DHS guy? White supremacist extremists from a lethality standpoint in the last 2 years are certainly the most persistently threat. We talk about domestic violent extremists. You guys disagree with the Biden DHS guy?
Why don't you just use the Cato Institute example?
One second, sir. Okay, nobody wants to say it. You know why? It wasn't the Biden DHS guy. That was Trump's DHS guy. That's what Trump's DHS said.
Is that the study they removed? Isn't that what you're talking about?
No. I don't know. What study? What are you talking about?
I'll come back to it.
Okay. But you can do the Cato one if you want. So they're saying it's white supremacist groups. What about like Oath Keepers? Do you think they're a violent group, Brian? The Oath Keepers?
I'm not familiar with. I mean, I have heard of them. I know of them. I don't track them. And they're going.
Okay. What about the Proud Boys?
Same thing.
Okay. So you don't know much about the specific groups on the right. You just know that they're less extreme and violent than the left. Cool. Why can't we all just say that the whole thing is done? Well, let me ask you a question, Brian. Do you think Donald Trump, in his stead as president of the United States, contributes to this toxic stew of horrific rhetoric and violence, or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he says some stupid and inflammatory shit, and I wish he would.
That's cool. Why is it when I'm done. I agree with you. I think the whole thing. First of all, let me just say this: it's so little of it generally. Now, if it go for president, government, everything that is, but it's generally so little of it. It's frustrating to me that people get into the blame game. It doesn't matter where it's from. As soon as Charlie Kirk got assassinated, he said, "Oh, the boy was dating somebody trans. Must have been on the left." Breaking news. Most trans porn is consumed in right-wing areas of the country.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it drags us into this us versus them mentality, and it's impossible, not impossible, it's extremely difficult to break out of that, us versus them mentality. So when you get pulled into that by Trump and, people on the left, people on the right, you can't just, I think, you can't just ignore it because, I think there are people who want to drag our entire country into this political debate. Politics has seeped into everything, It didn't used to be in anything except D.C. or the state capitals, but now it's into entertainment, it's into sports, it's into, bars and restaurants, it's down at the local level. And I think we're all worse off for it. And Trump definitely contributes to that.
I agree. I hate the sports one. The sports one is so stupid. I hate it.
Yeah, because I mean, I do a lot of coaching, and I start with values, and so I do a lot of work with getting executives and people to identify and rank their values. And we look at people across the political spectrum, we have way more in common. But what happens is you get these race hustlers, these political activists who can't make money, can't get their opinion, can't get their point across unless they focus on the things that we disagree on. And so it's become monetized. It's become a whole grievance industry. And like I said, I think we're all worse off for it.
Well, it also gets you elected to Congress, Senate, and the presidency now too. That's the problem. It's not just Al Sharpton running around or old school Tucker Carlson, who's one of the great race hustlers, but you guys never think of him. Tucker Carlson was a great race hustler. Like, there are lots of people. I mean, you can run for office. He's not going to win, but James Fishback in Florida. I don't know. I've talked enough for today. I didn't mean to talk this much, especially to Brian, and he's probably talked enough for today. That's fine.
shooter situation.
Let me read what Matt just posted. In recent years, the United States has seen an increase in the number of left-wing terrorism attacks and plots, although such violence from very low levels and remains much lower than historical levels of violence carried by right-wing and jihadist attackers. There you go. It's more on the right. Thank you, Matt. Matt Cool just gave the defeater. Yes, it has gotten higher among the left, but it's still much lower than the right. Thank you very much, Matt Cool. So far, 2021 marks the first time in more than 30 years that left-wing terrorist attacks outnumber those from the violent far right. Despite its decline this year, right-wing terrorism could easily return to previous high levels. So in 2025, the left, for the first time in more than 30 years. So according to this post, in 2025, it was more on the left. There you go. But it's been more on the right. So Matt was correct, and the left wingers are correct. There you go. Be very honest about it. There you go. I don't know why people digging on their sides. And this is the CSI, so I think it's the one in Georgetown, is it not? It's the one in Georgetown. I think it is.
Your mama said no.
Oh, this is not the... Oh, it's this thing. Okay. Thank you. Oh, it left Georgetown. Thank you very much. It was affiliated with Georgetown in the 80s, up to the 80s. So standalone. There we go. See how people can come together. Y'all still blowing stuff up. Only thing you need to blow up is your toilets and your girl's back. I'm done.
Why did I look up the CSI think tank to see if they left when you said that? And there's a new think tank called the Common Census.
I think that was founded by Black Muse in order to get on, get in it, make sure you interview while eating.
They haven't sent me to answer your question. They released the two schools that were in lockdown. It was the elementary school and a high school. They're just on delayed release as it relates to like the busing, the bus routes, where they sent a notice out to parents and posted on social media that they would be delayed. But the shooting didn't occur at either of those two schools. They said that someone called in a shooting at a nearby apartment complex. And because of the proximity, they put the two schools on lockdown until they could investigate it.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. Thank you for that.
By any chance, does anybody have Anthony Edwards blocked?
No, why? Is he trying to get in?
No. I just haven't seen him, so I didn't know if he was blocked and that was the reason, or if he's just been avoiding us.
He's been avoiding us.
Oh, okay.
Thank God.
Oh, Shadow, you just got here. He ain't been here in weeks now. Oh, TP, you know something I don't know. Okay. No alarm gun.
Well, you know he was supposed to do that duel with Ben.
Oh my God, TT's so obsessed. She wants it so bad.
I'm not.
Pause.
I'm not obsessed. I'm just informing First Lady what happened after he reneged. We haven't seen him.
Wait a minute, did you just say former First Lady? Did she say?
She did.
I said no. No, I said no. First Lady. We haven't seen him since he reneged.
No, you
on
said
the duel.
former. Huh? You telling me something I don't know? What's going on?
No, you're First Lady. I don't know what I'm doing.
I didn't know. So what were they supposed to be talking about?
I don't know. I can't remember. Ben probably remembers a lot better than I did. Oh yeah, I said I was informing you of what happened.
Oh, he crashed on you?
That day was crazy. That's when he told me I couldn't make it on the block. Now he's almost 60. He's talking about making it on the block.
Wait, was this just now? Did I miss?
No, this is the one from TT. Just brought up again because TT is obsessed with it. She loves that. She loves that day. She loves that day.
Now, who told you you couldn't make it on the block?
And
Mr. 21 Doors.
Yeah, I know. One day you're a captain of industry, the next day you're slinging rock like BZ over on Edmondson. I know, it's just, it's just all over the place. Imagine telling another middle-aged man that you couldn't make it on the block, and that's your insult.
Who
gives a fuck? I don't want to go to the block. It's hot. Tunchi. The block is hot. The block is hot. That's what you do. All you can do is read, Mike. The long and short of it is, like, what? He was yelling like that. Weren't you there for that? Or you missed it?
I might have been there for parts of it. It's just amazing that a 50-year-old man who I've heard wears jean shorts, braided belts, and a pager, thinks that he can, like the measure of a middle-aged man is he can handle the block. That's amazing. I haven't seen him around. I don't know what
That's
y'all
how
did.
we got here. I hadn't seen him.
Yeah, sometimes I've seen him in Big E's room every now and again.
I see him outside. Just not in here.
Yeah, I don't see him in those rooms. He blocked me and stuff.
So when I'm like driving to work or whatever, or I just finished the walk with my qigong, and I'll come on, it'll be like 6 Central Time, 7 Eastern Time.
Mm-hmm.
Are the people in bottle service by the wood? Have they just been up all night? It'll be like 3 a.m. their time.
They will not have slept.
That's not wow.
Just absolutely crashed.
Well, they're trying to get their money back. You know, something might have to stay open a little longer.
They've been out of order?
Yeah, they haven't temporarily provided.
Are they still arguing about whether or not the Cheesecake Factory is an acceptable first thing?
was not expecting that, but 40 to 60-year-old grown men arguing whether or not the Cheesecake Factory was acceptable for a first date was insane. But you know.
If I give Cheesecake it's acceptable, is that what I'm arguing? That's what I'm asking. That Jonathan is pretty conservative. Conservative?
Aren't they all?
What? Jonathan? What from the Bible service? He's really conservative. What definition of time? He is always over there spouting off some right-wing stuff. You don't agree? I just seen it as strange. I didn't put it in politics.
What interests me are the personality differences at the argument level between the left and the right, Democrats and Republicans. So as a behavioral scientist, I've studied personality talking for many years. If you look at the fundamental differences between the two groups from a personality perspective, people on the left are usually lower in conscientiousness and higher in openness to experience, using the big five. So what that means is the people on the left are more creative. That's why you see a lot of people on the left going towards the arts and creative industries or fields. So they are wired to be more.
Start some research. Start some personality research, please. Like, come on.
It's not bad.
No, it's just when you said you
studied. But it's not a true thing, though. It's not. It's not.
Do you have published work on this? You said you studied.
Yeah, there's a shitload.
No, I'm saying, do you have published work that you've written?
He said, what if it is?
Okay, well, you said as a behavioral scientist, I've studied. So so when you say you studied, have you conducted research? Your own research?
Or done clinical work?
Not on that particular facet, no.
Okay, on what facet?
My work is on decision making.
That's cognition. That's not behavior. What do you mean when you call yourself a behavioral scientist?
What's your degree? Are you degreed?
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's in psychology and a graduate degree in what's called human factors and biopsychology.
Yeah, he was in a PhD program.
Now I'm in a PhD program.
But why do you keep saying that like that's something?
Well, y'all don't know. I can't beat him on the argument, so I'm gonna do his resume thing.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to understand where his.
You just mentioned he had a degree.
I'm trying to understand what perspective he's coming from. Can you calm down for a second? Seriously. Psychology, people have different perspectives in psychology that they come from. I'm trying to understand where he's situated. So calm down with all that.
I am calm.
That was me, Sonny.
I wasn't even talking to you.
Dan was talking to you.
As I said earlier today, women are correct. You're right. I wasn't even talking to you.
He was talking to me.
So my graduate degree, my thesis was in decision making with automation or adaptivating using psychophysiological triggers. I think I've mentioned this once or twice. I don't know if you.
What was your original claim? I missed it. I was trying to do
just the personality differences between the left and the right.
Go into it, and then
what about?
You'll see
my debit card was hacked, and need to use it. Go ahead. What?
I hate when that happens. Do you know one of my friends got a HELOC for $50K, and then went to go get their money because they were doing some home improvement, and $33K had been hacked from their account. He still hasn't. It's been over 2 weeks. I know. Like, somebody called him. Like, I don't know if it's the kind of thing where the bank is going to try to get out of it.
Well, if he did it soon enough, he should get it back. But if they took out cash, he's probably,
No, they did it electronically.
Oh, I said it was smart. The bank screwed. The bank is screwed. Brian, what did the person? I don't know. What do you mean? What are the personality? What do you mean? Like the left is gay?
No, listen to
sexual orientation.
Yeah, but that comports to personality, does it not?
No, I mean there might be some overlap, but I don't think that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the most valid personality research is based on the Big Five, what's called the Ocean Model, 5 traits: openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. And if you look at research that has been done with both people who identify as being on the left or right, there are differences between those.
That's true. People on the left are more open-minded. That is true.
Yeah,
and the arts is
you've seen literature on that? Like, you've seen that published? Are you just going with vibes? Like, that sounds logical to me.
I'm going with the arts have a bunch of gays and blacks and queers and women, and that's where a lot of kids who feel outcast that's like they go into the arts because they feel like it's a more opening environment to express themselves.
So you're going with vibes.
Is that vibes or is that qualitative data?
I'm looking at an article.
Oh, you're right, Sonny. The gay boys that go into ballet, they do that not because ballet is more open-minded.
No, but he was making a political claim. He was saying the political ideology. And I don't necessarily. So he said he had studied So the reason why I asked the question about his credentials is because he said he had studied this as a behavioral scientist. And so I was asking what research, and I was then asking, was this, when he said studied, what type of study did he mean? Like, this was the research that he was conducting? I hadn't invalidated anything that he said. I just was asking a question. And so then he said, no, he didn't study this. And I said, so, like, when you study, what do you mean by that? Are you looking at data? Like, what is informing his definitive claim? Listen, you got me good earlier today. It's not going to happen again. I'm talking to Ben.
So I put a published article in the Journal of Personality and Individual Differences in the chat, Science Direct. And I cut out a little blurb from the abstract. Personality traits doubled the variance account for indicating open, more agreeable people were more left-wing and introverted, more conscientious people. Yeah, well, I was talking to Brother and Sonny.
I was asking for evidence.
Musicals.
So I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, I don't know why you're if you're taking it as a negative or a slight or an insult.
I'm not taking it as a negative. I'm just taking it as something that I'm not sure.
Just confirming.
Right. No, and I'm still not. I mean, this is something that I know a little bit about, and it's not consistent with some of the other things that I know.
Would you say that there are...
I'm saying that hypothesis makes sense on its face, but as far as I know, on a large scale study that indeed this is the case, I don't know that has been done. Hold on, let me take this off.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of research that would support the findings from this study. Not just the list of citations, but other research. So again, it's not a bad thing. You have people on the left who are more open to new experiences. They're more creative. They're more willing to try new things. They're more open to ideas, and they're concurrently a little lower in conscientiousness, which means they're willing to just freewheel. They're willing to experiment. They're willing to, not follow through on some of the things that they try. They might go from one habit or one experience to another, So it's not a bad thing. I think we need people across the, let's say, personality spectrum, but it's just, I didn't think it was controversial. I was just looking at it as descriptive. People on the right are usually more closed-minded. You could call it conservatism. You could say that's why they want to hold on to things that are predictable, that are reliable, that are stable as far as society and economics and relationships. So they trend towards, those traits or those categories of their life, whether it's job, career, relationships, family, whatever. In fact, I remember reading an article many years ago about when I was getting out of the military about people who had served in the military who then went on to be, I want to say, hedge fund managers or people who manage wealth, and they underperformed people who had not gone to the military. And so I think it's not necessarily a causal relationship. I don't think the military caused them to be less, we'll just say, prosperous. It was that the traits and attributes that they joined the military to be a part of, or maybe those traits were accentuated, rewarded for being a solid, pragmatic, reliable, stable decision maker, didn't translate to the industry of taking risks on, new not bank accounts, but new investments and investment capital ventures and stuff like that. So, it's not necessarily that the people in the military were bad. They're just probably not as well suited for that particular industry or role than somebody who is more creative, more risk tolerant. So as a behavioral scientist, like when I get into jobs or consulting gigs and I talk about how to set up an organization, succession planning, leadership development, performance management, things like that, that's one of my fundamentals, job, person, fit. You want the job to be detailed descriptively as far as the task, responsibility, the knowledge, expectations, the outcomes, et cetera, the metrics. And you want to find the person who is the best fit for that. So if I were telling a hedge fund manager or somebody who's in charge of that company, I would say, be careful when you hire folks in the military because generally speaking, they are more risk averse. So they're not going to be as they're probably not going to lose you a lot of money, but they're not going to make you a lot of money either. So it depends on what you're looking for. I just think it's based on, the nature and nurture of personality and how people are raised and wired.
Oh my God.
Four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, 11, 12. I was. I had to. You'd be proud. So I've never seen. I'm old. It's a stroller car seat all in one. This shit weigh 1,000. This shit weigh 1,000 pounds, brother.
It does. They really do.
It's the breakdown that's the tricky part. Like,
yeah, it was broken down.
With the baby inside.
Well, thank God it was broken down. So I went. They called me. We need you to grab it. All right, no problem. So grabbed it. I went. I was like, they were like, well, that's yours right there. It was a big bag in the car seat. I was like, she's like, you might want to go to the car and put that in and come back. I was like, you know what? You're right. I'll be right back. So I put it in the car, went back, and then when I got home, I got it. When I got home, I had to pull her in it. Man, that thing weighed 35, 45, 65. I don't know, man. That thing heavy because she's big now. So yeah. Say hi to brother. Say hey, brother. Hey, baby. How you doing? All right, I'm gonna do it. Y'all talk.
Yeah, those things are heavy. With our first AI child, we got one of those travel systems. It was expensive. And then for the second and third, we just got a car seat and one of those universal parts that we could snap it in from. And it just saved so much trouble.
Yeah, the tricky part is not just the breakdown, but like if the baby is asleep when
so how is it? They're like, yeah, it's really nice, but it's heavy. That's what they say. It's heavy to get that baby back in that car seat, back in the car. But now, I don't know if y'all seen them. They have car seats where they can. They're the ones that you can transition over time, but now they swivel. And so you can actually, the baby will be facing backwards, or the kid will be facing backwards, and you can swivel the seat to where it faces you, on the outside, and so you don't have to, reach over and mess with all the straps, get into the car, and then pick the baby out. You can actually just swivel the seat. The base is all connected, still connected, but you just swivel the seat and you can pick them up that way.
Oh, that's thoughtful.
Yeah, it's they also have the safety. What are they called? What are those? I forgot what they're called, but the anchors, the anchor clips. So instead of having those where you have to dig in, they have them. I've seen them in like Canada and Europe, and I'm just now seeing them here, where they just like click automatically into, like the base has the anchors. They just sort of stick out. You can just dig them into the car seat, and they'll light up green when they attach. You don't have to worry about straps and all that stuff. It's all right there. Really convenient, but it's a lot. It's a lot of money. Because I don't trust technology like that. I get it.
Well, I was so impressed. My cousins have a machine that makes the bottle, and it's like almost like a Keurig machine. You put the water in the machine, and you tell it, and then you load the formula, and you tell it how much you want, like how many ounces, and then you just hit the button, put the bottle under the little spout, and it mixes it and puts it in there. I was like, oh my.
Yeah. Things done changed. I couldn't get out of the daycare, brother. They got something on the doorknob. I was like, dang, y'all child-proof the doorknob? She's like, of course. I was like, yeah. We didn't have none of that. Don't touch the door. That's right. Yeah. But it goes around the doorknob. It's pretty cool. It goes around the doorknob and it has like two buttons on it. And so you have to press the two buttons, and those two buttons grip the doorknob. Oh yeah. I was like, wow, that's pretty fancy. Like all of these new gadgets they have. It's great.
Yeah, it is helpful if you have that type of door. Yeah, it's really like the knob. Yeah, it is. For some of them, like you got to get the good ones, because if you buy the cheap ones, sometimes the stuff when you press it down, it doesn't actually grip the knob, but it doesn't grip the handle enough to where you can open up the door. I've had you sort of buy the cheap ones. You're like, okay, they're all the same. You're stuck. You gotta, tear up the little cheap plastic so you can open the door.
Divine, is your grandchild walking or crawling?
Walking. She's starting to talk. Like, if you tell her to say something, she'll try to say it. So the dog's name is Saint. So I'm telling her to say Saint, and she sounds like she's saying shit. It's funny. It's not quite grandpa. It's more like bra. She's at that stage. So yeah, working it out. But eat. It's not eat. It's eat. You gotta say it twice. It's eat.
Do you have gates at your house?
Say it again.
Do you have gates at your house?
You know what? It's funny. The gate is still up for when my son. Good thing we never took it down.
you, baby.
Good thing we never took it down. The gate is still up. You talking about the stairs gate?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And my son's in college, so that should tell you how long the damn gate.
Lord, that gate probably is not quiet now.
Does it still have the warranty on the gate, man? It's a 30-year warranty.
That's a strong gate. But you know why we left it? There's always, look, I'm like, brother, there's always a baby in my house. Somehow, some way, between the cousins and the cousins' babies having babies, yeah. So, just left the dang gate up.
I remember watching my friends' children, and the son was about 3. Yeah, he was about 3, and he figured out how to get out the gate. They had the kind of gate that it had a step at the bottom that you press, and that popped the gate open. And so, like a full-grown adult, they only need 1 foot to put their weight on it, and it pops it open. He sat there trying to figure out how to escape, and I saw him like back up and run like he was about to do a vault. What's the gymnastic? The gymnastic event where they run and they jump up on the springboard to get onto the balance beam. Like, that's how he ran. He ran from far away across the room, and then he jumped with both feet onto that little step and was able to pop it open. I was like, oh my gosh.
Listen to you talk about the Keurig style formula maker. That man, the technology is crazy now with all of these things.
Yeah, it is crazy. And they have a tabletop bottle washer that you just put water in it, and you load it with the bottles, the nipples, all the attachments, and it's like its own self-contained dishwasher. And it runs cycles and everything. You just sit it near the sink so that as it's going through the cycles, the water can drain out. I was like, they think of everything.
Yeah, we used to use the old brush, the wire brush with the plastic.
That long joint, you kind of push a little bit. Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Wow.
And we used to boil the nipple. That's how we cleaned the nipples back then. We would boil them.
And check this out.
That's great.
Check this out. I thought this was genius too. They have pacifiers that are made for you to give them medicine.
Or that. I did see that. Yeah.
Yes. I was like, that was brilliant.
That's deep.
And I saw the pacifier that attaches to the bottle. It's got a long straw, and so they can get the formula through the pacifier. I was like, oh, that's pretty genius. So there's some cool stuff out there. Yeah, so y'all who don't got no babies, go out there and make some babies. We need more babies in the world.
Don't tell me that. I might oblige, brother.
You need to sit down, Bob.
Hey, look.
I'm talking to the young people.
Hey, look, man. I'll take a blessing if it comes, man. I'm telling you. All right, go to a view.
Yep, Rainbow. You still can do it. You still got it in you, you know?
I was gonna say something, but that'd be inappropriate. Yo, man, who on here? I mean, who on here is an expert, right? That y'all know on companies that are in America that work in Palestine. If you can hear my voice, just hit me in the DM me on IG. Yeah, that's it. Anybody that has a list of companies, you got that? Just hit me. I'll hit you back. It's important. Thank you.
You should connect with Coach David. Coach David is that dude? Okay, cool. Thank you. But
I'm being funny. You know who Coach David is.
Oh, nah, I don't know who that is.
He's the one that spans the chat.
Oh, okay. See, yeah, something just came across my desk, and I want to take advantage of an opportunity. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm just really conflicted right now. Like, standing on principles or getting this freaking paper. So I just said, well, I got other ways, but I don't know who on the app might be, have that, expertise and shit. I just need a little brief 15-minute conversation. So yeah, that's it.
Your mama, come up here. I gotta tell you something quick. I invited you. Where's she at?
She loves herself from your mama. Exactly.
Your mama, I lied to you not. I lied to you not. About 3 minutes ago, I was gonna yell out, somebody ping your mama into the room. For no reason, I was gonna yell it out. So you heard me. What's up?
What's going on, Devon?
Shit, ain't shit. Let's check it out. Hope you're having a great day. Hope all is well.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, too. Showing up time and time again.
First lady, I love your picture, your profile picture. Isn't it beautiful? It's beautiful, girl. I was able to look at it today. All other times I couldn't look. I don't understand. What's your eyes just came back? Your eyes just came back to sight? No, I can't look when it's pictures in
Why can't you see your face, First Lady? What's this 1C shit?
Come on, man.
What's going on?
Ma'am? I don't understand. What you mean you don't understand? I don't understand. But I got it. Grandpa is 1C. That's the first name and the last. 1C. Alpha and Omega. What? But first, like, you get jail or what you getting on your nails?
Yo, this shit sound like a sore. Like, what's up? You in a group chat? Like, what's going on?
I'm waiting for Ben to talk about Myra. I'm surprised he is.
First lady, did you see my name was cleared up in the chat?
No. Who cleared?
I said inform me, First Lady, not former First Lady. Inform me, First Lady.
I don't hear about it. 87 minutes. That's the reason why I asked for clarification. I thought I heard. Okay.
You know I love you.
I know you do. I know. I love you.
Not the love fest.
I love everybody. And your mama, when Ben started praying, the first thing I heard was, where am I at?
Wait, what he was saying, she said. When he was singing, Brian asked for a blessing. Oh, she prayed in Latin. Yeah.
And the first thing your mama was, where's your mama?
Dang.
I missed the prayer. Oh, man. But yeah, today was great. I was definitely listening when I could. Brian and Ben going back and forth, different topics. Your mama, you probably missed it. Education was mentioned. New York was mentioned. Different scenarios.
Give us a scenario. Give us an overview, brother. I wasn't here.
I don't want to mess that up. Yeah, I gave you. It's too much for me to reiterate. It was a lot.
Got it.
I missed it.
Yeah, they was cooking meat for about 4 or 5 hours.
I ain't even gonna do the whole pause thing. I'm just okay.
Didn't have to say anything at all. But it's Rambo, so he wanted to show us he was nasty.
You know what, your mama? I'll just wait till the meetup. I'll wait till the meetup.
Y'all are just great.
When we do a meetup. That's that. Yeah. I'll wait for that. You and your mama got plans? No.
No, I'm saying people in the room. Stop it. I'm saying people in the room. I don't know. Maybe we could meet in DMV area.
That's it. It got to be halfway, but I don't think DC's halfway because you got a lot of ATLians in here. We probably have to go a little further south.
I'll go to ATL. I'm gonna tell y'all what. That's what y'all need to do. You got a party promoter, First Lady. I mean, I ain't gonna tell y'all what to do, but let me just tell you what I imagine.
Oh God.
I could imagine a politically correct meetup. I could imagine someone bringing some entertainment. I'm talking about musical entertainment. I ain't talking about your OnlyFans, but entertainment. And you know, it's a real short cover.
What kind of entertainment?
Not musical.
I got Dan to come off the mic on that one. What you talking about, Willis?
Here we are.
You're saying I let she-wolf influence me?
I mean, you know, the bird.
You're out of your mind.
The bird speaks for itself.
You're out of your mind.
It quacks like a duck. It walks like a duck. Look,
Does she clap? You think I'm influenced?
That's why she left. She just left you to hang. You see what she left when I started talking about it? Because she knew that's what she did. I could scroll up in the chat where she was hot vibing you and shit. Tell you move me down.
That doesn't mean nothing. She's a mod backing her other mod up. That doesn't mean.
No, she was only doing that to bother me because it was me.
And what is Steele saying under his breath?
Hold on.
You stop interrupting, please?
Because she was only doing that.
You tell Steele to stop
interrupting, Don.
You stop interrupting.
Stop. Just stop, Don. Just stop. You don't have to fuck her
Just be fucking quiet.
You be quiet.
Be quiet, Don.
Be
Let me
quiet.
tell you again.
You be quiet.
What's the fucking last word, Don?
Anyway, right. And you could
I'm sorry, Eric. I'm sorry.
Last fucking word.
You could. The guiltiness of the person who left you out to dry.
Right?
It's the fact because it was me, Psych, Finley, and I think one other person who was like, all right, the queue needs to end with lying. It was like, all right, we'll give lying this 2 minutes. It was like, and nobody, don't add anybody else. So the queue could just end. But you fired me because that big wolf treated you like a sheep. And now here we are. So now I'm going to...
It has nothing to do with her, Eric.
It did. You could make it seem like it did, but it did. And I'm sorry you...
It really didn't, Eric. Nothing to do with you
the
at all.
victim always doesn't accept that they're...
I don't care who's clapping or who's giving you the crown. I don't care. You can take it that way, but I don't get involved in your guys' beefs. Everyone knows that about me.
Don, the first step is acceptance. All right, you have to.
I don't get involved like that with you guys. Like
it
that.
don't matter. It don't matter. You were manipulated. You didn't know you were involved.
No, I wasn't.
I'm telling you, you were involved.
I have my separate relationships with everyone.
Don't call me a monkey. So anyway, you're manipulated. But I'm going to give my submission now. So I wanted to talk about the Bible again, right? Because it took so long that the niggas that I wanted to like confront is no longer here, but I'll still say it anyways, right? There's a particular story in the Bible where like Jesus is having a conversation with the Pharisees, right? And I don't know the details. Like you can check it out, but like anyway, the short story is he's having a conversation face to face with the Pharisees, and the Pharisees are about. Hey, come on, bro, what you doing?
Hey, you gotta relax, baby. You gotta
the Pharisees.
stop being alone, nigga.
Yeah, for those who don't know, the Pharisees in the Bible are supposed to be these ultra like know-it-all Christians or whatever, right? They're supposed to know they're supposed to know the scriptures back and forth by heart, no exceptions. Like they're the scholars of like everybody. They know it, right? And so they're having this conversation with Jesus, and Jesus is telling them, these certain things, and they're like being combative with Jesus. And in order to justify their combativeness
and their wicked ways,
submissiveness, they're using scripture. Like they're quoting scripture to combat Jesus, right? And there's one particular quote. I gotta go to the verse. Give me a minute, second. Where is it at? He says, "You search the scripture because you think eternal life is found there, but those scriptures point to me, and yet you refuse to come to me." And essentially, what that is saying is, he worships Paul, and I just like, to me, when Concrete asked him, he confronted him and said, "How do I know to be a Christian? Since you say we should be following you, lying, which is quote unquote the correct way." He says, "I'm following Paul. Paul is following Jesus," right? And that's already like a blasphemous statement in itself. You're following Paul to be a Christian? That's retarded. You ain't supposed to follow Paul. Yeah. Paul's not a God.
That's right. That's what Paul said. Paul said, "Follow me, follow Christ."
When we nipped that in.
Hey, y'all stop that cheerleading.
Yo, shut your fat ass up.
Hold on, bro.
My ass is.
After we nipped that in the bud, the next pivot was he follows the book, right? He's the only one in here who follows the laws. He obeys the commandments in the books. He reads the scriptures, and everybody, all of us, we're fake Christians because we don't read the book. That's what he said. And I thought to myself, that's not a determination, like the determiner of like who's a Christian or not. Just because you read the book, don't mean you're a follower of Christ, right? That just means you're a follower of the book. And that's why
why I brought up the Pharisee story. Like, and I like God himself can come down to somebody like Rock and just be talking to him, and he would try to dismiss Christ himself with scriptures and the book as if God's word, and it's just not. You guys got to stop worshiping the book, bro. There's only one true God, and that's our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Song.
Hey, bro. What was the lady's name? Anyways, her dog.
My turn. It is 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 my turn. It's my turn. Okay, all right. Fuck is you a pirate, nigga? All right. Fuck is you talking about? It's my turn. So I'm going, okay, all right. You get all that mucus and plaque in that throat together when it's your turn. But it is my turn. So let me start off with this fucking leopard Jacobus, this nasty herpes genital wart skin ass nigga, and then this fat ass nigga Concrete, this fat overly blue big back Concrete ass nigga who looks like my PTR with a body. This pussy ass nigga and Jacobus, the dick sucking nigga at Chillers. Please don't. I don't want leprosy. I don't want that shit you and she will got on your skin. I don't want that shit. Sad shit. I don't want it. I don't want leper shit y'all got on your bodies. Please and thank you. Now, like I was saying, I don't know why y'all muting me in this. It's my turn. It is my turn, and y'all will not get this fucking bad bone to relax because he missed Big Mama and he wants to ruin the fucking room by trying to jump the gun when he saw that I said to add me to the queue. Now he wants to chip and ape out and have his inside of his booty hole inverted and show it to the fucking room right now. But guess what? I'm going, nigga. I'm going. So like I was saying, Nathan mentioned about women who are mothers, right? And the funny thing about it was, I want the floor, so I'm just gonna scream over this nigga card. It's my turn. Alright. I could be louder than your radio, bitch ass nigga. So like I was saying, alright, nigga. Like I was saying, alright. You're not gonna keep going then. I am. And you know I will. I will. Cause I dance better than you, nigga. I can booty clap better than you, nigga. So like I was saying, right? So no. You can't. And I'm surprised that that fucking $275,000 indigo blue fucking truck that you fucking use actually has a radio in it, you bitch ass nigga. It's not a word about fucking speaking on tourism, nigga. Get your oil change. Get your oil change, concrete. Get your oil change, concrete. Get your oil change on that 275,000 mile fucking Ford truck you drive, nigga. Yeah, so like I was saying, Nathan mentioned women.
Louder. No, you don't get to talk about the human.
This nigga triggered. You fucking ass nigga. You're triggered. You dick sucking ass nigga. Y'all can't do it. So we're gonna keep the fucking room hostage until it's my fucking turn.
I'm at the.
Sir, we gonna keep going.
I'm at the guava.
I don't need a fucking radio, nigga, like you can. Or like you have, nigga. This is call a big mic, bro. Cause you know you can't outdo me, my nigga. I like this whole fucking room to the ground, nigga. I don't care.
Do it. Yeah, we want to see
Say what you want. You don't fat fuck in the fucking parking lot, fucking turning your fucking radio up and down to prove a point. You fucking broke ass nigga. Where's your comment, nigga? Where's your comment? Get mad. Cause you can't get caught, so get mad, nigga. So like I was saying,
oh, she's on
like I was saying,
yo, she got exhausted.
Nathan mentioned Nathan mentioned turn. He wants to tip and ape out when it's my turn because he missed Big Mama and he's making the wrong suffer. It's my turn. It's my turn. It is my turn. It's my turn.
And I put my name in the queue. So when Don gets around to
God, she took Carolyn down. Both of them.
I put my name in the queue. She requested to get in the queue. So guess what? When Don gets around...
So why did I get dropped when it's my turn? Why am I getting...
Listen, I just got back. Don, I don't know what's going on, but you gotta figure it out. You let up the person that you want to go.
This on me.
Can I get
When I couldn't even popcorn. We don't have that in the lines.
It's your queue.
No, we don't have a queue. It's in popcorn and everybody knew it.
So if I'm gonna go then, if it's popcorn.
Okay, let's let them vote back up. Let's let them vote back up there.
Well, if we do that, they're going to
When you said popcorn, I said
that is so fucked up. I sat here and waited while Eric was done, and I said, please add me to the queue. Just because you called it, that's a queue. That's a queue. That's a queue. And you did that to be smart. You said you called Eric.
Hold on, because in the chat, right? In the chat, I don't know why you guys want to scream, and I'm trying to talk to Nathan. In the chat, Carolyn asked to be put in the queue like she's supposed to, and Concrete put himself in the queue after Carolyn asked.
Thank you. You put her in the queue. You did. You just said just now.
Just now, but earlier there was still a queue.
I said just like this, Dawn, let anyone who you want to go, let them go. Dawn said there's no queue.
And then I said that I'm after Eric. And then I said I'm after Eric.
That's still a queue.
And that means I'm after fucking Eric.
So you saying you after Eric is a queue. That's not popcorn. So that's not cool. That's not cool. That is a queue. That is a queue established. I don't care about your fucked up ass radio. I don't.
First of all, let's turn off the big mics.
This nigga started first.
I called up the Eric. I said both of you guys put down your gun. Turn off the big mic, man. Call the actor.
No, this is not cool. This is not cool. I'm following the rules, and then he jumps the gun, and then saying calling after Eric is still a queue. That's not popcorn.
Do y'all want to settle this with like a chat GPT debate?
No.
What we can easily do is we can run an argument, right? We can do a 1v1. No. Fuck that. We're gonna do.
Anyway,
I'm gonna refrain from insulting you.
You can't insult me. You can't insult me, nigga. You can't insult me. You can't insult me. I insulted you for the past 3 years, nigga.
Listen, and that's your hurt.
No. Your reality is your hurt. Your reality is your hurt.
All right. I'm being nice to you. I'm do that to you. But what we can do is
be nice to yourself. Be nice to yourself, fat bitch.
3 fucking years.
Be nice to yourself, fat bitch.
3 fucking years.
Be nice to yourself, fat bitch. Be nice to yourself, fat ass. Be nice to yourself, fat ass.
Stay away from this type of women.
Be nice to yourself, fat fuck.
All right.
Moderators.
Yeah. So
I just want to go next.
Yeah, there's 2 arguments. Yeah. So what?
I just want to go next.
One argument is she
I'm requesting. So I'm not using the radio. And then you got Jacobus, Dickie, and fucking. But he mad because I said, because I said he got herpes on the skin. He mad because he got herpes on the skin. So that's why he jumping in, right? All because I did the right thing. All because I did the.
Jacobus.
Yes, thank you, bro.
Now Jacobus is skipping me.
What?
mute up, leper. I heard that this room was gay. Y'all did fuck up though. Cause she definitely called it, and y'all just want the crash outs, which understandably so. Y'all miss Big Mama, and y'all like when Big Mama crashes out and pats people up. But just say that, just say, hey, we want the crash outs. Don't try to hide behind the guise of like letting the buffoonery transpire because nobody knows who's going next. Like, shut up. We're not gonna do that. If y'all wanted to crash out, just say that. Y'all know Caroline don't mind. Y'all know. And y'all can tell. But anyway, shout out to my big mama. That's my big mama. Shout out to my other big mama Jinx. I love my baby girls. They are my world. And
where my shout out?
I'm gonna end it with this.
Where my shout out?
I'm gonna end it with this. Shout out to Kendo. Shout out to Kendo specifically. But let me end it with this, right? I don't know how long it's going to take for the people in this room to realize that no amount of people that y'all, so like when y'all do these like little jumpings, when y'all catch us by ourselves, I don't know what are y'all thinking in your mind? I'm thinking, oh yeah, this is my opportunity. This is like, you would think you would have learned after like what, the last few backups. I don't know. I think you guys like pain, which understandably so, because I like pain too. So I'm not going to judge your kinks. And that's all, have a good one. That's right. All right. I love. Let me shout out to the people that I fuck with. Shout out to Jinx and shout out to Caroline. That's it. Goodbye.
All right. Yo.
I'm trying to start asthma gate again.
Come on, let's go. We just had a whole fight about Q. I thought that was. Let's continue with, man. Because it was your fault. Here we go. I'll add myself to the queue again. Jacobus, go ahead, bro.
Alright, so it's my turn.
So we can go like this. I'm gonna like Carolyn and concrete up afterwards. I hope that the people finishes.
Yo, Nate.
Wait, so there is a queue then?
No, Dawn makes the queue. Dawn said there's no queue.
But you just allowed a
Yo,
queue.
Nate, can you move niggas to the goo on my
There's no calling and there's no queue.
All right, you heard that? Okay, so don't argue with me.
I anticipate.
So because there's no queue.
Yo, let your Jacobus go. You said people when they're speaking though.
You're done.
What the fuck?
Stop talking.
What is happening? Nathan, what the fuck is going on? What is happening? Come on, man. This is wrong.
I'm trying to be fair. Put yourself in my shoes.
I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that she could have given her time to
Come on, it's Jacobus.
I'm waiting for Jacobus to go. Alright, yo, so please move niggas to the goop on my turn. Cause it's my go. Cause it's my turn. It's all go. It's our turn. Alright, yo, Mike. Yo, Simone. It's dedicated to y'all, my niggas. Yo, it's my turn. I demand my respect. Give me my burn. Okay, slammed in your neck because it's my turn. I'ma reach to the top. Give me my burn. I'ma speak with the Glock because it's my turn. Don't make me turn your wig because it's my burn. Don't make me burn your crib, nigga. I'ma rhyme a right, keep the trans, nigga. I'ma keep the ghetto in the trans. You know why? Because when the time is right, me and the devil go dance. Hold on. You and yours made way up coming through the door. Screw the law, breaking all the rules. Ain't nothing new at all. I'm true with all the shit that I've done. Check the clip on my gun. Check the clip that I'm from. nigga, or get lifted to the sun. You're done. You just a small fry, fucking with the four guys. Jacobus the honorable, all rise. Sky's the limit, nothing less. If my guy's in it, for the right price, even Christ could get it, nigga. Fast like a living. All my memories are vivid. I remember the only minute that I mentally get grind till I get it. In magic do I build, but math do I equally skill, nigga. It's my turn, nigga. It's my turn, nigga.
I was gonna clown you, but it was actually good. I ain't gonna hold you.
So I'm next. No, you're not. 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 No, you're not.
What you gonna do, bro?
Wait, no. That's Nathan. You're being corny as fuck right now. No, there's no cue. And you want to see when I was personally in front of me. They let you come in front of me. Never like concrete get in front of me. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, I'm sorry. I'm not letting you speak over me. No. That's not cool. You gotta accept the L. I'm not accepting the L. I followed the rules. As a consequence of following the rules, concrete gotta go before me, and Nathan is doing it to be fucking smart. And I'm not letting it happen. No, it's my turn. No, I'm not losing. You're losing in real life, concrete.
I am.
You can't even see your dick, my nigga.
I'm talking to you.
You're losing because you can't even see your dick. But anyway, you're right. So anyway, it is my turn. It's my turn, and I don't know why y'all allowing for this fucking despicable ass nigga before me. No, it's my turn. It's my turn. It's my turn. It's my turn. This is my turn. Then we got the dick sucking, burn this nigga Jacobus. And it's corny. Y'all letting two people jump me while it was my submission. I followed the rules. I followed the rules. I didn't even jump into the fucking line. I put it in the chat and I said, hey, add me on. Can you add me to the room? I even added the chat immediately afterwards.
I put my name in the
chat. And paste and put his name afterwards.
You
admitted that I went before you.
Put me. Oh, you asked me.
No. I said add me to the queue because I was doing something. I could not copy and paste. So then neither one of us go there. So then neither one of us go. No. You added yourself to a queue. No, I'm not letting you go. I'm not letting you go. I'm not letting you go. So it's my turn. It's my turn. It is my turn. It's 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 my turn. And I don't know why y'all just allowing this to happen. It is my turn. I did the right thing. The right thing. I put in the chat. I'm not letting. No, I did the right thing. I went before him. So he did that to be smart in the chat right afterwards and included himself when I asked to be added to the queue. So I'm going next. Why you keep saying please to the nigga? Just drop the nigga. It's my turn. It's my turn. I would have been done. Yes, I did follow the rules. You can literally scroll up and you can see why I asked to be added to the queue.
She got rid of that.
So then you're copying and pasting a queue. You're copying and pasting the queue.
I call them the Jacobus.
No, there's no thank you. I'm here. No. There's no queue. It's not cool. I want to go.
Did you call up the Jacobus?
I called after the Shy Shot. No, I called after Shy Shot and Nathan jumped in it. It is my turn. Knowledge. You see in the fucking chat, he's trying to be smart. You can see in the chat where I said I was. No, I'm not. I'm not going after you. It is my turn.
All right, yeah.
It's my turn.
Yeah,
I know. And y'all niggas like concrete. Bad boy the fuck out. Y'all could just drop the way I was dropped for no fucking reason. I let y'all niggas ramble all fucking day.
What did you call it?
The moment I follow the rules and I put my name in the chat, this nigga then decides that he's going to copy and paste a cue and don't involve my name in it to be smart. So no, I'm not letting him go. It was my turn. Y'all can read the chat where I asked Dawn to add me to the queue. Then when Sunshine went, you can see in the chat where I shy, and you put I'm after Jacobus.
I'm asking you guys.
I'm not letting him go. It's my turn.
Listen, I give a lot of grace, okay? Because of how it went down, I understand both of you guys, right? Stop, because you're fucking noise trolling, and you're not going next. You already went. And so, I know, Concrete, you put your name in the queue, right?
I called after Jacobus. I called after Jacobus.
I got 5 people went before me. That's corny.
I called after Jacobus.
That is corny.
Please let me go. Let me go. Jacobus just spoke. Don, and I said
Shy went, and I put in the chat. About the Shy. Me and Concrete were in the group. No, I did not fuck up.
She fucked up.
Shy went, and I put in the chat. I'm after Shy. No, I didn't fuck up. You're trying to manipulate the room.
She got accepted.
I scrolled up. It's in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who was after Shasha?
We were both in the group, dickhead.
Who was after Shasha?
Me, I was in the group.
Who said I'm after Jacobus? Look at the chat.
Listen, we were both in the group.
Who called after Jacobus?
In the group. Shy and Jacobus were on stage. Nathan and fucking, he got me and Concrete in the fucking group. Shy was talking, and I put in the chat, I'm after Shy. And this nigga, Concrete, gonna say I'm after Jacobus. We were both in the fucking group. So it's my turn. You can read the fucking chat. And you're trying to be fucking petty because you're trying to get a rise out of me for no reason. And it's my turn. It's my turn. You're being weird. You're being weird. It's my turn.
It says soft Q, Lion, Dominic, Eric, Concrete.
Thank you.
That's my turn.
Thank you.
Keep scrolling. No, before that.
That's why she's angry. Because she asked before.
Keep scrolling up.
Keep
scrolling up.
I see.
What do you, can you please read it?
I found it. Before Concrete even put himself in that queue, Caroline said, I asked to be in this queue.
And I added Dawn.
Yeah, what does that have to do with her being in the queue?
Right. Concrete trying to be smart.
Before you added yourself in the queue, she already asked to be in the queue.
Thank you.
Yeah, what does that have to do with
Thank you.
And you guys mute up.
Here's how
y'all doing this to be weird towards me. This is so weird.
Instead of saying put me in the queue.
The other mods know.
Hold on.
Because they want to see
Instead of her saying put me in the queue.
About this?
Hold on. Nate, this is your fault. Nate. Come on. Look, let me lay my place.
This is so hard.
You know what I said? I said, no, I'm reading it. Tell me who's next in the queue.
I called after the COVID.
Look.
This is
I heard you. Can I respond?
Before that, even look. Read it down. Even scroll up more. Scroll up more. It says in the chat. It says Lion, Dominic, Eric, Guava. Thank you. Way before. Let Dawn tell the story then.
One second. So, look, they was going for a while. I left. I came back. They was going. So I moved them both down. I said, Dawn. I moved them both down because that's the only way someone's gonna talk. I said, Dawn, let the person that's next go. You let them up. Dawn told me this. She said, Nathan, there's no queue. So I was like, okay, since there's no queue, I just picked two people to speak. It was Kitover, it was Shy then Kitover.
I never finished.
What I did was, what I did was this. I put on no hand raising. And the first person that came up I put on no hand raising. The first person that came up was Concrete. And then he still learned, so I left.
Wait, no. Don't forget what I said, Dave. Don't forget what I said.
I gotta apologize.
What did I say when I came up, Dave?
I gotta apologize to Concrete. So I just scrolled up a little more. So the earliest cue that I could find, the first one from Don was Lion, Dom, Eric. And never mind. No, she said right after. Hold on. Right after Dawn said that, immediately after that soft cue, quote unquote, she said, "Add me to the queue."
Thank you.
I scrolled all the way up. I'm gonna be.
Thank you.
No, Nathan, can I say something? Can I please say something? I'm not picking a side. You're missing the point in here, Nathan. You're missing.
All right. You guys stop talking, please. Stop.
I just want to say this one thing.
What did I say when I came off mute? No, you gotta adjudicate. Hey, come on, bro.
Yeah.
All right.
What did I say when I came off mute?
Because
there was no queue. There was no queue, and I said no one's calling.
Don. Sorry, Thea, PTR.
Listen.
I see where she asked to be in the queue.
One second. When I asked Dawn.
Go ahead, Nate.
I don't understand why y'all want to talk.
Go ahead, Nate.
When I asked Dawn, what is the queue? About 5 or 10 minutes?
Come on, stop muting him.
Wait. He can mute us. We can't mute him.
Can I please say something? I just want to.
Let Nate adjudicate.
I'm going after Nathan.
I'm gonna cut you off.
I'm going after Nathan.
Listen, when I moved both Concrete and Walbert down, right? I told Dawn, because she's the one who's responsible for the queue. Dawn, bring up the person that is next to go in the queue. Dawn told me there is no queue, Nathan. So even if you pull up a thing, Dawn said she didn't make a queue.
Can I please go next? Can I please go next?
If you want to be fair, if Dawn said there's no queue, we can't go in the chat and say, "Oh, this person's next in the queue."
No, can I please? Why don't y'all want me to talk? Nathan, you being weird. I don't understand why I can't talk. So, first of all, I was not by my phone. John, when you said that there was no queue, I was not.
What you say, Nate?
Never said you was in the queue.
Whose bill is it, Nate?
Me, Jacobus.
Whose bill is it, Nate? They are Nate.
Excuse me, can I please go, please?
Nate, whose bill is it, Nate?
Y'all gotta go to Dawn.
I don't
it's going to come down to that, and he's an adjudicator. I've been asking him to let her.
I wrote it.
Writing it in the chat because she has to be for him in the chat.
So he's gonna go ahead.
Yes. So I
wrote it in the chat and I said it on stage.
That's a lie.
I called after Jacoby.
That's a lie.
I wrote it in the chat and I said it on stage.
Y'all being so weird to me, and I don't understand what this is about. But even when Nathan feels shy, that she can go while me and fucking Concrete was in the room. I said in the chat, I'm at the shy.
Some strange reason.
So,
yo, I wrote it in the chat. I said it on stage. I wrote it in the chat. And I said it on stage.
I don't even understand why y'all doing this. Like, this is so weird. This is so weird.
I wrote it in the chat.
So, bitch, you're mad because I called you a leopard and so you're trying to jump me?
I wrote it in the chat.
If you look in the chat, even before you wrote in the chat, I wrote before you, and I'm after Shy in the chat. I don't even know why you won't drop that.
I wrote it in the chat. I said it on stage. I wrote it in the chat.
Like, this is weird to me now. It's weird.
Point of moderation. I think there should be fair. Yes to decide who votes next, and we just leave it like that.
I wrote it in the chat and said it on stage.
You make it work. Look in the chat. Look in the chat. Look in the chat, Nathan.
Listen, I gave you. I got you.
Yes.
So I'm saying yes because it's
okay. That's what he says.
Can I finish? Be quiet. That's it. Be quiet. I was supposed to start cooking a fucking hour ago. Listen, now my husband's mad. So get muted. Now it's on the bed. So let me tell you this. Because I said it was popcorn, right? And no calling and no fucking cue, right? But because you guys started writing it and because you guys started a queue, right? We were forgetting about that and we were gonna start the fucking popcorn. But because you guys can't figure it out now, we have to go back and refer to the fucking chat because you guys aren't gracious enough to figure it out for yourselves based upon the fucking chat. Yes, it's on Guava.
How's it on Guava?
Okay, so could you please drop him? Please drop him because he's not going to let me talk. He's not going to let me talk.
He did not put her name in the queue.
He's not going to let me talk.
I put my name in the
He's not going to let me talk. He's not going to let me talk. Nathan, you said it's up to Dawn, and Dawn said it's my turn. So shoot him.
Wait, what happened?
It's my turn.
Yes.
I put my name in the queue. She didn't put her name in the queue.
All y'all gotta do is drop
him to be in the queue first.
What does that have to do with the queue?
You said it was my turn. Why y'all even going to
let me ask you a question. Don, let me ask you a question.
I'm in the queue, so you were.
Didn't you tell us to write our names in the queue, Don? Don, didn't you tell us to write our name in the queue, Don?
This is how I show favor.
Don, didn't you tell us to write our name in the queue?
Back and forth with him during my turn.
Don, did you tell us to write our name in the queue?
Just do it.
Did I write my name in the queue, Don? Before you wrote her name in the queue?
I'm gonna do this with Humphrey, yo. This is really
I write my name in the queue like you told us to write her.
Fucking idiots. Goddamn idiots. Whether you asked or you put your name in the queue, be still.
You said put it in the queue. Put your name in the queue. Don't ask you. Put your name in the queue. You said put your name in the queue. I put my name in the queue, Don. She has put her name in the queue. Could she have
Why are you arguing, Dawn? You made the decision. Just why Humphrey?
Don, could she
You made the decision.
she do it?
Shoot
No,
him.
I get it. She can't do
All you
it.
gotta do is drop
I'm
him.
in the fucking queue,
All you gotta do is drop him.
I'm in the queue,
It's
dog.
my turn.
I put my name in the queue, dog.
It's my turn.
I put my name in the queue,
It's
dog.
my turn. He not
I
gonna
put
be
my
able.
name in the queue.
Why can't y'all drop it?
Honor
It's
the queue.
my turn, moderators. I'm asking if it was somebody else. Y'all would have dropped
my
him.
name in the queue. I followed the
Why are y'all not? Y'all would rather argue with the man than allow me to finish. I could have been finished an hour ago, bro.
Oh, someone
But y'all let this
finally did it. Someone finally
Damn.
did it. Wow.
What the fuck? I had this fucking fight for my life for 1 fucking hour to speak. That's crazy. Crazy. That's crazy. And I'm asking the moderators that anybody talk during my submission, drop them. Anybody.
Yo,
This is
I
crazy.
fucking put my name in the queue.
Oh my
put
God.
my name in the queue.
Oh my God.
She could have put her name in the queue.
My
She didn't put her name in the queue. Why are you honoring her
here in this room?
putting it in the queue? I put my name in the queue.
So y'all bring the nigga back up.
There's men in the queue.
My
And then you
turn
said
to
Eric.
speak.
No, you said
This
nobody
nigga
at the
back
Eric.
home to
And then I said I'm not the Eric.
continuously
And then
screaming in his phone at 40 years old. This is a 40-year-old man screaming and yelling because a bitch he couldn't fuck on the internet is going to floor him.
All right, Nathan and Knowledge. This is Nathan and Knowledge. This is on you.
No, you can't keep doing this.
Now it's on you because I already explained myself and all of that.
You're bullshitting.
This
I
is
put my
crazy.
name in the queue like you requested. How many times did you tell us to put our names in the queue?
So I'm not allowed to speak.
How many times
I'm not allowed to
put
speak.
our name in the queue?
I'm not allowed to speak. I'm not allowed to speak.
She could have
All of this happened. It could have been done. I could have been done my submission. So can we please drop these niggas to the go? Can we please drop these niggas to the go? It's my turn. Like, this is crazy. If Jacobus talk, drop that nigga too. And I'm losing my voice. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. And I'm going to take my time to first talk about the inconsistency in this room, and then I'm going to get to my point. First of all, I came here peacefully. I didn't fucking overtalk nobody. I didn't jump nobody. Nothing. I was away from my phone, Dawn, is what I was trying to get through to the fucking room. But for some reason, this is Attack Guava Day. For whatever reason, y'all decided. When you were going back and forth with Eric about the fucking queue or whatever y'all had going on, and you said there wasn't a queue, I stepped away from my phone and I got to my phone as fast as I could because I wanted to include myself in the soft queue. That's why I said, Dawn, can you add me to the queue because I'm doing shit. I'm not sitting waiting by my phone, twiddling my fingers to be added to a fucking queue. That's why I asked you. Immediately afterwards, concrete copies, intentionally, y'all can tell it's intentionally because this faggot, right, wanted to scream with a fucking bitch on a walkie-talkie for a fucking hour now, right? This nigga intentionally saw my comment in the chat, and paste his name after I requested it to be added to the queue. Now, if he was a gentleman about it, he could have just added me and then added himself afterwards. But no, he purposefully added himself to the queue. So when it was time for Eric to be done speaking, I understand, Dawn, that it was popcorn. At that time, I was dropping niggas that was going to say something during the soft queue, which is why I didn't say anything, right? That's why I communicated in the chat. So this fat fucking nasty fucking piece of shit decided to come off mic and say, I'm after Eric. After I put in the fucking chat that I said I was going to go, right? So then, fast forward, Nathan comes in half-assed to the situation. Here's me and Concrete crashing out on each other. Then he picks a side, right? He drops both of us to the goo. Then this nigga decides to make a queue, which just weird. That goes against what you were saying, Dawn, that was not supposed to fucking happen. So then he randomly picked Shy to go. Shy goes. Mind you, me and Concrete are in the go at this time. I put in the chat, I'm after Shy. Shy's done talking. Nathan then randomly picks the dick sucker from the Bronx with the fucking weird fucking leprosy in 2026, Jacobus, to go immediately afterwards. Then Concrete then puts in the chat, I'm after Jacobus. So if we were on stage, technically if I put him after Shy, I would have went any fucking way. But the bigger question or the bigger point of this whole thing is that for some odd reason, y'all want to be weird towards me. Y'all moderation, y'all not on one accord. Dawn, I'm not gonna lie, I respect your quote unquote cue, then it's popcorn. But y'all made exceptions. Even when I was a moderator, y'all made exceptions after the chat says popcorn. Y'all made exceptions. As a matter of fact, people will erase the popcorn and still add themselves. I mean, I ain't been around for 3 months, so I don't know what the fuck the new rules are, because y'all change them like fucking tampons in this fucking room. But it's the inconsistency for me. I have a theory as to why I believe that all of a sudden y'all want to attack Guava today, because I've been putting belt to ass on these bitches in this fucking room, right? I came in here yesterday with an actual conversation. The conversation was flowing. We were having a good time, right? When I'm participating and actually being nice to you fucking dick-sucking ass bitches and niggas, right? Y'all take advantage of my kindness. But then when I pack y'all the fuck up, it's a problem, right? I'm the bad guy. I'm evil. The big three is evil. Shy's evil. Jinx is evil. But I'm coming in here respecting the rules, respecting the queue, respecting the people in this fucking room, regardless of the relationships. Well, this ain't really, this ain't real. I'm talking about meta clubhouse relationships that I have with people on a walkie-talkie app. And then y'all let this pussy ass nigga who's been plotting and poking a bear, trying to agitate Guava because it makes his dick hard. That's the only thing that makes his dick hard, because he probably is on fucking Viagra. Matter of fact, he probably isn't on Viagra, right? Because he has to choose between putting gas in his fucking car or taking the blue pill to make his dick stand up so he can feel good about himself. Because nobody wants to fuck on that fat piece of fucking lard that look like CeeLo mixed with Cedric the Entertainer. So, yeah, this is insane. I spent an hour trying to fucking talk in this fucking room. And I wanted to go back to the initial thing that Nathan said from earlier, which was, right, he was trying to pin my friends against me, which will never fucking happen, right? This nigga wanted to talk about, mothers, friend groups should honor and look up to the mothers inside of their friend group because they're nurturers and blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, right? Nathan thinks the divide and conquer thing is going to work. It'll never fucking work. Not for the big three. Ain't no fucking team in the concrete that lives in the fucking or born and raised in the Bahamas is going to come between me and my bitches, right? Because he also trying to get his dick hard, right? It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. And I wanted to share some lyrics before I give my fucking submission to Big Mama Precious, fucking collard greens and pig feast, IEP retarded autistic fucking dumbass fucking no Wi-Fi internet in his motherfucking house, so he gotta go to Starbucks and fucking hack motherfucking Starbucks and fucking donut so that he can fake pretend that he has a fucking job and spend hours on it stealing their motherfucking internet so that he can pretend, because if he doesn't pretend, he's gonna fucking commit suicide, because the reality is he's a fucking loser. It's only fucking 40-year-old fucking little dick, big belly, bald-headed fucking orangutans like concrete will argue with a bitch for an hour about saying it's my turn, right?
lyrics that I wanted to share with you all, and then I will give my submission to whomever, right? Again, this could have happened an hour ago, but now my fucking neighbors are thinking, who the fuck is Guava packing up in her fucking crib? But I hate that they had to hear me that way, but they'll do, right? Because I can scream in my shit. Now, I wanted to share lyrics. Let me look it up real quick. Here's the lyrics. Nicki Minaj. I know exactly which one it is, too. And I'm a PTR, too. So, in the words of Queen Nicki Minaj, is this it? Wait. Is this it? No, this ain't the one. Hold on. Is this it right here? Okay, here it is. Okay. This is called I'm a Boss Ass Bitch by Nicki Minaj. And it reads like this. Yo, I employ these niggas. They be on men, but I little boy these niggas. Want the cookie, so I got a Chips Ahoy these niggas. But I never iPhone Android these niggas. Use rubbers with them. I don't never raw these niggas. More money than them. I'ma son all these niggas. I ain't shopping, but it's like I gotta store these niggas. Put them on time out and never call these niggas. Yeah? And then let me scroll down. Oh man, slow down. I'm gonna give you something that you can hold down, but I can't give you that. I'm too ill for that. I'm gonna make a movie, still kill Bill for that. Cause what the fuck, this ain't Chanel, nigga, custom down. What the fuck, I ain't smoking hot, bust me down. You the same clown nigga that was running me down. Now you all up in the sauce cause you wanna be down. Rule number 1 to be a boss ass bitch. Never let a clown nigga try to play you. If he plays you, then rule number 2, fuck his best friends and make them yes men. And send a dick pic and then you press send. And send a red heart and send the kissy face. And tell them how his friends, how they love how your pussy tastes. And that's rule 3. I'm the school T. Like I am a Jody. But that's because that's I'm a boss bitch. And macaroni cheese and grill my swordfish. Niggas. Okay? That goes to who it goes to. And I don't give a fuck, but I do give a damn. And that's all for now. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Matthew Carolyn. All right. Put it in the chat. I got receipts. So what we clearly see is a failure of leadership. Nate left. Knowledge fucked up and failed. Don failed. It's really simple. She admitted to all of her wrongdoing. She admitted to all of her mistakes. And she thinks that even though she made a mistake because she has a vagina, her mistakes should be like ignored, right? And that's unfortunate because that is a delusional mindset that makes somebody ill-equipped for reality. And we can clearly see that in play world, niggas take this shit, bitterly serious. And so we know that, in much of reality, or much so in reality, they're probably behaving in the same way. I'm a woman. I got a vagina. Excuse me. But don't excuse me because I asked to be excused. Excuse me because I'm entitled. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Anyway, if anybody wants to know the real sequence of events, obviously we don't look at everything in the chat. I don't know why she thinks that I care about what she's doing. I don't know why it's weird. It's been 3 fucking years now, or 2.5, however long. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, she knew that you can cut and paste the list and put her name, right? She can't claim ignorance because she said niggas cut and paste the list and removes popcorn and put their name. Did she do that? No, she did not. Why not? Because obviously she wasn't thinking, right? So she said, put me in the queue. She didn't put herself in the queue. She just typed, put me in the queue. Okay, cool. I didn't see that shit. But I cut and paste the queue because I wasn't looking for her fucking comments. I was looking for the queue. Because what you do is you look for the queue, you see you find the last cue, you cut it, you paste it, you put your name. That's typically how we do it. She knows it. She admitted it. She said it, right? So she could have easily done the same fucking thing. Did she? No, she didn't. Okay, so is it on me that I didn't see her fucking shit? Don didn't probably see her shit. Don didn't add her to the queue. I added myself to the queue. And then she wants to get mad at me? This is something that we call, like, ambiguous situation. Who knows what to do? You need somebody who is strong, capable, honest, decent to adjudicate the issue. That's when Don or anybody else can easily say, I see your intent, but then there is this technical procedure that we engage in. So does intent supersede procedure, or does procedure supersede intent? That's where people like Eric and Finley and Oleg, they come in, where there's an interpretation of the law, right? There's an interpretation of the circumstances. And then because we both feel justified, I said put me in the queue, and this other person put themselves in the queue when you could have put yourself in the queue. Who's correct? And that's where we have good adjudication. And that's when we don't let, just keep it cool. We don't let people decide amongst themselves, because you can clearly see that they have other contributing factors that might be diminishing their objectivity, diminishing their emotional stability, or just clouding their vision, right? But guess what? Irrespective of, add me to the queue, concrete cut and paste under the queue, Don said no more queue. Fucking So that means it doesn't matter that she wanted to get in the queue. It doesn't matter that I cut and paste my name in the queue, because Don said no fucking queue, right? So now we move on to fucking stage 2. Pay attention, knowledge. So stage 2 is no queue, popcorn. But here's the problem. Lawmaker said no popcorn, no calling, or no queue, no calling, right? So now that means nobody has fucking exclusivity in the next words that are uttered, right? It's nobody's. But guess what? That doesn't make any fucking sense, Don. You know why? Because now who speaks, and now we just have this clamoring of voices because nobody's been given priority, so everybody has fucking priority, right? I hope you're fucking paying attention, Don. It's not that fucking complicated. And this is also to Nate and fucking Knowledge. Them niggas obviously are doing this for entertainment purposes, but I think Knowledge tried to step in. He is so fucking woman whipped that, obviously he was biased, right? He's woman whooped. That's not insinuating anything lascivious. That is just saying that he has a bias towards women. And having a bias towards women in context but in a social, platonic context, no such thing should, because it doesn't lend towards stability of the order. And this is so dumb. Anyway, so Don says no queue, no fucking calling. How the fuck did this dumb now have some sort of entitlement? How does this person now feel entitled when Don fucking dissolved the queue? Don said nobody's allowed to call. But guess what? Even with that dumbass rule, who called after Eric? I did. Did she call after Eric? No. Okay, cool. Also, we got both kicked down because of Nate. Entertainment purposes only. She calls, I'm after Shasha. Guess what? Jacobus was already given precedence in the conversation in terms of who gets to speak. And then they had to correct themselves because Shasha said, no, I called before Jacobus, which means that there is still a queue in fucking effect, right? Even though Don is saying no queue. So, since the queue is still in an effect, in some kind of de facto way, or is it de jure de facto? De facto, right? in a de facto way, that means we're still abiding by the Q. So guess what? I'm after Jacobus. Because guess what? Jacobus was already fucking ordained to go after Shasha by Nate. So when she says I'm after Caroline, guess what? I mean, when Caroline says I'm after Shasha, guess what? That's another fuck up. You fucked up. Anyway, so after that fuck up, I did say I'm after Jacobus. So guess what? Jacobus goes, and then I get on stage, and I say, while she's crying or whatever the fuck, protesting, I say, I'm after Jacobus. So not only is it written, it's verbal, right? And so after this written declaration and a verbal declaration, this fucking motherfucker still want to claim some sort of entitlement on a non-Q fucking list. No Q, right? How the fuck do you get entitled to no Q? So, in every way, shape, or form, this is a nonsensical fucking experience of a bunch of entertaining ass niggas. A lot of entertainment. Well, I hope that y'all can I hope that you really don't conduct yourselves like this, and for real. I hope that this is all for entertainment, internet purposes only. In every way, shape, or form, she did not get the entitlement to go. And yet we had Don giving her the fucking adjudication. Nate failing to give the adjudication and fucking knowledge, fumbling and not knowing what the fuck was going on, right? Even though he wants to pretend to be the objective one, when he is obviously woman whooped, which is a fucking weakness. And I don't know why. Anyway,
I'm glad it was whipped. I'm
at the Eric. This time I'm at the Eric.
Put it in the chat. I put it in the chat.
Before you was even here, I already called it.
Put it in the chat. Eric, put it in the chat.
I'm
at the Caroline. Put me in the queue.
Nigga, shut up. I'm at the Eric.
You're worried about a Q4. You are here to take the heat when I put on you and knowledge. You don't laugh.
I'm at the Eric, by the way.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie.
I got the Eric. What you mean? I called it the Q.
Where's it at?
The Q, dog. Wow.
I'm at the Eric.
Do the right thing. Want to say?
Who's talking? No, I'm at the Eric.
No, you're not. I'm at the Eric.
I think Caroline's
I'm at the shot.
Can I just say something real quick, Eric?
No, your turn is over.
No,
Eric, let me say something.
Just back to the queue.
Eric, let me say something real quick before you go.
I'm gonna just say that. No Q.
5 seconds. Hey, Eric, all of this is you. Eric, all of this is you and Mike's fault for fucking coercing Don into no Q. That's where it really fucking started. She got all fucking frazzled and confused because you niggas started that damn campaign. Thank you.
So I'll be fast, man.
Hold on, no.
There ain't no Q. Ain't no Q on the chat.
No.
So I'll be fast, bro.
I already called it.
All right. So I'm gonna just say this.
Don't make me die.
There's something. Just something about the way she is. I can't figure it out. It's something about her.
Hold on, I got something for you.
Said, ooh, there's something.
This dude want to read last
kind of woman.
Damn, this nigga Eric want to get a belt.
But don't.
Oh shit! Did you go get a belt?
I can't figure it out.
You mind abusing right now.
I'm saying, bro.
She walks like a boss. Acts like a boss.
I didn't do the stand, but he did there. It's so certain, bro. I let him
know. You know what she does?
I let him know.
Definitely.
What's effortless? Now go ahead, Eric.
You said like now?
Go ahead, Eric. He was doing it to me. This nigga let me. I really fought for my life. Yeah.
But he did it to me, bro. He did it to me.
Shit's crazy, bro. He on some other shit.
Why didn't you do this to Congressman when he was here?
Because he know he can't out fucking yell and scream and baboon that nigga.
Yeah,
that's how you know who it is. That's independent.
I'm not gonna fight back like that, bro. I know you like the booty wrestle with concrete. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not.
I put the Q in the chat. I'm at the Eric.
And they can say,
hey, you remember when it was supposed to be my turn?
I remember that shit.
Look, you had another turn after that, and I didn't. Look,
I'm trying to go.
All right.
So anyway, Caroline after Eric?
So,
yes, isn't it?
Who was it?
We gotta ask Tia. Yo, Tia, who's next?
No, please don't ask her.
Y'all chill on dog, man. Y'all bossing dog to get cussed out. Y'all chill on dog.
Yo, her man said I'm going to bed. I was like, oh no, not Theo. Yo, I was like, I was about to message my Theo like, yo, not too much.
Alright, so I just want to say Concrete's partially right. It is me and Mike's fault partially. But the person we all need to blame is She-Wolf. Only reason I decided to be petty and press Dom on the queue is because when me and Mike made the objection about ending the queue, She-Wolf put a battery at Don's back and said, nah, Don, it's your queue. Fuck what they saying. And she told me to go on mute.
This isn't funny.
I was like, what was the dude's name on Friday when they were talking about Devo? I was him. I was like, I'm gonna go on mute. But like, I'm make sure I add myself on the queue before I go on mute. And that's exactly what I did. So now we have to go on this long journey here because one person got manipulated. And it's not my fault. Next time, when we say you didn't need one, we don't need one. And I think it is kind of crazy how we let that go on for so long. I want to say, Don, you have to get in Nathan's ass, literally. The fact that he left you there, and Knowledge and Nate left you there by yourself. And Nate came in the room and acted like he was going to adjudicate the situation. Moved both of them down and then left and brought them back up. How you going to bring them back up and leave the room and left you here? That was some crazy stuff, bro.
Oh, I wasn't by myself. Hannah and Oleg were there.
Agop is like that one security guard that always sleeps on a job. Like it's not really that useful. Oleg, he's like the sixth man on the squad. You know, he's there if it looks an emergency. So I can't really blame Oleg, but you know, those two, they're not really there. Now, yes, I was kind of wrong, bro. I don't know. It took us that long to adjudicate. It was funny. You had Jacobus laughing and screaming in the background. It was funny. But an hour, bro, it's crazy. And I want to say, Lion, it's funny that you kept that PTR. That is hilarious. That you like, what made you take like a screenshot of that PTR, bro? Like that shit's crazy, bro. You gonna hold on to that. What else did I want to say? It was so long, bro. Hours already. It'll come back to me. Go ahead, bro. Yeah, I got it.
All right, it's my turn. So, a couple things. You know, I understand that when you are a pioneer and a visionary, you set the standard for many people to come. And I know that in chillism in particular, also known as most influential, also known as the main character, that carries a level of weight to it, right? Because what I do impacts those that come after me. And so I know, because I've been in a position twice.
And those that support you too.
That's right. And being a moderator twice in this room, the first time when I was Crystal Gems, the other time when I was Guava, I think I was transitioning from Guava to Carolyn, right? I understand that when it comes to business, right, you always hire your most qualified candidates to do the job, right? But what happens is in business, when the workers that work under you or work for you, or in some cases work with you, when they're being mistreated or when there's inconsistencies They tend to revolt. They tend to fight back. They tend to become insubordinate as a cry out for either leaving the contract, not wanting to do the work, or simply to go on strike. And that's what I did my last time as a moderator. But what I now see, right, as no longer being a moderator for Chillism, right, I noticed that there has been a decline in the quality of moderation and moderators. And here's how I know why, right? Because it is almost, at this point, it's about 12 of y'all that rotates the moderation. And it takes 12 of y'all to, quote unquote, effectively moderate a space that don't bring in no more than, on a given day, 30 to 40 people, tops. Unless y'all have a hot topic that'll bring people into the room, not because they fuck with Chillism, but because they want to hear about the topic at hand. Because we all know that, Chillism has a reputation of losing quality people, both mods and audience and stage members. So what I witnessed these past couple of days upon my return is a couple of things, right? One, lack of moderation, good moderation, particularly, right? And y'all know me, I'm not afraid to call names. The first incident happened with She-Wolf. She-Wolf saw an opportunity, right? Because for the past 3 months, y'all been gassing her up to think that she made me leave Chillism, right? And so she was, basking in that glory, right? Then I come back to the room. So now, as any Pygmisha would do, she now has to claim her territory by going with the illusion or delusion that she packed me up. So she kept poking the bear, and even when the moderators told her to chill, she refused. She wanted a fight. And not only did she lose the fight, she got fucked up in the fight. No one is talking about it though. Why? Because it was that bad. Yeah, right? Boom. Moving forward, that's one thing that y'all let go, right? And the only reason why y'all let that shit go, because y'all thought that bitch was gonna pack me up. And y'all had another thing coming. That's the first problem. Instead of moving the conversation along, instead of let's actually dialogue. No, y'all want to see the chaos and drama. But if y'all would have bet it that night, y'all would have lost y'all fucking money, right? Moving right along. So now we fast forward. We had a good day yesterday. It was a good conversation, blah, 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 blah. Not too much on that. Now we're here today. I'm an active participant in listening to the conversation, a repeat of who's the best Christian in the world, Craig. I'm listening. I'm trying to hear what's going on, yada, 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 boom, boom, boom. I asked to be added to the queue because I'm moving around. I'm doing things. I kept getting phone calls. I got a life outside of this shit. I follow the rules. And I'm sorry, Dawn. I have to give you feedback on today. One thing about being a moderator in general, you cannot let people bully you out of your position. If you make a decision, stand on it. Whether it's me, Concrete, anybody, stand on that shit. Right? Because at the end of the day, you see that the other OG mods, they're fickle. They like the chaos. They like the drama. They like the this. They like the that. So much so that now you got to freaking rub your husband's feet because you forgot. It's interfering with you on hubby time. Nah, fuck that. While other mods sit back and sip on their tea and chill, kick their feet back, and you about to pop a fucking blood vessel over this shit, it's not worth it, baby girl. It's not worth it. Right? You got other vanity mods that just sits there because of whatever quote-unquote loyalty or compliance that they have to fucking Nathan and Knowledge, right? So they're there about they're there for fucking participation mods. They're there because they ain't never leave Knowledge and Nathan's side. Because, they're real big on loyalty, right? So they say, hey, we're going to give you a golden star because you're compliant. You don't yell. You don't scream at us. So let's give you an honorary vanity mod. And then the room gets small. It's like, I got other things to do in my life. Let me just go ahead and put gonorrhea butthole at one of these fucking desperate ass niggas. That's how it goes in here, right? But what should have never happened is for this fucking baboon who has been obsessed with me since the first pack up that I had on this nigga. Do y'all know that over the past 3 years, I probably packed up concrete over 70 times? Not even joking. This nigga loves it. Y'all know that, right? And instead of just being honorable, and I'm talking to you, Dawn, right? You could have just nipped the bud and said, hey, right, this is something that was inconsistent before I even asked to be added to the queue. That's what Eric was talking about, right? Make your fucking decision and make it, there is no confusion. Because now I'm putting place to the hour of my motherfucking breath over some decisions y'all couldn't fucking make as moderators. Not cool. And lastly, I'll land here, right? I come back into this space because my girlies in here, my baby girls, they are my world, right? They come up in here. I'm like, I miss my girlies. They in here. I'm like, oh, fuck, I got to deal with these idiots. But I love my baby girls, and they in here, and I want to be around my baby girls. But the motherfucking autism, fucking redundancy, the retardation that comes in this room, I'm not having it this time around. I'm going to pack every last one of you motherfuckers up. I don't care. And what happened between me and Concrete, that wasn't even a pack up. That's to show that he can't outdo me in anything. Not even motherfucking troll. He hates that. It makes the inside of his fucking guts boil, and he gets a nasty wet fart in them drawers. And this is the war against me. Because it is reflective and it is symbolic for the actuality that he has to face in real life. Women controlling his narrative. So he doesn't even like it when it's meta. And I'll end here by just reciting some poem that I love. And y'all probably heard me say this before, but it's one of my favorite poems. It's called Looking Ass Nigga by Nicki Minaj. It's like this. Look at y'all bitch ass niggas. Stop lying on your dick ass niggas. Look at y'all niggas. Stop looking at my ass niggas. Look at y'all lying ass niggas. Talking about it's paid off, but it's financed. Lying ass nigga. Bunch of non-mobile ass niggas. Fronting like they got a plan boost mobile ass niggas. Look at y'all can't get a job, so you plotting how to rob ass niggas. I ain't got a check for y'all, but if I'm a check for y'all, I'm gonna get a check from y'all niggas. I don't want sex. I don't give a fuck about your ex. I don't even want a text from y'all niggas. I'm raping you niggas. Look at this pic. What the fuck did I give to you niggas? I'm not feeling these niggas. Niggas on my time call me Clinton. I'm feeling these niggas. Fuck is we talking about? And lastly, look at y'all sharing one bottle in the club. One bottle for bub ass niggas. Look at y'all non-having game ass niggas. Y'all niggas wear the same chain ass niggas. Same cup in the hand ass nigga. In the club with a credit card scam ass nigga. No dick in the pants ass nigga. I'll be damned if I fuck a non-man ass nigga. Talking over me while it's my turn.
That's your girl. What the fuck?
Sorry. No. I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not looking at my phone. So no, don't pipe it. Don't guess. That's my girl. That's my big word. I thought that was fucking Concrete. Where was I at? I would never fucking non-man ass nigga. I would never lie. I don't care if that nigga flew me and my bitches all the way out to Dubai. Pussy, you try. Pussy ass nigga, you lie. Pussy ass nigga, you high. Bitch, I'm me. Art on the wall by ski. Fuck who see. Look at you fake those villas. No real niggas who be moving weight in the villas. Talk about keys. He's keys in his van, but he really moves gram and he split it with his mans. So, you looking ass niggas don't even have a time or a motherfucking day. All y'all do is sit on this motherfucking app and talk shit and are motherfucking has-beens and Mr. Me Too ass niggas. And I don't care, I'm gonna fight every single fucking day while I'm in this motherfucking room because I'm doing it for bitches like me, for women like Jinx, and for fucking women like motherfucking Shasha, for women like motherfucking Alaska. I'm doing it for motherfucking Ashley. I'm doing it for motherfucking women in this motherfucking room who hold this shit down all the fucking time while y'all clown ass niggas ape out all motherfucking day. That's what I'm doing it for. And I land here.
Straight facts.
Thank you. So yes, you were. Yes, you were. Yes, you were. Yes, you were. All right, thank you, guys. I think this is. Well, I was next. Thank you. Hey, nice to see you again, James.
Is that Samoa's turn talking?
Yeah.
Interrupted me? Oh my God.
Nigga, what you want to do, nigga?
Let the beef go, man. Let the beef go. Hey, you know what's crazy, bro? This nigga Eric, this nigga barely be losing all the time and claim that he's getting the win. That's just funny, bro. I just want to defer my time to Concrete. I think he should be able to speak his mind. Thank you very much.
All right.
What's up, Jake? What's up? Yo, Samoa, I appreciate it, brother. But what we see, I think she realized it, right? I think I made it very clear that the queue was dissolved by Don. So while you might have said add me to the queue, you could have cut and paste your name. I put my name in the queue. So obviously that's like an ambiguous situation, right? Don should have adjudicated, but guess what? There's nothing to adjudicate if Don got rid of the queue and said the queue doesn't exist, right? So she want to still be mad at me. But what we can always do, and it's crazy that she wants this fighting posture after all. What y'all don't know about Carolyn, she actually hates this about herself. I don't know if anybody else noticed it, which is why she's been taking hiatuses since she's been on the app, changing her name. And what's so crazy is obviously these different names represent, like, I guess, a different side that she wants to, present to the world, right? I wouldn't call it schizophrenic. I would call it something maybe ambitious, right? Or, hopeful of, turning over a new leaf. I think that's what's happening with all the name changes. And as you could clearly see when she refers to the name changes, she's using those name changes as different, moments in her experience here on Clubhouse, right? And we could clearly see when she gets back, not this one. This one she couldn't contain it. But on prior occasions, she would acknowledge that she's not trying to get into the shit. She's trying to restrain herself from her nigristic ways that she is, prone to get engaged in, right? But on this one, she just has basically given up on let's say modification or changing or presenting a different side of herself, right? And that's what we got to do is we got to encourage her to lean into her better self, which is why you can't, even though she, man, it's so crazy. I don't know if people understand this. Even when they ask for it, don't give it to them because they really don't want it. And what's so crazy, we hear Lion booty clapping for her, anyway, we hear Lion booty clapping for her. He's supposed to be encouraging her higher self. You want to encourage her lower self. That right there is just a sign of somebody who doesn't give a fuck about somebody, right? Because when you see your homie smoking crack, you see your homie doing all kind of washing. Don't tell them keep doing it, even though they got a smile on their face, even though they're enjoying themselves. We know that is a temporary, momentary fucking fix. And that in the long term, they're going to leave because of all the fucking drama has gotten to such a crescendo that they can't manage it anymore, right? I don't know if people haven't noticed that pattern yet. I've noticed it a long time ago. That's why I don't try to get in too much with this woman, because I know this is not who she actually wants to be. She wants to be higher than her lower form self. And what's so crazy, what we've noticed, and I'm sure everybody else has noticed it. Jazzy, she'll have her moments of relapse, but she's matured and she's found in the room. Yes, again, moments of relapse, being an asshole, going too far. Same thing with Shasha. Shasha is the one that seems to, and I would even give it to Jinx. Shasha and Jinx have matured, I would say, pretty much the most, right? Jinx just got back. We're glad to see her. Shy, in the midst of all the bullshit, she still keeps her composure. And we still got one of the big three that's still holding on to this fucking persona, right? And niggas is encouraging it. Niggas booty clapping for her. But she doesn't like it. She doesn't like it about herself. I hope that if you look at the data, maybe you don't believe me, look at the data. Why else would somebody leave, right? A space that they enjoy participating in, conversing with different eclectic people, and on and on and on. And like she said, her girls are here. Why would somebody leave that environment? Because they can't handle the situation, right? And what is the situation? She gets to this fucking point where it's just all crash out all day long. And niggas like fucking, I hate to say it, Legend Nate, they fucking encourage her to crash out. It's like, goddamn, she don't really like that shit. You would think that you would help. I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. But anyway, people want to paint me to be the bad guy. But look, y'all haven't identified villains yet. Well, let me not say that. Some people haven't been able to identify villains yet. The villains are the ones who are prodded self. The ones are the ones who either leave you alone or they encourage your higher self. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's weird. This encouragable behavior is, I thought that was in high school. I thought you get through that in high school because in college, by the time you get to college, niggas is focused. They're trying to graduate and get a fucking career. And then when you're at work, you can't encourage people's lower self because that'll get you fired. So that type of behavior is basically non-existent, frowned upon, whatever. Even if you try to like appeal like microaggressions, maybe you could do it in that regard. But I don't get it. I don't get it. It's weird. But it is what it is. As long as she keeps falling for it, and as long as she don't know how to fucking stand up, and keep her composure, she's gonna have to keep fucking learning the lessons. And I don't know why her friends would encourage her low fucking vibrational behavior. If you know her and you're her friend and you care about her, you wouldn't encourage her to engage in that. You wouldn't booty clap for her. And that's the shot and Jinx. Whatever. At some point, somebody got to do some fucking self-reflection, and you got to do the work. You can't just fucking have the world conform to you so you don't fucking become a crash test dummy. You have to do the work to not be a crash test dummy. I don't know. We know that type of maturity is beneficial to you and everybody else around you. I don't know why you wouldn't want to mature for the sake of yourself, right? The sake of your own sanity, your own fucking mental health. Because obviously this is play world. And if this is how you act in play world, I think you don't have the coping mechanisms to deal with the real world. So you probably got to stay high or drunk or fucking lie to yourself. I don't know. It's weird. But I don't have no beef with you. I hope the best for you. There was a misunderstanding about the queue because I didn't read that you wanted to be in there. But guess what? That misunderstanding aside, we still had other ways that you could have corrected it, right? When it got pushed down, the queue was over. The queue was no longer part of the situation. But yet you wanted to use it because you thought that was going to give you leverage. Everybody else that you're wiping the circumstances. You don't want circumstances. You want to try to get leverage from wherever you can. And that's some opportunistic bullshit. Yeah, man. These are the techniques. All right.
And this is the last thing I'm going to say about this, and I would prefer y'all niggas talk about who's the better Christian or not in chillism. I know that everybody has a general understanding of what a devil is, and there are many names that are attached to the word devil. Some of you may know it to be the adversary, the accuser, Satan, Lucifer, Decepticon, all of the things that you think about when you think of the devil, right? And one thing I do admire about the devil is that the devil will make you feel like what you're experiencing is something completely different from what the devil is doing to you. And just like that, in a snap of a moment, you could forget that concrete spent an hour crashing the fuck out with me for 1 hour straight over a fucking cube, right? But then he would try to, in a devilish way, manipulate the room as if it was my doings. My doings. I'm the reason, right? Remember we talked about the synonyms of a devil, an accuser? He accused me of being the disruptive one when there's clear, documented evidence in the chat that I was following the rules. But again, because he has his own ulterior motives towards me, he wants to convince the room that I am this like disruptor and I go on these hiatuses and I'm all of this weird shit that I wasn't even really paying attention to. That's a Decepticon. You're the one who was turning up your radio, yelling and screaming, kicking, acting a fool, acting like the fucking exhibit A in my motherfucking PTR. Screaming, yelling, kicking, the whole nine, right? That was you. So it's kind of weird that you're like painting this narrative, and every time I actually do come back from my fucking hiatus, which you're trying to demonize on me, I encourage everybody in the motherfucking room and on Clubhouse to take hiatuses. You have to be a fucking dead brain, rotten fucking piece of a person if you are on this app every fucking day and you don't take breaks. So you're trying to weaponize that on me by me taking 3 months, 4 months, 6 months hiatuses off the app? You can never make me feel bad about that. Never. That's actually healthy. The unhealthy aspect of it is you motherfuckers that stay on this shit every motherfucking day talking about the same topics, the same argumentation, and no growth. Okay? I noticed that only in this room alone, that it is actually counterproductive for me when I come back in this space and I allow fucking idiots like Concrete who gets a rise, because you know the devil loves misery, gets a rise out of trying to make somebody who is trying to actually participate in the conversation and try to have them revert back into being packed up or crashing out because they enjoy it. They love it. It's kind of like a dominatrix, right? And no pun intended, there's like a dominatrix that's in this motherfucking chillism space. But that's neither here nor there, right? I'm not here to satisfy your kinks, Concrete. I come here because I want to hear the dialogue. That's it. And this is not even a crash out or a pack up. This is just genuinely how I feel. I'm not coming here for you. And every time I come back, you try to make this the Guava versus Concrete show, bro. That shit is played out. We done seen them reruns already, bro. We're tired of that. People are tired of the Guava and Concrete show, my nigga. I told you this before. Just move around me. But what I'm not going to let you do is try to pussy me out of my position. That'll never happen. So leave me alone, and I will leave you alone. Point blank, period. There's nothing else left to it. And don't try to sit there and do the she-wolf thing where you like to throw rocks and hide your hands and they cry wolf when somebody fucking calls you out on your bullshit. Stop poking the bear and then get mad when the bear comes and fucking devours and rip you into shreds. We can have the dialogue, have the conversation without you fucking trying to control me like you tried to do yesterday. Guava. You do the Jacobus thing. Y'all do the weird ankle biting bullshit. It is annoying. It's not cute. To some of y'all, that's cute because y'all like the entertainment. But Jacobus is not funny to me. A nigga who has modern day leprosy It's not funny to me. What's funny is how he it's 2026 and this nigga still got fucking mumps, bumps, boils, fucking scoils, oils, coils on his motherfucking skin in 2026. Looking like a fucking big chocolate chip cookie. Looking like a motherfucking crater from the motherfucking moon. Oozing and goozing and what the fucking Baltimore people say, his skin is ooming and gooming. Oozing bullshit out of him. That's not like, what the fuck? But then he wanna dick eat because y'all allowed it. Let me tell you something. Nathan is like Diddy, right? This nigga loves when other niggas suck his dick. He loves it. I don't know if you ever seen the movies Jeepers Creepers, where the nigga can, like, it's like his nose split open and he inhales the fear. Nathan inhales the dick sucks that come from you niggas. He loves it. He loves it. Knowledge not too much, but Nathan thrives off the dick sucking. So he allows, in trading of the dick sucking, right, Jacobus get a pass to act the motherfucking fool because in exchange, he gets his dick sucked. He gets the praise, right? So it's really annoying when people are actually, and it's okay to like every once in a blue where y'all like to crash out, because there are times when Jacobus say some funny shit, at minimum, right? But the ankle biting shit, please, that shit is played out. Concrete, you trying to ankle bite, you trying to get under my nerves, it's played out. It's not gonna work, bro. It's not. It's not gonna work. So I'm gonna land here. I hope that we can get back into the conversation around Christianity and who's considered the Christians of the room, who's not. Talking about philosophy. I like the would you see. This is what I'm talking about. I promise. Okay. Cool.
Is not in the queue.
Okay.
I'm after.
I just want to land my plane. I just want to land my plane. Right. I want us to go back to having the fruitful conversations that y'all been having. Anything beyond the concrete and guava show shit, bro. I'm over it. And it's the last thing I'm gonna say on it. Whatever Concrete says, he got it. I don't give a fuck. But I'm gonna let you know this, and I'm gonna let you know this right now, Concrete. If you try me, you already know what it's gonna give. You're not going to out-beat me. You're not going to out-troll me. You're not going to do none of that shit. And that's why you had to turn your fucking radio up and scream to the top of your lungs because you know how I give it up. So, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, point of moderation. They removed the grapefruit technique from the gifts. I wanted to put that up, but you said blowjob. If you know, you know. If you know you're a real one. Grapefruit technique.
I need less than 45 seconds.
Go ahead.
Yeah, fuck the king.
Yo, King, you there?
Yes, sir. What's good, buddy?
Wait, yo, King, you know what the Bible says about pedos? Like what to do with them?
Put them to death, if I remember.
Yeah. Tie the rope, attach it to the stone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you saw Tim in real life, what would you do?
I'd probably dap him up. I don't think he's a pedo or a pedo, so I'd probably dap him up. What would you do?
You're not consistent. You're not consistent. That's it. All right. Next person in the queue.
No, hold on. Now, if I thought he was a pedo, that's different.
So
wait, hold on. If you thought someone whose name was minor attractive person for life was a pedo, you would do something different. Okay, all right. Next person in the queue.
All right. So there's no queue. There's no fucking queue, right? Thanks, Eric and
I'm gonna send you a picture right there. Nah, you can't keep staying on your mistakes, Donna. You have to create. So there's
no fucking queue.
All right, so I'm talking. You weren't talking when I was talking. So there's no queue. You were talking. I'm talking too. We're both talking. We were both talking. You stopped speaking. You said there was no fucking queue. You said there was no fucking queue. You can't see. This is the problem. Yes, this is the problem. You're standing on ego. You're standing on ego. You're standing on ego.
God damn.
We both get to talk.
Seriously? Are you really going to do this?
Yes.
Really?
I'm trying to explain it to you.
All
You don't
of
want to listen.
that?
I'm going to explain it to you, darling. You can't
No, you're not going to explain it to me.
Yes, that's your ego. That's your ego. There's no cue. There's no cue. There's no cue. There's no cue. How can you call next and there's no cue, Don?
Because there's no cue.
So how can you call next?
That's the rules you guys established.
Make it make sense, Don.
Because you guys were calling me.
That's a cue. When you say next, that's a cue, Don.
You guys have been calling, so
she can't.
following.
Wait, Jess, do you see the contradiction? You can't say there's no cue and I'm next.
It's not like hold on, let me show you. On the logic.
She's talking about her. Look, she said no cues, no calling. She said
no.
Now she's going back to calling. Are you saying you're gonna call it now?
Why are you gonna talk over my explanation?
Are you gonna call it now? Yeah. I think she's good. You said no cues, no calling.
Call it now.
Yes, then you can't call it then.
I'm telling you, when I came back, you guys have been calling in the chat.
The popcorn.
Right, and following that, and you gave no one else a problem.
Don, I don't think you understand it yet. You don't understand it yet.
This is your ego.
This is a failure of comprehension.
I think it's failure of your ability to give others grace.
I'm after you, Don. How about that?
My submission.
I'm after you. Good job. Even though you said no calling. Good job. Even though you said no calling, I'm after you. Good job. Not
I
one.
didn't say no calling.
You said no calling, no cue.
Clear, but you guys have been calling, so I'm following that now, right? You can't for an hour start doing something, right? And then I come in and go back on what was done an hour before that with no explanation. I can't expect that. I have to follow what's been happening, right? I have to follow what the fuck is going on in the room, right? And sometimes when we're right or wrong, even when we are in the right, sometimes we have to sit back and say, no, you know what, go ahead, I don't mind. And we take the fucking L sometimes just for the sake of others. Right? But that's a lesson that some people in this room have never ever learned. Some of you guys need to do that. I think it's been so long since your parents taught you, and I know they taught you better.
No, who are you talking to?
I'm talking to you too.
Don, don't do that, Don. Just make your submission.
I'm talking to everyone.
Don, this is on you, Don. This is all your problem. You created this problem.
It's not on me.
Don, you gotta own it.
It's not on me because I'm not the one who failed to give you
You're the one who said that I run the queue. Remember when Nate was trying to talk to you? You said I run the queue. Remember? We're not talking about the crash out, Don. We're talking about the mismanagement of the queue, Don. Don, you gotta own the mismanagement of the queue. It's not about behavior. It's about fucking. It's about organization. You are disorganized. You got disorganized, and it's all fucking Eric's fault. Is Eric still here? Eric and fucking Mike.
Like
They're the ones that.
you can't control yourself.
You can't tell the truth. You can't tell the fuck.
What do you mean I can't tell the truth?
Do you not know that you're the one who said it's my cue? You're the one who got rid of the fucking written cue and the verbal cue? Do you not know that? Do you not realize that?
That is the fucking problem.
No, the confusion was the problem.
I'm next. No, didn't you hear me? 10 out. I'm next. I'm next. And that's the fucking reason for the
that you got rid of.
Because you guys can't control yourselves. And say, yeah, you know what, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yo, Don.
Because what I have to say is not that goddamn important or life-changing. I'm just going to rap.
Don, you gotta, Don, this is
Don,
is going rap.
Don, you can either have a moment where you grow or you can have a moment where you bullshit, right? I hope that you can recognize that when they try to do something, you said it's my cue. If you talk about hold on, Don. Don't fucking cherry pick. Don't cherry pick. You're cherry picking. You're cherry picking. So what happened, Don, is if you basically, hold on, Don. It started with Eric and Mike. Don. It started with Eric and Mike.
You men need the women in your lives, obviously. And here we are.
Finally, the nigga left. Thank God. Jesus. You see, there is a guy. And he's a good guy. He's a faithful guy.
I'm sorry, Dawn. That was horrible.
Dawn, can I ask you a serious question, Dawn? Why don't you just drop the nigga? I would prefer to go back and forth with him.
I ain't never been in the bit, man. I ain't never gonna hear the end of this.
Yeah, to be fair, Dawn should be petrified of concrete. Because if she moves him down, he is going to go on the attack. Do you guys remember that lady that got her face ripped apart by a chimpanzee on her fucking backyard? And it was her best friend's chimpanzee, and it just ripped her face to shreds. And she ended up looking funny. She survived for years, but she ended up dying from complications. That would be Dawn. But who's gonna shut? But who's gonna be the one that stands up, right? Somebody's gonna stand up. Somebody gotta stand up. Be a bigger sheep bone than concrete. I'm telling you, to Tally, he did it to Ali, he did it to Melissa, to me, he did it to Pac, he did it to Dawn. Like he don't do it to She-Wolf because they one of the same motherfucking elk.
Just start saying,
he does it to everybody else.
I forgive you, concrete. I forgive you, concrete.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I'm gonna keep talking over.
But no, seriously, somebody's going to have to stand up to him.
You guys act as if you don't do the same when you get.
I elect some more.
I never
You guys talk about people's parents. You guys talk about people's children. You guys do all of you guys do the same thing. No one is above that.
Oh my God! You know what I can't stand? What I can't stand is.
But I can't stand.
Oh look, Lee about to get triggered. That's why he's triggered. That's why he forgot when he wasn't a mod. He forgot when he wasn't a mod. He got the Louis syndrome. Hag up got the Louis syndrome.
No, I've never crossed paths with specific people. It's really shut up.
Did he not crash out on Violet when Violet was a mod? Did he forget about that? Yes, you did.
No, I did.
And you were a moderator during that time.
I did not.
And you were bitching and crying about, it was Violet took me out of my position. Because you another dick sucker. Yeah, you got triggered, nigga. You got triggered.
This is you too.
Yeah, no, it's you talking about morals, though. Nobody was talking about morals, and you brought up morals.
I said you guys do this.
And you done the same thing, too.
You guys
But you get mad when people call you out on your shit.
I got moved down. I'd like to finish. I'd like to been at work all day listening to you guys fucking lose.
By your free will.
I'd like to finish.
You could have left.
I'd like to finish. You're doing it right now, right? You get called out for something and you lose your shit.
No, I put a mirror up.
Concrete does.
I put a mirror on you.
Concrete does. Just as concrete does.
Yo, I got mad.
You do the same. You do the same.
I just wanted to say really quickly, and Eric, you can take that.
Wait, I wasn't fucking done. Did she leave?
Who shot her? Nathan dropped me and then left the room like he always do. He always just.
Thank you.
I said Nathan.
I just thanked you. Right? So I'd like to finish. Thank you, man. I'd like to finish. It's very simple. Y'all do the same thing. So calling someone else out for that behavior and saying, "Oh, poor Miss Dawn," you guys were screaming at Miss Dawn too.
Yeah, just like how you were screaming at Violet. The same way you tricked Violet out her bed.
That's
strange habit. I'm saying y'all. Who's y'all? Who was yelling at Dawn? Who was yelling at Dawn?
Let's ask Violet.
Who was yelling shoot it? We were obviously joking.
Bring Violet in here.
Goddamn. I would never yell at her.
You about this, bro?
Let's bring Violet in here. Let's ask her.
Show composure,
Remember, Eric, when you made Violet apologize for it? Remember when you made Violet apologize?
Their hair got about to crash out.
I'm not as classless as you.
So then let somebody else go.
I'm gonna be classy about it. I'm not fucking done. I'm gonna take my time, just like you did. Come on, take your time, bitching and moaning. You're going in like a child. Does it hurt?
You landed, bro.
Does it hurt when a person acts like a child back to you, Eric? Does it hurt? I don't care. I'm not saying you attack me, bro. I'm talking about what you did earlier.
You mad at the wrong person.
I'm talking about what you did earlier with the fucking Q shit. Causing all of the shitstorm, right? You insect.
Wait a minute.
There's no Q. Fuck the Q. There's no Q. If there's a Q, I'm gonna read Harry Potter. You didn't do that?
Hold on. Because if you're gonna tell that part of the story, you gotta tell the whole story.
I mean, but you did it though. You did it.
Are you gonna tell the whole story?
Oh shit, we got another angle.
Are you gonna
Which part do you want me to say? Which part do you want me to say? The part where Miss Dawn messed up the
No, not that part. So what led up to me actually pressing Dawn about the Q was that when me and Mike made the objection about like ending the Q, right? She combated me and she will put a battery in her back and told her to move me down and told me to go on mute. So I was like, all right, I went on mute, right? So if it wasn't for She-Wolf and her pettiness, I wouldn't have said anything. So we wouldn't be in this position. And I just want to say,
she does the same thing too.
Quick correction. I'm the only one that hasn't gone as far as y'all niggas. Y'all take this shit too seriously. I only nigga I've ever gone for is that one weird nigga from Alabama or something. I forget his name.
Mountain. No, Kane.
No, Mountain.
That one.
I did the same with Kane.
Yeah, but other than that,
I just don't like this moral high ground that niggas like to land on when all y'all niggas went low in this motherfucking room. Every last one of y'all.
Exactly.
So I'm not. This is what happens. Hold on. This is what happens. Is y'all get mad when people do it better than y'all. That's when niggas get mad and get upset, right? Like y'all get mad when people do it better than y'all, but every last one of you motherfuckers on stage has crashed out or has broken the quote unquote moral high ground and standards.
I've never crashed.
I've met you crashing out, nigga. You just crashed out the other day. Your big mic was sorry. That nigga went and got his big mic and was like, who's cut me off? Who cut me off now, bitch ass nigga? Yeah, that was
never crashed. I have never crashed. That's my first entry.
And Pepe.
Oh, sorry, one mic on fucking Jinx.
Me and Pepe.
Nigga, you ain't no moderator, nigga. The fuck?
I'm moderating for my friends.
Jinx and Lion didn't want to go.
So did I. Did Eric go?
Wait, Lion, can Jinx go first, please? Please, pretty. She barely talks.
All I'm really just gonna say is like saying that like we all do the same thing too, that just really discredits the actual situation at hand. I mean, it's like if my mom tells me not to do something and that like tells me, Tyler, don't go out wearing those shorts because guys are gonna look at your butt. And she's done it in the past and she's learned from that. I can't look at her and go, shut up, bitch, you used to do it. No, I can't do that.
You can.
So, no, you can't do that. It's about the situation at hand, and I feel like trying to say, well, you guys all do it too, and that's the reason why nothing was done today, you're really doing a disservice to the current situation.
It's being a hypocrite.
All right, so look, here's the point. Everyone saw what happened here. We saw this ghetto gagging ass Walmart worker flip out, making all of these accusations earlier. Dumped on me because of my position. He doesn't like me being all passionate.
Let's go 10 steps backwards.
Whatever it is that I'm saying. Then within an hour or so, I leave the room because I actually got real shit to do. I come back and he's flipping out on a woman. Nonetheless, it's a woman that he can't stand, but he actually is in love with. That's not the point. The point is this. He flips out and he screams for the mic. He screams for the attention. He wants to be number one just so he can just say, yeah, I got the mic over you, Carolyn. But that's all this bitch ass nigga wants to do. Then after that, he screams about how Christian he is. And you all, hey, the reason why most of you clown ass niggas, including Nathan's whole ass, can recognize that what I stated about all you clown ass niggas is true was right here. It played out right in front of you. Was this Christian like what you saw? Was this the behavior of your God? Did your Jesus do any of this shit? The answer will obviously be no. But you're not gonna acknowledge it. And the reason is because you're all just like concrete deep down.
I'm not the line. Include yourself.
I want him to go. King is my witness. I forgive concrete all the time. I forgive him. I'm more Christ-like than him.
Hey, you're all soft, pussy, pansy ass, hoe ass, bitch made niggas who wear white robes and act like you can point fingers at other niggas. So you get mad at me because you don't like my voice. I'm crass and I'm wrong. I just got that like real man shit that you scared of because you didn't grow up with it. Because you've been born bitch made, right? So this is the way I talk. It's interpreted as a negative thing. But then when that bitch ass concrete starts coming in here singing with his fat flabby ass, y'all think that this nigga is a Christian. Nathan comes out the mic with his whole closeted gay ass. You think that whole ass nigga is a Christian. These niggas are garbage. Pure, unadulterated, hot, smelly, used condom garbage. And you all revere these niggas as if there's something. And it took a woman. I don't know if she's atheist or whatever, but I do know that she doesn't follow any God that I'm aware of. It took that woman to bring this shit out of that whole ass Walmart worker. And instead of you all coming together going, hey, wow, maybe she's right. Damn. Or maybe they are right. Or maybe I should do some sort of self-reflection of myself. Because I also behave just like that whole ass nigga concrete does. I do act like I'm the only child. I do act like I'm a grown ass man that needs the attention of a 6-year-old little girl. I do act like that. Maybe I should change my ways. But of course, alas, you won't. You'll continue on being a whole ass niggas that you are. And I'm gonna have to continue to be here to keep pointing this shit out. The sad thing is this. We could have come together right now. This could have been that moment where we came together and we learned and we grew. But instead, we decided to continue pointing fingers at each other. And that's the saddest part about it all. We all know who the real main culprit, and it's not concrete. It's Nathan.
Thank you for disproving your whole point. Yes, let's.
Nathan. Shut up.
Yo, he's onto something. Let him cook.
Nathan.
Man, that nigga phone me. Nathan
is the orchestrator of this entire event. He's the reason why
it's all over the place.
Bottom of the barrel, the low tier, underachieving bastards who couldn't make it in any sport or anything in life come and they come together like Voltron in a room such as this. He's the reason. He's the nasty cum juice that dries overnight and sticks these nasty ass Lego pieces together. It's him. So I'm not necessarily saying that we should attack concrete. What I'm simply saying is we need to practice what we preach.
And attack Nathan.
No, let's forgive.
Oh, I thought that was the takeaway. I thought this was Nathan. I thought we said the takeaway was Nathan's fault.
Yeah, you're too busy with your shovel in the dirt trying to dig another tunnel instead of focus.
Yes, now blame me. Good. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Bro, please.
So, just mute the fuck up. What we need to do right now is come together, point out the bad fruit in the bunch, and try our best to help these weird ass wayward backward deplorable bitch ass niggas before it's too late. And if we can't, throw them away and treat them as a publican, as the Bible says.
As a publican?
If that was a landing, alright, if that was a landing, yo, I got a question.
Bro, what you doing?
It's okay, you could go ahead.
Bro, y'all disrespectful, bro.
I was the first one to say I was after him.
He said this way before, like, I even started.
Who did you guys hear say they were at the line first? He said, go for it. Who did you guys say? I'll appeal to the room. Who did you guys say I'm at the line first?
I heard you say it,
Yes.
That's not the point.
I said I'm at the line, and then someone else said, and then Guava said that he triggered all of you guys. I was the first one to say it.
Listen to me real quick. Just hear me out, and then I'm gonna let you go. I gotta defend it. Before I even started speaking, when I said I'm after Haggab, Oleg said he was after me, but then Lion started speaking, and Oleg was like, I'll go after Lion because Lion skipped him, right? And then you skipped, like, I'm just saying, you did respectful. And I'm just saying, you skipped him, but it's okay. He gave it to you. Yo, Mark, shut up.
What you saying is irrelevant.
Spell irrelevant.
Go ahead, Nas.
I had a question for King. I don't know if King's there. If he's not, then
let's go, bro.
Yo, Kings. Okay. Look, if you lived in a hypothetical world, right? This is a hypothetical world.
Yeah.
Where the law is, if you steal a pencil, okay? Not a special pencil, not a very cool pencil, just any pencil.
Yeah, just
a pencil. Just number 2 pencil. You're punished to death, okay?
Okay.
All right. And you live in this world, and you hold all the same beliefs that you do right now. No belief is different. You're the same person, all the same belief, same lifestyles and everything. Yeah. If you had a child, okay? And the child grabs a number 2 pencil, whatever, from whatever place, and the authorities knock on your door. The authorities say, King, did your child steal a pencil? And if you answer yes, they get killed. If you answer no, they walk away. There is no punishment. Zero. Absolutely zero. If you say no, they walk away. Nothing happens to nobody. That's all you gotta do. Are you gonna say yes or no?
I'm gonna say no.
Alright, so what if I told you King said I'm gonna say yes, kill him?
Who said that?
Lion said yeah, let's kill him.
Lion's a fucking liar.
He said on everything. He said on everything. I'm not lying. I don't care. I'm saying yes.
He's lying, man.
Was the example that you gave Lion also about pencils or something more serious?
Yes, pencils.
There's the consequences if they find out that you lied for your son.
No, I said in this scenario, there is zero consequence. Zero, none.
What?
Lion said he still will not lie. He will say, my son stole the pencil.
Well, saying that there's zero consequences.
Hold on, Jazzy. Did he ask you? He asked me. Okay.
You know what? You stupid.
So now shut the fuck up. Holy shit. I have not talked all day, nigga. All fucking day. Now I gotta get challenged by a fucking
what?
Up the side of her fucking neck. Let me speak. Appreciate it. So knowledge. In this situation, Lion's a retard because he can simply say no and then punish the kid himself. Why the fuck would you send that kid to his death when you can simply say no, close the fucking door, and whoop his ass if that's what you want to do? It's dumb. Why are you letting another authority
decide that the punishment that is death for your kid, where you can simply let them be on their way, and you can decide what you're going to do yourself.
Because I asked Lion that question, and ironically, he said he is incapable of lying.
He's already lied. We've seen him lie 20 times.
Exactly. That's why he can never push the
All right, go ahead, Jazzy.
Yeah, so like,
I was gonna say like you saying that there's zero consequences for them finding out that you've lied. I think that scenario kind of stupid. Why y'all disrespecting me? Why the fuck?
Yo, hey, put any one of you whole ass niggas in here. I'll wait.
Nah, I was just gonna say, can you spice the scenario?
Oh, look, you sound like a woman now.
His name is Olga.
Hello. Can you spice the scenario up a little bit and like maybe give a consequence for the dad?
No, zero consequence. That's the best part about it. There's zero consequence.
Who the fuck was besides
Lion is
he's the only one.
I like the way you do that.
All right, I just got off work. I was listening to you guys scream at each other. Okay, that's not cool. The enemy is not in this room. The enemy is in Iran. Okay, thank you, Eric, for clarifying that I was ahead of knowledge. It's okay.
Israel.
I could patiently wait all day. I listen to you guys all day. And here's the thing. Dawn is the best mod. She puts in so much work for you guys. I wanted to address Concrete, but he's not here. Yeah. Like, Dawn puts in work, yo. And if she does make a mistake, Map, fucking chill out. It's chillism, right? We're supposed to be chill. So chill out. We're doing our best, especially Dawn, right? As Eric said, I'm just like a doorstop mod. I keep this room open for you guys so you can scream at each other 24/7. I don't know if you guys realize, but I'm literally on here like 24/7 to keep the room open. Sometimes I'm the only mod, sometimes I'm the 8th mod. And we all have our roles. We try to fit in where we can. But remember, the enemy is in Iran. Think.
That's a fact.
Oleg, you saw me yesterday?
Oh, no leg has been a great addition to chillism. For the record,
it's insane that you guys volunteer your time.
Give it up to Dawn.
And you're not being compensated for literally killing your brain cells. Oh, look at the pimple popping body fucking person.
God bless you, devil.
You're literally walking pimple popper. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
So, is there somebody next in the queue, or are we? It's me?
Bro, it's Papa.
Oh, it's Papa. All right.
That's what happens when you
it's almost like I'm talking. I came in obviously at the end of whatever drama. I don't care what the drama was, but I do want to give it up to Dawn. Dawn, I recognize you do a lot of work. If you ever do screw up, I chalk it up to human flaws, and everybody flaws because we're all human. And the best thing to do, honestly, is to just say, "I forgive you, Concrete." Because that's his only power. He likes the animus. And if you just forgive him and move on, it's over and everybody can move on.
I'm sorry, I have to say this. It's not a flaw. You're adults. Let us just to behave yourselves, listen to your mods, and don't just scream at each other. You can wait your turn. The world simple. That's how it is. So the mods are doing a good job. Well done, Dawn. Well done, Oleg. Thanks for your patience. But as long as you guys got to do your part, I mean, mature about it, just listen to them.
Listen, I'm a Karen today. I don't give a fuck. I'm a Karen. Y'all let that fucking shit happen between me and motherfucking Concrete for way too fucking long when that could have been nipped in the bud.
She's still complaining?
I'm sorry. I got. Yo, you need to complain that it's 2026 and you look like a walking herpes, nigga. Complain about that.
You always killing the
Anyway, like I know, and your skin is killing you, nigga. So anyway, like I was saying, right? I think Dawn, here's the thing. You know, I fucks with you, Dawn, and you need to stop fucking hanging out in drag queen fucking shops drinking, because that's probably who gave you the bumps on your body. Anyway, Dawn, you know I fucks with you, Dawn. Like, this is
That's
obviously feedback. Oh, so that's syphilis on her skin?
Yeah.
No substance.
The nigga look like a Walking Dead. I know. And your skin has no substance. Or collagen. Or
everybody else.
any viral, like your white cells is pretty much depleted, bro.
You imitate people so much.
I know. You got the shingles, my nigga. I know. Chicken pox ass nigga. I know. You find a cure to your fucking skin disease, nigga. And so yeah, Dawn, like, again, this is fucking chillism. But again, I am a customer, a consumer of this room. So yeah, I do have feedback. And I just felt like y'all let the monkey out for a little too long. And that's all. But it's all love. It's all love.
Yeah, Lucy. Didn't you used to be a mom? What happened, Lucy? Yeah, Lucy. What's your name? I said, didn't you used to be a mom? What happened?
Can we get a conversation?
Bro, can y'all let him answer the question? I don't think that
No, it's more than that. I don't think for the accident.
They don't want you to be
You know Nathan don't like too many Africans, bro.
They met the African quote.
Yeah, it's one African per, like, term.
Okay.
Well, we got
I'm not gonna lie, because you was a good one. You were one of the good ones.
You got me for what?
the African per term.
It is right, because he's not about it.
Look at your training.
You heard what I said. I'm fucking married. People can handle that bluntness, so I'm an American.
Okay, I have a question for the room. We're changing the topic. If you were in heaven, you made it to heaven already.
You know these niggas ain't going there.
Come on, just go to the pool. You made it to heaven. And God says, we'll find 3 real Christians in chillism. And me and my angels or whoever going to assess to see if they are truly Christian. If not, you're going to spend the rest of eternity in hell if they come and find out that, these are not rodents. Who are you taking with you? You only get to choose 3 people in the room. 3 Christians, your most Christianiest Christians, to stand before God on the throne. And they're going to do their Christian verified checks. And if it come back clean, all 4 of y'all can be in heaven. If not, you going to hell and they going to stay in heaven because you fucked up. Who's y'all top?
Me, myself, and I.
No, you can't do that.
No, gotta pick my boy King. I feel like honestly, I think we're 2 Christ-like people in him, y'all.
I say kill me.
And I'll say still King.
Wait, what happened?
He said we got the correct review.
Yeah, 3.
For what? 3 people for what?
You didn't hear the damn prompt?
I didn't hear that. No.
I got those 3.
All right, I said you're standing before God.
You're going to hell, bro. You're going to hell if you pick me.
You're standing before God, right? And God says, listen, you're in heaven, but I need you to find me 3 more Christians from chillism to come to heaven with. But if I find out that they're not Christians, I'm sending you to hell.
Oh, that's a good prompt. I like that. Eric, you chose right. Y'all know I don't play about Christ. I really don't. So,
nigga, you be fucking bitches.
Shut the fuck up, Warren.
Shut the fuck up. We already know who's not getting it.
The hypocriticism.
Mark, I know you.
Wait, the hypocriticism.
Yeah, that is retarded. That's what he found.
Yeah, I like create.
You like the
create words sometimes. That's okay.
You gotta slow down, bro.
None of you niggas better choose Nathan.
Do not choose.
I agree with that. I think he would lock you out the gate.
Literally, Eric. Don't choose that.
And you don't do it, ain't going to.
Yeah, I want to know who has lying on their list. That's what I want to know.
I'm literally the only one legitimately gonna go so far. Maybe it's.
I already have I'm taking.
Yo, could you imagine the look on Lion's face? I think that he's speaking. If he goes to heaven and God is not black, could you imagine the look on his face?
Like, he gonna hold his scripture.
He gonna go into a coma.
He gonna hold his scripture. He gonna hold his scripture and tell Christ why he has to be black.
I would know for a fact that they happen. I know that.
You see, I told you. I fucking told you. This is exactly why I can't pick Lauren.
That's why you see, King. I said that earlier.
I'm choosing Ashley to go to heaven with me because she's one of the purest souls in this room. I'm choosing Ashley. I'm choosing Chaos. And I'm choosing Ashley. No, sir.
You 8 bro. Knowledge is a 38.
I'm choosing Chaos. I'm choosing Ashley, and I'm choosing Mr. Finley. That's it. I'm going. Yeah.
No one's choosing them. That's a good list. That's a good list.
Yeah. Ashley, Chaos, and Mr.
I didn't
Finley.
hear any of the big three there.
I don't know about that.
Oh wow.
Just saying.
I'm already going to hell. I'm going to hell. Simone, shut your bed. You ain't going to heaven, nigga.
Anybody's put line on their list?
No, I'm not putting Lion on my list.
I just wanted to
I don't think y'all got a better list than
Playing with your life if you put line on you. You're just playing with your life.
Yeah, I feel like that's something
too big of a risk.
Back down.
Could you imagine Samoa in heaven?
I would actually want to go to hell.
God's gonna be like, you gotta bring back 3 Christians from Chillism. He's like, you're moving the goalposts.
You'll see Samoa in heaven trying to fucking do the Samoa shuffle on God, bro. That's what you will fucking see.
He's like, righteous? You mean righteous? What context?
Come on, wait.
I'm sorry, God, but this is horrible.
This is horrible. This is terrible.
This is bad. Yeah, I'm picking Solomon, Chaos, and Finley. I think Chaos and Finley and Solomon are the most.
I don't know, man. I think King Solomon be doing all that righteous shit, but he be doing some fuck shit behind closed doors.
You know what's funny?
I don't need to lie about shit. I believe in Christ and I don't play about
My top 2 is definitely gonna be what's her name? Ashley and Finley. The third one, I don't know. The third one's like it's up in the air, but
I'm choosing Chaos.
I don't know. Chaos snapped at me a couple times.
I don't think Indians get into heaven.
Caroline, you want to hear when Chaos snapped at me?
Yes, because you called him a dirt.
Yeah, fuck you, blood. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
He called you a son. God's gonna be like, you gotta wash your hands to feast before you get anybody.
I'm fucking fine. I would have said Alaska, but Alaska is like a super leftist.
She's kind of a freak. Now they ain't gonna let no freaks in heaven. Why y'all keep choosing Ashley, bro? Ashley's not that.
And Ashley is an innocent, pure soul. I would fight for
Ashley. I
Ashley.
don't know that though. She might be like the biggest.
Nah.
Like out there. Y'all gonna put her up there. She's gonna turn into like an Alaska.
I'll be honest though. I don't think Catholics are going to get into heaven unless they pass the Pope.
I agree with that. I think Catholics.
They got to pass the Pope. So that
wait, she's not even in the room. Got wait till she.
And Matt ain't going. That's for all Catholics.
You know what's funny? You almost made my list, but I was like, nah, King is way too many. One too many nappy-headed hoes.
Because I fucking called you
have your own PKO?
Yeah, that's right.
That's crazy.
And I heard you be fucking on the Muslims too, King Solomon.
You still let me do what?
You be fucking on the Muslims.
Well, how are you supposed to convert
Muslim women?
Yeah.
That's his duty.
How do you convert them?
Yeah, what's wrong with
I
that?
hope it ain't Muslim men, nigga.
Yeah, but what's the issue with that? What's the issue?
Why you fucking on Muslim women, nigga?
What's the issue?
You fornicating.
Yo, she said you fucking
That's a sin, nigga.
Yo, King, she said you fucking. Yo, King, she said you fucking on the Muslims. Your response was the woman? Come on.
That was not my response.
That's what you said. You said Muslim
That was
woman.
not my response.
You said Muslim woman.
What's wrong with that?
Yes, that was my response. What's wrong with that?
No, you fornicating, man. That's
Okay, I never said it wasn't a sin.
Yeah, so that's why I wouldn't include you.
Okay, everybody sins, ma'am.
I know, sir, but I'm listening. I don't know.
So do you think the people you chose don't sin? Wait. Karen, do you think the people you chose don't sin?
I don't think Ashley.
You think the people you chose don't sin?
Not on that level.
Oh, not on that level, really? So you think God makes a distinction between
Ashley out here calling people nappy-headed hoes.
Okay, that's not a sin.
That's a sin.
That must not know the Old Testament that y'all know.
I don't commit adultery or fornicate.
Yeah, but you lie.
Definitely do lie.
And you blaspheme God.
You accuse me
Correct.
of lying.
Blaspheme God too.
You lie.
I heard you lying, you lying.
He's a blasphemer. That's correct.
Blasphemer. You unclean, nigga. You unclean nigga.
I love this.
I honor the Sabbath in every
You still blaspheme
I make
Christ.
sure that my family does as well. I'm literally reaching out to each and every one of you niggas to get them to wake up as well. I break no single law or commandment.
Blaspheme Christ.
Which one of us in this
You're a blasphemer.
remember what you just said? All of the stuff you just heard. Which one of us is actually following the commandments of God?
That is true.
None of that matters if you blaspheme Christ.
Niggas who do not.
None of that matters if you
Jesus said, keep my commandment.
And you said more than that.
But he ain't say Moses' commandments.
He said, if you deny me before man, I will
He said his commandments. He said Moses.
And then Lion denied Jesus.
Lion denies that Jesus is Lord. He denies that Christ is God.
Lion don't believe in the Trinity. Lion don't believe in the Trinity.
Correct. He's a blasphemer.
It's not a salvific issue, though.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. 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 No, it's not.
Is God, you are a blasphemer.
No, it's not. The Trinity is not a salvific issue. No, it's not. No, it's not. I've been lying with this one. I'm lying with this one.
Well, you choose lying.
The Godhead is not a salvific issue. No.
Yes, it is. Trinity is if you deny Christ is God, you do not
Certain the Trinitarian things.
You follow
That ain't come.
We're not.
There's nothing in the Bible that there's nothing in the Bible that explicitly talks about the Trinity. Y'all have to go all in between, few in between to prove that the Trinity is a thing. That came from early church father bullshit.
That is irrelevant.
No, it is not. That's not. No.
You are not the arbiter of what.
And neither are you. Neither is you.
I know. The scripture is correct.
Okay, and the scripture does not explicitly say about the Trinity.
They formalized and understood.
Lying, I ain't with that. No.
They formalized. You can be with the best part. At the end of the day, you're not believing in the Trinity. At the end of the day, if you deny Christ is God,
Listen, Jesus didn't die on the cross for you to be his spokesman. I know. The scripture says, I don't know about no ChatGPT. I don't care about that. ChatGPT ain't Jesus. I don't know fuck. I
It
know
was Eve
ChatGPT.
deceived and not Adam. So the woman is deceived, not King.
Listen,
Now they moving the point. See,
that's not a salvific
you deny Christ
requirement.
is God. It is a salvific.
The serpent is deceiving her. The lion is the serpent The serpent is the
See, King Solomon, I be with you on some shit, but this, I'm drawing the line.
Yeah, but that's only because you want to give Lion.
No, you know what's crazy? When I'm with King Solomon, I'm sis, I'm this, I'm that, but the moment I don't agree with him is ma'am. All right, that's cool.
No, I'm not on that. My thing is, Lion, and you understand this from the Christian perspective, historically speaking, if you deny Christ as God, you are not a Christian and you're not a follower.
No, I'm not. Hey, listen. No, I'm not a doctrinal bullshitter. Like,
no, you're definitely a doctrinal bullshitter. That's a fact.
All right, hold on. Can I ask the question to Carolyn? I want to ask the question.
Christ is God, Lord. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't deny him.
Yeah, stop yelling.
Don't blaspheme him and deny Christ is God.
See, we can never have a conversation without niggas.
You're blaspheming if you deny Christ is God, bro. You deny him as God. That's Yahweh.
Here, you put in the chat if you want.
Christ is Yahweh, bro. That's the only way he can be our Savior.
Exactly. He doesn't know.
No other way, man.
He doesn't know.
But there isn't.
He takes the truth from God.
Why you lying?
He got to repent.
Lying. Why you lying?
Yo, King, give me a second.
You shot him out. Can Shaq keep my foot on his neck?
No, give me a second.
Hurry up, because I'm about to play The Sims. Hurry up.
So Carolyn.
Yes.
In the Bible, but first let me say, right? Do Lion recognize, in his view, does Lion recognize when? Like, how does he see Jesus? Like, what is Jesus in his idea of, like?
You want me to answer that, or you want Lion to answer it?
Yeah, because you're not. Hold on. Bro, can I work through it?
You can't control stuff. It's cool, Chris.
I'm saying, y'all niggas like, because I gotta walk through the process in order to get the point correct.
Take your time, bro.
She's defending your faith right now. And
Let's go aggressive.
I'm questioning why.
Yo, the dick eating be driving me insane.
Bro, it was like weird. Look, I'm questioning why she's defending your faith. So, look, how does Lion's faith view Jesus?
Well, they just like the normal Christian. They also in their own like little Israelite community all argue about what the Godhead is. Like, I've met Hebrew Israelites on this app who are Messianic in like ideology, and then there are some who don't, acknowledge Christ as a Trinitarian Godhead. Right? They have what am I trying to say? They have Hebrew Israelites who believe in oneness. Old Testament only. They don't believe that the Messiah has come yet. And then they have some that believe that
so what is his role?
God and Jesus is one. Like the modalist.
So
Jesus?
What is Jesus' role?
So what does Lion believe, though?
So what Jesus' role is, it depends on who you're asking. Right? I think if you're asking me what I think Jesus' role is that Jesus came and died on a cross for the sins of humanity. That's what Jesus came to do.
Is he a prophet? Is he a disciple? Or is he the incarnate of
God? So you speaking for me or her?
Bro, I'm questioning her, bro.
So if you're asking what I think,
yes.
I don't believe that Jesus is God incarnate. I don't believe that.
Yeah, I'm asking, what is his role? Like, what is he?
Who's Jesus?
Yes.
Jesus is like Martin Luther King.
He's like a disciple or something.
Yeah. You asking me what I think? I'm telling you what I think.
Yo, can I finish where I was going? I'm gonna get to you. Calm down. I know it's hard.
How do you ask somebody else about the person?
You should have never even mentioned Lions.
Bro,
It's not about you right now.
You next watch. Let's see how this play out.
Bro, look, listen. It's about why she's defending your argument. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. I'm trying to prove to why she agrees with you. Like, it's about how she feels, because obviously she feels.
Okay, so and the reason why I align with Lion, I would align with Lion more than the actual Trinity for various reasons. One of them being that the Bible does not explicitly say what the Godhead is. In fact, because I used to talk to the
this is not true.
On this app. Come on, King Solomon, come on. The Jews, all of that. They before the Trinity, they had what do they call them? There's Unitarianism, there's binitarianism, and then Trinitarianism, right? Prior to the Trinity, there was it was before the Holy Spirit, rather. It was just Jesus and God. The Holy Spirit didn't come until later on, as it pertains to the Godhead. They would qualify the Holy Spirit and God as the same thing. That's what the binitarians believe. Unitarians, they believe that Jesus is just an ordained prophet from God, right? And that he had a special relationship with God, but he is not, right? Because Unitarians do believe the same thing that Muslims believe, but, right? So this whole idea of Trinitarianism came later on, and there's nothing in the Bible that makes it.
All right, so Carolyn, how do you explain John 14 and John 3? With like that perspective.
I have to read. I would have to read it and.
All right.
Well, I'm not gonna go with John 1:1 because I argue with Greeks on this app. The Greek translation.
So John 14 says.
We can bring Pastor Anthony Rogers in here. He knows Greek.
John 14 says.
We can go to the concordance. We can do all that.
We can do all of that.
So John 14. Keep in mind, I'm reading this from the King James Version. And
somebody read it because I'm playing the same.
I'm about to read it. But this is I just had.
Not only that, Eric, there's plenty of scriptures in the Old Testament.
Yeah, it is.
Stop lying.
I literally looked at you on it.
Hold on. Just let me read it.
You're lying. They're gonna have to infer. There's nothing that explicitly say it. Yeah. Let me
read it.
Nothing in there.
Let me read it. Well, I mean, nigga, that's exactly what you do. What you say. Like, you infer a lot of things.
Exactly, Eric.
What the fuck, nigga? Like, what type of argument is that? Everybody infers. You can let me speak.
No, I don't. I don't have to.
Yeah, you gotta be quiet. You got to be quiet. You gotta be quiet. Yeah, anyway, that was a dumb argument. And everybody infer everything, especially your people infer the most. But anyway, John 14 says, Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh into the Father but by me. How do you explain that?
Easy.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Carolyn. You calm down, bro. You will get your chance, bro. It was all yeah. How do you explain that, Carolyn?
Can you read it one more time?
Yeah, I got you. Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
Okay, can you read one scripture before that?
Hold on, give me a second. That's 14. Go to that again.
I just want the full context before I get an answer.
You want me to read the whole?
No. You just read the scripture before.
The previous verse.
I got to calm down. I got to isolate scriptures in order to create the. That's what you do, bro. This is a horrible. That's a horrible rebuttals, bro. You do that. Hold on. Let me read it. You do the same thing. So it's a horrible. Anyways, you do. And I'm gonna point it out when you do this every time. Anyways, John 14:5. Thomas said unto him, Lord, we may not know whither thou goest, and how can we know the way? Right. So basically, Thomas is asking him, how do I get there? Or how do I get to heaven? Or that's the conversation that they're having.
right? And then the verse that I previously read, Jesus' response to him that the only way into heaven or like gets i.e. salvation is through the Father, in which he's referring to God, right? So like I asked, how do you explain that from like a binary or
Unitarian or Unitarian?
Yeah.
Well, that actually could 100% prove Unitarianism, because all he's simply saying is saying, hey, I'm an advocate for God.
What? Saying I and the Father are one?
Come on.
He didn't say that.
That's not what that scripture says. Somebody can read that scripture and say, hey, like he's the spokesperson for God. Like, hey, I have a special connection with God. God appointed me to be his messenger, and say, hey,
I am the word.
Correct. Like you cannot get through heaven without accepting me as Lord and Savior, et cetera, et cetera. But that does not explicitly determine or prove Trinitarianism. So you gotta give me another scripture.
No, Caroline, your answer is our exegesis. So how from the text are you making? How from the text? Caroline, are you showing that the statement Christ makes is simply a messenger type of statement rather than a special relationship that shows the nature of who he is? How are you showing that?
Where in the scripture shows the special relationship?
Well, you should that's what I'm trying. You put it down to messenger. So you need to show at the very least that there's either other messengers that have made the same type of statement, right? Because that will prove in one way that other messenger says something like this. So if you can give a scripture that's like that, that would bolster your point. But we know a lot of the reasons why the Pharisees picked up stones to stone Christ was because he was essentially calling himself God.
No, that's not why.
Yes, that is. It literally
says what he was saying.
It literally says that.
They didn't understand what he was saying.
So, Caroline, can I ask you why?
So who's doing exegesis?
Caroline, can I ask you why that verse is the verb? Is the verbiage?
You continue with
oh my God!
Yeah, look at you. Why in that verse is the verbiage?
Yeah, why is the verbiage? If it's supposed to be, if you only primarily like a spokesperson of like why is the verbiage says what is it? Instead of saying I will show you the way, what Thomas asked, why does he say I am the way? Right?
Yeah. So the reason why he's saying I am the way is because going to what King was trying to get me to prove is the special relationship between him and God. There is no other way, according to the scriptures. So, it's the special relationship between God and Jesus that he only has access to, that God appointed him to do and become, is the reason why that's verbiage.
Or in other words, we say divine unity.
We can say divine unity
or
as
the
well.
words, i.e. Trinity.
Wait, hold on. Divine divinity. Wait. You didn't catch me there. Divinity so would you? Okay, if that's the case, if divinity is a thing, then are the angels and God the same?
They're not.
Are they both divine? Hold on. Are they both divine?
They're not in the same class.
You see what happened there, Lion? You see what happened there? Okay.
But they're not.
Got him.
I said they're not.
No, that was towards Eric, though. That was towards Eric. Yo, what's up?
Oh, Eric, what's your response?
I said no, it's not the same. It's not the same.
Okay, so we both
and read verse 2 down.
No, it doesn't though.
You mentioned divinity as if that's a special qualifier when it's not.
That's because it's
No. So Caroline, one more time. You have yet to show, because you made two statements that there's messengers and now you brought up angels. Can you show in scriptures other messengers or prophets or angels making the same claim that they are the way and no one else can come through them? Because you know, or you should know as a Christian, that claim is exclusive to God himself. That is what made this so egregious to the Pharisees who were blinded by the Spirit. They couldn't see that they were speaking to God in the flesh all they could see was their retarded oral traditions that got so far away from what the scriptures were. So this is why we say you can't make up your own criterion of, unless it says explicitly, well, no, it's not you making up the criteria for how God is going to. No, he does, or he says in scripture, throughout from the Genesis to now, how he is to be identified. One of those things is, I am the way. I make all things. I've done this. So if Christ is coming and saying, now I am the way. I did all things. He is calling himself God.
He ain't the only nigga that got crucified by saying, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Okay, who else? Who else?
I mean, it was blasphemy during that time. What you say, Ryan?
Who else, though? Who else in scripture that angels or messengers called themselves the way, the truth, and the life? Who else?
So this is the scripture. He decided he wanted John 14. What I'm saying is he isolated.
Notice we didn't get an answer, Eric.
No. I'm going to give you an answer. I want Lion to say what he needs to say.
Ryan's just going to say some bullshit.
No, I'm not going to run. You know I ain't no runner. Go ahead.
All you have to do, listen, tie that in to what he just read. He wanted you to read in John 14. Just go up to verse 2.
Y'all, I'm playing The Sims. Can y'all be my readers for this evening?
I know, because I know that bitch lying ass nigga won't. I'll read it for you.
I'll be isolated. Now I read 14:1 to 14:18. How is that?
Be quiet, Eric. Hold up.
Isogeting is taking one verse and reading it.
House are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if you go to prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. These are two separate entities. One is on earth. What you just did was isolate a scripture, Eric, and you tied it into your doctrine. Yes, I did. The Father and God, you're trying to say that they're the same one being.
They coexist.
Jacobus, you see
Or Ryan, what about that scripture that says, God, why have you forsaken?
Yeah, that was from Psalm. That's from Psalm 22. Oh my God, this is how I thought that he was quoting Psalm 22 there.
Mark 10, verse 18.
He was quoting Psalm 22 there when he says, "Father, why
He's gonna act out now. Watch. Get out the way, Jacob.
Jesus is saying, why do you come to me?
What was the response? I told y'all are right now.
Oh, Lion, you cooking the...
Because what does Christ say? What does Christ say? Yeah, we can do John 15. There's a reason why you niggas never like to go to 38. There's a reason why. There's a reason. You know what I'm talking about, Dakota. There's a reason why. They always stop at 34. They never reach to 38. If you read John 10:30, you will see. Read John 10:30 all the way to 38. Don't stop at 34 like you niggas love to do. Read all the way to 38.
All right. We're going to the scripture where this nigga said that the Pharisees wanted to kill him. You're gonna, once I read it, you'll understand that the
read to 38.
Understand what he was talking about. So let's go to John 10:34.
Notice what I just said. Notice what I just said. And he went to 34. I said read from John 10:30 to 38. And what did he do? And I said don't stop at 34. And what did he do? He went straight to 34. You niggas are the same. You're the same fucking thing. You're talking about the same fucking.
Y'all not about to jump Lion.
I said read from John 10:30 all the way to 38. And he went straight to 34.
But let's get there. You trying to go straight to 38.
You love to isolate scripture too. And Eric said he was going to call you out when you do it. Eric said he was going to call you out when you do it. You just did it. 29,
even better. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all. And no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand. I and my Father are one.
There you go.
Meaning,
there you go.
Them niggas never reach. They never reach. For a good work, we stone thee not. But for blasphemy, meaning we're saying that you're saying that you think you're God.
Yeah, that's what he said. You heard that? You heard that?
Stop.
Done it. Even the teachers of the law understood it, but none can't understand it. Because you're saying you're God.
Even he was God because they saying that he think he is God.
No, that's only
Let him finish. Come on, before y'all start acting like a little concrete. Let him finish.
So this is the problem with these Christians. That's why they shut the book.
No, we're just showing her that the criteria for explicit isn't needed.
Yeah, he's only at 36.
What's this? And because that thou, being a man, makest thy
Thank you.
What? Yo, these ladies are going.
Yo, I can't even listen.
You slow.
Just finish at 38. Go to all the way to 38.
Watch what 34 says. Then Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law, I said ye are gods?
Finish at 38.
Hey, what's this? If he called them gods, he's talking about the Israelites, all of them gods, unto whom the word of God came. He's talking about himself now. The word he's calling his title, the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken. Say ye of him, who the Father hath sanctified and sent into the world. He's talking about himself. The Father sanctified him and sent him into the world.
Still not the Trinity.
I know.
Keep reading.
Because I said I am the Son of God. He said, so you're saying that I'm blasphemy because I said that I'm the Son of God?
Keep reading.
And when he says that you are all God,
Keep reading.
that's what he said. If I do not the works of my Father, separation, if I don't do the works of my Father, believe me not. But if I do, though ye believe not me, believe the works. Believe the works, that ye may know and believe that the Father is in me, and I'm in him.
So wait. Hold on. So Lion, can we do a little history lesson? Can we do a quick history lesson? Because we gotta provide context. Okay, I'll wait.
Line needs to
All right, go ahead.
I'll read it. The last one is, and they sought to arrest him, but he escaped from their hands. So they sought, when he said, I am in the Father, they sought to arrest him again because he was blaspheming again.
No, that is
yes, because he was blaspheming again. So they sought to arrest him for saying, I am in the Father, which is blasphemy if you're not God.
So thank you.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to read that verse.
Yeah. That's why he did
Y'all let me know when y'all ready for a history lesson.
Wait. Now, if that is true, and they understood exactly what he said, he was calling himself God. Then explain why he said that ye are gods.
Yeah, but that's a simple. So, Caroline, this is a great place for it. I'll explain. It's very simple. Christ is showing, Caroline, that if there's a scripture, it's not the same sense as God, right? Yahweh. It's God in the sense of royalty or high priest or someone who is. Please, Lion. I know you don't like the.
I wanted to ask.
Hold on. The scripture is saying if your text can call these lowlifes, because they're lowlifes. If you see the psalm he's actually quoting from, he's showing you that there even wicked people can be called gods. Wicked people, not good people. People who are destined for judgment. They can be called gods. Why can't I, who's doing works from the Bible, why can't I be called God?
That defeats your argument, bro.
This is not it.
That defeats your argument.
This scripture is not. There is It's not Christ trying to equate that you and I are showing. Again, there's a reference. Please find. There's a reference psalm that where the people in that, because he's saying, isn't it written that ye are gods? And that's scripture. When you go read it, the people that are being called gods are not gods. They're actually wicked men. So he's saying, if these wicked men can be called gods, why can't you see that the actual Son of God?
He used the word actual. He used the word actual. You put the word actual in there. Okay, so let's get it. Okay, hold on. Okay, you put actual in there. That's not.
I am in the Father.
Yeah, no. All right, so look, check this out. Check this out.
They're just gonna ignore that, of course.
So let me ask you, no, because you put that in there. But anyway, check this out, right?
Sons of God too. All you're doing is that's why
Okay.
Equivocation.
No, ain't no equivocation. You the one that's making the
so there's no distinction between the sons of God and
you're doing the what do you call that fucking fallacy? No Truman Scott's
the Bible doesn't
whatever the fuck that shit is called.
The Bible doesn't make a distinction between the son and us as Christ followers being sons of God, adopted sons of God. The Bible doesn't make that distinction.
Again, I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
I answer your question for you. Look, all we gotta do is say, see, these niggas don't know. I know.
I just know that you are just wrong. We read scripture where they literally said, you make yourself God. So Christ was making a statement that made himself God.
Can answer her question, read John 3:16.
The most basic Bible verse of all time.
Because you asked the question.
John 3:16. God so loved the world that he gave his only Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal.
You know what they do, Ryan? You know what they do? They don't read the full context of 3:16. They love isolating 3:16. They never read the context before 3:16. What's the context before it?
I can read it.
Sure.
No.
Yeah, I just talked to 13.
Before you do that, you wanted to know in other places in New Testament where
we already know other places.
We already know.
No. Don't try to jump on my way. No. For the sake of the room, please provide that, Lion.
You'll talk about angels, kings.
Yeah, when all of them are called.
Okay, but let them get it out though.
The devil is a god too. Satan is called a god too.
Come on, y'all, let them get it out.
Watch me read a whole playbook.
Come on, if we gonna do a 2-on-4 or 2-on-6, be fair. Let the two concrete PTRs get it in.
None of these niggas knew where anybody else was called sons of God.
That's not true. I literally read this song. Why are you lying?
Lion, stop engaging and just go to the scripture, bro. Just go to the scripture.
I literally referenced the song.
I'm waiting on them to say.
But you lied.
Hey, lying ass serpent.
You just lied. I referenced the song.
Don't catch the bait, Lion. Stick to the plan.
I'm pointing out to you, King. Show me anywhere else where somebody else called the Son of God.
I didn't stupid say that.
You lied. I
did not say that. Why are you making shit up? I did not say that.
Look at that.
You're making shit up. I didn't say that.
Exactly. Nobody said that.
I said to Caroline, show me another place where someone says, I and the Father are one, or says, I am in the Father. That is what I said. I never said, show me a place where another person is called the Son of God. I already said that the Bible makes a distinction between sons of God and the Son of God. Those are not the same thing.
That's not the truth either. So,
it's all good, Aaron. They gotta lie. They have to lie. They have to lie.
Wait, look. You wait, Lion. You have a man. Hold on, Lion. You have a man, and then you have the man.
So Caroline, are you at least gonna be honest to say that I made the distinction? Are you at least gonna be honest?
Yeah, absolutely.
Lion thinks I did it. Lion thinks I did it.
Yeah, you have a man, and then you have the man.
Everybody understands that distinction. Amen is not the man.
So look, all you had to do was find all of these different sons of God by simply just going to Luke 3, and it gives you the lineage going all the way back to Seth. And it says,
Wait, let me referee real quick. Let me referee. Gotta let Lion get it out, bro. And Lion, you gotta let them get it out. Come on, pause.
Soon as
hurry up, Lion.
Shut up, nigga. Soon as these niggas get to talking, I'm quiet. The moment
that's a lie, nigga.
That's a lie. Cause I'm on Lion team tonight. I'm on this nigga team. So let's just be.
So check this out. This is Luke 30. I'm gonna start at the end. At the very end, because I know you niggas got shut attention, especially when it comes into your white Jesus. Luke 3 and 38, it says, which was the son of Enoch. They're going back up the lineage. All you got to do is read the entire verse. If you want to know, Luke 3, which was the son of Enoch, which was the son of Seth, which
the son of
right,
yes,
which was the son of God.
This doesn't.
I cut you off. Can you repeat that again? Repeat it one more time.
She's gassing the boat.
Repeat it one more time. Because I cut you off.
Which was the son of Enoch.
No, start over.
Alright, this is Luke.
Yes, the sons of God are.
Come on, King. Let him say it again.
This is so bad.
This is also how it ties in to Psalm 82.
I already called it, bro.
Where it talks about shut up. Is it not said that I have said that ye are gods? This is the scripture that's tying it in. All of the lineage that came from Seth and Adam were called the sons of God. This is a sacred relationship between the men that were following God, which came from the bloodline lineage of Seth, all the way to Adam. These were the sons of God, which created Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and then the 12 tribes. Those were called the sons of God. All of them were the sons of God.
Hold on, Maxwell.
And everybody
I'm just asking for the chapter and verse.
Look great. Let's read through. So everybody else was not called the sons of God. Other people were called the sons of the wicked. Although they came from Adam, they had another lineage. Some of the ones that came from Cain were called the sons of the wicked. Boom.
So.
This
is so bad. It is so bad.
Hold on. No, I just want chapters and verses.
No,
like you second through the answer.
What she doing to us? Look, when we see Caroline's gonna be up.
Alright. Anyway,
When am I not honest? Hold on. When am I not honest? Eric, don't start your shit, Tyreek. When have I been dishonest in this conversation?
I want to see if you're going to be honest.
All right, okay.
I never said you're not honest. I never said that.
I think your gas and line up. I ain't gonna be honest.
All right, but that's not me being dishonest.
I didn't say you are. Anyway, look. Bro, I literally proved what the scripture was gonna say. I read you like a playbook. I literally read the rest of what I say. But anyway, look. Anyway, my point is, see, Carolyn, see, that's why we interrupt them.
I'm after you, Eric.
He interrupted.
Yeah, I was after Eric.
All right, look. Anyways, the point is. And this is how, like, bro, come on, bro.
I'm fighting with you, nigga, but you gotta be fair. Listen, I'm on your sideline, but I also gotta play referee.
I'm gonna help you.
It's two of us versus three of these niggas.
I'm gonna help you.
Let them get their shit off. We gonna be quiet.
Wait, let me jump in. I'm just kidding. I'm not jumping in.
Let them three niggas cook. Don't say nothing. Let them cook. So when it's our time, we can say, "Hey, no, come on, you don't be a wiggle bag, nigga. Pick a side.
No, I'm on
either you on our truth, or you on their side. That's not the truth.
All right, so actually, you keep asking for
I think it's crazy. We want to start at 30, but not 29.
The Bible is Luke 3. That is what line in front. But anyways, I think this is where the disingenuous comes in, where I talk about the lying people. He has to frame a narrative that was never made, right? Because Herod was the one who asked the question. Is in that time, were there other people who was referenced as the son of God? Right? Me and King came on. I said, yes, clearly, right? Believers, kings, right? The devil himself is referenced as gods, right? But we made a clear distinction, right? There is the unique God, right? The actual God, which is like the son of Jesus as the son of God, and then you got like the regular gods, right, which is like the believers and other people, right? And then the verse that we gave, which is like John 14 or whatever, clearly explains, right, and explicitly explains, right, he is the begotten son of God, right? That makes a clear distinction of like every other reference in the Bible about being the son of God. And what Lion's trying to do is like reference like the other instances where like somebody's referred to as the son of God, to like equivocate or override the meaning of like that the John 14 verse, which he hasn't done. He hasn't like overridden like that burden, right? He would have to show me where somebody else is like referred uniquely. The question that King was asking, he is not showing that.
That was beautiful, and I would just say that. Lion, when we first met, don't you remember you told me that quote in Exodus where it says, "Thus saith the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son"? You told me that? But just remember. Now, I will also add this from my brother King. This is a beautiful verse right here where it says, "And without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness. God was manifested in the flesh, justified in the spirit, seen of angels, and preached unto the Gentiles, believed on in the word, and received up to glory." So even Paul iterates whose writings are much older than the Gospels. So if we wanted to understand the Gospel, we would actually read Paul's writings, who tells us that God was manifested in the flesh, justified in the spirit, and seen by the angels. So the angels see this. The angels. Those who some people are calling the sons of God. But even though Israel is called the firstborn son of God, thus saith the Lord, one must wonder, did God manifest himself in the flesh? Is this a controversy? No, for the verse says, without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness, of how God manifested himself in the flesh. Just as it says in John, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and it was manifested in the flesh, and it was witnessed among us. Yeah, so this controversy we have now is something demonic. Yes, demonic.
I'm sorry, you hopping in, and then is it on me and Lion next?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, I love what the two gentlemen did previously because it's showing how dishonest Lion is. And I told you, Caroline, I'm going to see if you're truthful. Anybody who's read the scriptures, you said what? Yeah, fair enough. Anybody who's read the scriptures knows sons of God, when they are referenced in the Old Testament, this is speaking to created beings who are either angels or part of the divine council. For instance, with Job 1:6, the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. But these are references to created beings, right? This is not reference to the Son of God. And we know the distinction, right, when we see how the New Testament defines the Son of God. For instance, we already read John 3:16, which makes it very clear that the Son is unique, and only through him do we see salvation. But there's more. There's not just that. We also have John 1:18, where it says, the only begotten Son, the only begotten Son, who is in the bosom of the Father. But it doesn't stop there. We have way more. Hebrews 1:5, to which of the angels did God ever say, you are my son? You see that, Caroline? So anyone trying to argue to you that using the titles for the Nephilim, which are created beings who were angels, and the divine council, which are all created, anyone trying to say that you can equate with the divine title, the Son of God, which is the uniqueness that we see from Hebrews, John, and other places, where it literally mentions only, where it mentions exact imprint. For instance, I think that's Hebrews 1:3, I believe, where it says something like, he is the radiance of the glory of God and the exact imprint of his nature. To which of the Nephilim was there ever said, these created beings are the exact imprint of God? None of them. So please, let's not do this terrible hermeneutic where we don't take into account that words can have several definitions and titles can look similar but have very different meanings. We all know that that is the case. We don't need to play like Lion and his ilk does, where, every word that we see is the same, whether, in this situation versus this situation, that confirms the crazy shit that we believe. But at the end of the day, the Son of God title is unique in the sense that, when you look at the scriptures that it's referencing, it's saying things like only begotten, exact imprint, these things that no other person shares. Go ahead.
All right, Lion, did you want to go, or I can go after you, bro?
Disagree.
Well, hold on. It's some ice out right now. What are you doing?
All right, so this is real simple. Check this out. Remember what King just stated. All right, Exodus 4:22. That's funny, Jacoby just mentioned this shit. And I will say unto Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. Yeah.
Don't say I never gave you nothing, nigga.
I'm sorry, what did it say? Only son?
Yeah, it said firstborn.
Okay, where did it say only son?
So stop. So who was the firstborn?
Israel.
I thought Jesus was God's
only son.
Okay, yeah. All right, here's another one. This is John 14:28, same chapter that Eric brought up. Real simple, easy shit. Ye have heard how I said unto you, I go away and come again unto you. If ye love me, you would rejoice, because I said, I go unto the Father, for my Father is greater than I. Is Jesus the Father, the Most High God that created all things? Because if he is, then he just stated out of his own mouth that there is a God greater than he is. Let's go to Exodus. Not Exodus. Let's go to 1 Timothy. Y'all like this New Testament stuff. 1 Timothy 2:5. For there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus. So there's one God, the Most High, and then there's a mediator. That's the bridge you dumbass keeps talking about, which you're trying to find in Hebrews 10, but you don't know where to go. The mediator is Christ. That's first, write it down, 1 Timothy 2:5. He's the mediator. That's the way to God. He's the way to God. You must go through the way to get to the Most High. That's a totally different other entity. And finally, let's go to 10. Matthew, hold on.
This is
Matthew
bad.
19. No, yeah, I know it's bad for you. Yeah, absolutely fucking right.
Terrible hermeneutics.
Yeah, nigga.
And when it's my turn, I want to cook.
Yeah. So here's the fucking thing. This nigga is talking about terrible hermeneutics by using exact word phrases to dismantle his. While that's all this clown is fucking doing himself. That's everything this nigga is doing. That's he's just projecting on me. So I'm gonna show you something. This is Matthew 19, verses 17. This is a conversation between this nigga's God and a man that was in the court. This is verse 19, and it says, and he said unto him, wait, hold on, let me go up.
Take your time, brother. Take your time.
Because I don't isolate scriptures like these clown-ass Christians do.
Take your time, brother.
Literally, you went to John 10:34.
So, and behold, one came. Take notice. All 3 of these niggas is talking. Pay attention, ladies and
Nigga,
gentlemen.
what? I was helping you, bitch.
And behold, I don't need your help, bitch-ass nigga. You fucking parasite test-ass nigga. You sick, syphilis carrying bastard.
Curse be you, Philistine.
One came and said unto him, Good master, what good things shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, this is Jesus responding. Remember these niggas wanted to run to John 10 where he calling himself God Almighty? Watch this. Jesus responded in 17. Why callest thou me good? There is none. N-O-N-E. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Nothing. Good but one. But one. But one. But one. And that is God. But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments. The same commandments I keep. Keep those commandments. Watch this. To go into detail, he said unto them, which? Jesus said, watch this. Watch how you know what commandments they are. Verse 19, stupid nigga. Thou shalt do no murder. That's Old Testament. Thou shalt not commit adultery, King. Thou shalt not steal, Jacobus.
Thou shalt not lie, lion.
Thou shalt not bear false witness. Everything that he's meant to.
Thou shalt not commit adultery, nigga.
Come on.
Everything that Jesus is mentioning comes from the Old Testament for some reason. Honor thy father and thy mother. Old Testament. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Old Testament. The young man says unto him, all these things I have kept from my youth and up. What lack I yet? The point is simply this. Christ is saying that there is one that is greater than him. There is no co-eternal, co-equal, co-nonsensical bullshit that you try to make up. Everything that the Bible is talking about is that he was created by the Most High. And then he began to create, essentially making him the God, but not the God, stupid nigga. Why does thou come, you stupid dumbass?
Really, Caroline?
Go right ahead.
That last part he could.
Oh, it's not. Read the actual scripture. He did it.
All right, so I got a lot to cover.
Sound just like the Pharisees, bro.
I got a lot to cover, y'all. I got a lot to cover. All right, so going back to the Sons of God part, right? So you mentioned that the Son of God's could be and is, or excuse me, are angels and heavenly beings, right? So we knocked that out the ballpark. Cool. We talked about the Nephilim. Cool, where that's mentioned in the Sons of God. Where I kind of want to focus on is how that term Sons of God was used to talk about the royal or the Messiah or Messianic, right, considered sons of God. That's kind of where I want to work with, right? So in a royal sense, right, when they say you are my sonship, y'all probably heard the term sonship before. That comes from like a royal lineage, right? Because when you are a king, right, the next person in line is typically who? The son, right? So these are royal terms that are interchangeably used when talking about Jesus, who is the sons of God, right? But what happens when we have these conversations with people who adopt the Trinitarian ideology is that they try to insert that this distinction, which is why I made a chuckle when King Solomon said the actual, right? Because you have to put that emphasis there to create a distinction, not that there is one, right? So I want to bring up some actual scriptures to kind of go into where I stand with Lion, that there is, just because someone is considered a son of God does not necessarily point to any sort of divinity of that thing. And in this case, we're talking about Jesus Christ. Okay, so a couple scriptures that I pulled up that I wanted to go through quickly. It's starting with, I'm scrolling. Matthew 16, verse 16. So Matthew chapter 16, verse 16. In the passage, it says, Jesus asks his disciples, Jesus asks his disciples, who do people say the Son of Man is? They give various answers. Then Jesus asks, well, who do you say I am? And Peter responds, you are the Messiah, the Son of the living God, right? So what does that mean? Son of the living God. Most people will consider that to be a divine statement. Most Trinitarians will believe that. However, when we look at Jewish culture, the Son of God is going back to what I wanted to highlight, which is the messianic and royal title. Right? It meant that this king of Israel, this long-awaited king that they've been talking about since and prophesizing and since Isaiah, that Peter is talking in the language from the Messianic Messiah royal person, not necessarily a Trinitarian relationship. Y'all have to, right? So that's one thing. Secondly, that I want to bring up is Philippians chapter 2, verse 6, where that says, Philippians chapter 2, verse 6.
Philippians.
Yeah, I want the King James because I know you got the King James. Philippians chapter 2, verse 6.
Chapter 2,
verse 6.
Verses 6.
Yeah, can you read that?
All right. Hold on. I'm still rolling, so hold on. 2 verses 6. KJV. Come on.
Come on, nigga, you ain't like the church people.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually working, remember?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
So, it says Jesus being in very nature of God did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage.
That's the KJV?
Hold on. Let me see.
I want to hear that word robbery. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. KJV 2 verses 6. Come on now. Open up. It's not my fault.
That's some grandpa's, man.
It's not my fault. KJV.
That's not my fault.
KJV.
You messing up my momentum. Come on, nigga.
All right. Got it. The pressure. All right. Who being in the form of God thought it not robbery to be equal with God.
Okay. So basically what that scripture is saying, right? Who being in the form of God, right? And we're in this instance, we're talking about Christ, did not consider equality with God something to be robbery, right? So, couple of things in that verse. Number one, Jesus had the form of God, quote unquote. And we can talk about form, we can talk about him being in his image and likeness, the whole nine. But he deliberately chose not to grasp or assert equality with God. And so why did he do that? If Jesus is God, why in this Bible verse did he say it's considered, or he did not consider equality with God?
But as people who are incarcerated were commuting sentences or liberating people from incarceration on federal crimes, or is that too restrictive? Or Abby, you're saying get rid of that even?
I'm just saying it made sense in its time in English history when the Crown was not monitoring and aware of what the magistrates were doing in the different fiefdoms around England. It made sense. Go read, I don't know, Grok or Google, or just read the history of pardon and where it came from. It doesn't make sense. Our executive branch is aware of what our judicial branch is doing. And we have a Justice Department, and it doesn't, historically it made sense, but to me, I don't see it today. Someone argue with me and tell me that I'm wrong.
So I can see certain contexts where it could make sense in situations with people who were convicted of criminal charges, but the criminal charges that they were convicted of are no longer popular. Or if there's a murder conviction and the murder conviction had evidence that was very disputable, but because the system, the person ran out of appeals. I know that there exist other means for them to do that, but having the president have the ability to commute the sentence is not necessarily an inherently bad thing. But if you have presidential powers to issue pardons like that, or to issue clemency, or whatever the hell you call it, I think there need to, at a minimum, be restrictions. For example, not being able to pardon members of your immediate family, and not being able to pardon members of your administration for crimes that they may have committed through the course of their capacity as a member of the administration. There have to be some levels of checks on it, because it has proven itself not to be balanced.
I disagree with you, because if new evidence came out in a case, you could seek a new trial, you can motion the court based on new evidence. Our legal system enables one to go through the process when a circumstance like that comes out. Look who Biden not only pardoned, but commuted. He commuted 37, was it 27 or 37 death row? I mean, people that were cop killers, children killers, that he commuted off of death row their sentences because he didn't believe in the death penalty. So you'd have to also look at commutations as well. And then governors have pardon powers as well. I mean, it's on a state level different.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like we have all of this untapped land where literally nothing is happening. And people will say, well, what about farmers and what about this? I mean, if agriculture were so great, why do we subsidize farmers to the levels that we subsidize them? I just think we have more people than we have economic output for it, and I think America really needs to figure out how to be profitable as a country, the way other countries are making us profitable. But I also think Americans don't want to pay for anything. They'll never say it, but they don't want to pay for anything. They don't want to pay. You know, people bitch about immigration, but if you had to go and blueberries were like $20, people would bitch about that too. Americans are just bitching about everything. That's just my opinion, though.
Can we try to bring Jarl up? He said he wanted to talk.
Marshall, you're mine. You can bring him up.
I know, but I invited him and it didn't work, so somebody else has to invite him.
I just invited him. Sure. So back to the title of the room. Is Donald Trump nuts? What do you guys think?
When he's crazy like a fox.
You know what's funny about this?
He's like the smartest person ever, but I also don't think he's like the dumbest person ever.
So here's my thing, right? Who's really running the show? Who do we really think is running the show? Like we go.
Susie Wiles. Susie Wiles is running the show right now.
Yeah, Susie Wiles doing her thing.
And we go from videos of him literally falling asleep in a meeting to then other people saying, "Oh no, he's playing like 5D chess." Which it can't be both. So
I think he always falls asleep in meetings.
Which one is it? Right? Did you guys see the clip that they tried to block where I guess the meeting was over and he says, "I could use a good shit," right? And they cut it off, but they didn't give it to him.
I think Susie Wiles is really running the show right now.
I think it's Jared. I really think it's Jared.
And maybe it's a combo, but I mean, I think she's exceedingly capable. And I think, it's interesting because as chief of staff, she has kept below the radar, which he loves, right? He does not like to be outshone. And I think she's actually managing the ship. I mean, and you're right, there might be some Jared Kushner feedback, but I think Susie Wiles is running the show. And I think she's, I think he can trust her and he can go be blusterous and crazy and insane. And I think she keeps the ship, steered straight.
Right, so I think that we have to decide if he really is like running the show or if he pops in or they put him in the chair when something has to happen. I struggle to understand the argument that he's just this, the fucking greatest thinker. And then at the same time, they're calling for the 25th Amendment. But like, it can't be both. So it's like in my brain, like, which one is it? Is he crazy or is he crazy as a fox? Which one is it?
Yeah, I think I think Trump is impulsive and crazy, and once in a while, he just it's. I don't know, Daryl. I don't know if you play poker, right? Like sometimes you win hands, and I think that's how Trump is. I think he loses more hands than he wins by far, but he wins some big hands. I think, and I don't think it's any particular skill. I just think once in a while he gets at the poker table and wins some big hands.
So it's for me, right? It's like, so I've got a former CIA buddy who lives in New York, and the CIA is everywhere. They're not just like running clandestine things. The CIA owns companies. The CIA is involved in a lot of shit, right? And so
they're in everything.
Yeah, they're in everything, right? And so it's like, we had lunch the other day, and there's stuff he will never put in writing, but he'll only say like on the phone, like in person. And he says like he just doesn't think that he's running things. He's like, because everyone said that this conflict with Iran was not winnable. Everyone said, every analyst said.
Do you know what, Daryl, do you know what size their army is?
Yeah.
I looked this up. I couldn't believe it. They have a bigger army than we do.
Yeah. Oh, army. I thought you said armor. Yeah.
Total they have 1 million soldiers.
Like personnel, yeah.
Yeah. We have about 900,000, 950,000. They outnumber. No, I'm sure they're Keystone Cops, a lot of them, but they have a bigger army than we do.
Yeah, it's
Russia